Today, we are gonna see. What if Naruto had full fun with Mei and Tsunade? Naruto x Mei x Tsunade. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. First and foremost, I've had this idea for a while now but never really got around to making it, so here's hoping it's good, and I think this idea stemmed from the fact that I always liked Mei's character. This the prologue, so it will be a little short, but I promise later chapters will be longer. So please enjoy. Politics of the Mist. The council was shifting in their chairs nervously. This was bad, really bad. They had made this arrangement before the Chunin exams, before Jiraiya had taken the boy as an apprentice, before he had convinced Tsunade to come back. Mei Terumi had taken over as Mizukage, the bloodline purge had been stopped, and the Mist wanted to form an alliance with the Leaf. They wanted a political marriage, and the council was happy to let young Naruto Uzumaki go to the Mist, at least they were before. Now they could see they had given up a very powerful shinobi, one who was completely loyal to them, and they couldn't get him back without destroying the alliance with the Mist. Tsunade was furious. I come back to the Leaf, and the first thing I find out is you're sending the kid away who convinced me to come here. A pink-hair woman started to speak. We're incredibly sorry. We had no idea what we were doing at the time. If we had known what the boy could do, we never would have sent them away. Tsunade released killer intent at the council that made even the experienced ninja flinch. So you only regret now that you find out he's useful to you? You're marrying a 14-year-old to a 17-year-old? I changed the ages a bit to make it more believable, for crying out loud. There's nothing we can do about it now. He's going to marry the woman whether we like it or not. What's done is done. I say we take comfort in the fact that they will be pleased with who we chose, and make sure the beau at least enjoys being married, said the warhawk known as Danzo. Tsunade softened slightly at that. On that much you're right. We need to make sure Naruto's happy in the Mist, both for the political and personal reasons. I trust we're going to make him a Chunin. It would be kind of insult if we sent the Mizukage a Genin. A council member stepped up. Of course, he will be given the rank of Chunin. He performed fantastically in the exams, and even managed to stop the Kazekage's son for destroying the village. Tsunade nodded. I've met Mei Terumi before. Naruto will definitely be happy with her looks. Not that he's that shallow. She's a very nice person from what I've seen of her, and she's also a very powerful shinobi. I guess if he was gonna marry someone, I'm glad it was her. The council nodded, taking a small amount of comfort in the fact that Naruto would be marrying someone that would make him the envy of any man. Beautiful, kind, and powerful to boot, the complete package. Mei Terumi was on her way to the Hidden Leaf, her advisor Ao by her side. Mizukage-sama, I do hope you're not too angry with us for forcing this marriage on you. From what I've heard you're marrying a fine young man, Ao told her. The Mizukage smiled. No, I realize it was a necessary sacrifice, and if he really did pass the Chunin exams as a rookie then he must be a good shinobi. Hopefully he's cute too. Mei knew she herself was a beautiful woman, with long auburn hair, perfect curves, and full lips. She had most the men in the Mist drooling over her. You're nervous that he's a Jinchuriku, are you? We've had a bad past with them after all? Ao asked. Mei laughed. One bad Jinchuriku doesn't mean they all are. Besides, it looks like Yaguru may have been under someone else's influence. The message said he had had a bit of a rough childhood. Maybe we can relate to one another. Ao nodded. He hoped this would go well. Mei was almost like a daughter to him. He prayed she ended up happy. Ma, married? Naruto asked dumbfounded. Tsunade had just explained the whole situation to him. The marriage, him being transferred to the Mist, his everything. Tsunade gave him a soft smile. Naruto, I know you weren't expecting this, but we've done our best to make sure this is a good thing for you. I can personally tell you Mei is beautiful, kind, and a damn good shinobi. Naruto frowned. But I have to leave the village. I'll never be Hokage. I'll barely ever see my friends. Tsunade stopped him. You'll be the ambassador to the Leaf, so you'll be in the village and see your friends plenty. As for being Hokage, I've got something that may be a small consolation for that. Naruto was curious. What could make up for losing his dream? Tsunade pulled out a small scroll and gave it to him. Your father wanted us to give this to you when you made Chunin. Naruto's eyes went wide. His father. They knew who his father was. This was awesome. He opened the scroll and started to read. Naruto, if you're reading this then I'm dead and so is your mother. I've instructed Jiraiya and the old man not to tell you until you make Chunin, and even then you can't tell anyone. Son, I'm Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, and I have a lot of enemies, particularly in Iwa, who would stop at nothing to kill you if they found out. I would have liked to have had Jiraiya adopt you, but with his spy network I doubt that could happen. If your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, holder of the Kyuubi, and if she's dead also, odds are the fox was sealed inside of you. I'm sorry to have put that burden on you, but I have faith you can protect the village even better than your mother did. Before I died Jiraiya told me that he believed I would be the one who would bring peace to the world, but if I'm dead then I can't do that, so I'm counting on you too. As Hokage my duty was to protect this village, and if peace was brought to the world then village would truly be safe. I want you to bring peace to the world Naruto, something even I as Hokage couldn't do. I love you and have complete faith in you. Your father, Minato Namikaze Naruto couldn't believe what he had just read. He really thought I would be the one to bring peace to the shinobi world. Screw Hokage, this is way better. Tsunade laughed. Naruto still had a chance to be happy, to achieve something great. Don't tell anyone about this, alright? Iwa would send their whole army after you. Also you'll be getting complete access to the Namikaze fortune which is quite large, and to all of his and your mother's scrolls on jutsu. Last but not least, I've got a picture of the two of them on the day they found out about you. As you can see they were quite happy to be having you. Naruto smiled and took the picture. She was right, they were both very happy, and he had feeling he would be now too. He had new dream, and family. Things were really starting to look up for him. Chapter 2. Wow. Talk about a good response to the first chapter. I can't wait to see what you guys think of this one. Thanks for all the great reviews. Naruto was walking towards the hospital nervously to see his teammates. He was wearing his new Chunin vest with pride, when he stopped at the door trying to think of a way to tell his teammates all of this. He was the one getting married and he could barely process it. Naruto chose winging it as his best option, seeing as how it had always worked before. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Hey guys, how's it going? Sakura went to yell at the young Jinchuriku. Naruto Yubaka, you almost woke up. Sasuke. She stopped when she noticed the Chunin vest he was wearing. You made Chunin? Yeah, but that's kinda just the tip of the iceberg. Naruto was cut off by the now awake Sasuke before he could finish. The Dobi made Chunin. How? The bedridden boy screamed. Kakashi decided to speak up. Sasuke, we should be happy for him. No need to yell. Obviously the council felt he did well enough to be promoted. Well done Naruto. I also heard Jiraiya-san is training you. Very impressive. He finished with one of his classic eye smiles. HN, congratulations, I'm going for a walk, need to clear my head, Sasuke said, getting out of his hospital bed. He walked out, giving Naruto and Sakura a slight shove as he left, much to the pink hair girl's dismay. Naruto, why did you have to come in here flaunting your vest like that? You upset Sasuke? Well, I guess it's not really your fault. Congratulations. Sakura finished half-heartedly. Guys, sit down, we have a lot to talk about. Naruto spent about 10 minutes telling them everything, other than his heritage, and waited nervously for a response. Kakashi was the first to speak. Well, that's great Naruto, although I don't know what the leaf will do without its favorite knucklehead. Ninja. He told his student, trying to hide the fact that he would really miss the boy. Naruto had brought some light back into his life, and he was sad he was going to lose that. Naruto, I'm so sorry. You come in here with great news and all I do is yell at you. I'm gonna miss you a lot and I'm sure Sasuke will too. We were finally starting to become a real team. Salute told him with a sad smile. She walked up and gave the boy a small hug, which the boy returned, very surprised. Thanks Sakura-chan. That means a lot to me. We're gonna go down and meet my future wife in about an hour. Can round up everybody else so I see them? Naruto asked. Of course. I'll make sure Sasuke is there too. How long to have before you to the mist? Sakura asked with a smile. About a month, Naruto responded. Great, we'll make sure it's the best month you've ever had, she said, running out of the room happily. Naruto stood in the doorway confused. I don't get it. Usually she's all mad and tries to hit me, but she got all nice and even gave me a hug. What's up with that? Kakashi laughed. Women are confusing creatures Naruto, very confusing creatures. Kinda funny that the most wonderful thing in the world belongs to the most confusing things in the world. What's the most wonderful thing in the world? Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled, you'll find out on your wedding night. The duo from the mist, Ao and Mei, stopped at the clearing in the forest. They had been told to wait for someone to come and escort them the rest of the way. Not that they really needed it, it was more of a political gesture than anything. Jiraiya of the Sannin is supposed to be the one meeting us here. I think you two have met before, Ao told her. Mei scowled at the memory of the old pervert. Oh yeah, we met all right, and when see him, I'm gonna show him just what happens to people who peep on Mei Terumi. Ao cringed. Only a few men had been stupid enough to peep on Mei, and they ended up burns in the worst possible locations. Needless to say, it wasn't pretty. Can at least hold off till we get to the village? Mei frowned. We'll see. Just as she spoke, the white-haired pervert appeared. Mei immediately got into position to burn the Sannin to Kingdom Come, but he cut her off. Look, I know you probably dislike me, but you can beat the crap out of me after I've told everything you need to know about your future husband. Mei hesitated but nodded, a little surprised by his seriousness. Jiraiya handed her a large bag and began to speak. In that bag is all of his father's scrolls and the Uzumaki scrolls on sealing and jutsu, mainly on wind since that's his element. Also there's some water and fire scrolls in there. He has a slight affinity in each. Also I've put all of the things he should be training on with the toads while I'm away. Finally, I've placed a booklet in there with all of my current knowledge on the Akatsuki in it. Mei was trying to take in everything she was being told. Wait, father, I thought he was an orphan, and what's the Akatsuki? Jiraiya sighed. The Akatsuki are an organization trying to obtain the tailed beasts. For some unknown reason, we believe they may have had something to do with the situation with the last Mizukage, and as for his parents, that should be explained to you by Naruto, not me. Mei nodded, processing everything he had just told her. So what's he like? Jiraiya smiled as he thought of his latest student. He can come of a little brash and loud, but once you get to know him you can't help but love the kid. He'd do anything for his friends, and I've never seen the kid give up on anything the whole time I've known him. If he can't do something small he just moves on to something bigger. He's the most amazing kid I've ever seen, and you're lucky to be marrying him. Mei smiled and rose her eyebrows slightly. You really care about him, don't you? Jiraiya laughed. I may be a super pervert, but when it comes to those I care about, I go to the ends of the earth for them, just like Naruto would. Jiraiya got a slight frown on his face. If anyone asks, we never had this conversation. I've got an image to uphold. Tell them I asked you to tell me how your first time with Naruto goes. Actually, that might be good for. He was cut off immediately by Mei. I've only just decided not to melt your little friend. Don't make me change my mind. Forehead girl. What's all this about? What did you have to get all of us together for? Ino asked. I too would like an explanation of your urgency, Shino said, emotionless as ever. Troublesome. I was really enjoying watching the clouds. I'm not going to be able to do that as much now that I'm a Chunin, you know. Shikamaru complained. Actually, Shikamaru, that's part of the reason I called you guys here. Naruto made Chunin too, but that's not even the half of it. You guys might want to sit down for this. Sakura told them. She had gathered all of the Rookie 9 and their senseis, other than Naruto and Kakashi. Also Team Guy and Iruka were there. All of them raised an eyebrow at what the girl was saying. A few of them smiled when they heard about Naruto making Chunin. Lee of course praised Naruto's power of youth. Once she finished telling them about the marriage and the transfer, the smiles faded. None of them really wanted to see Naruto go. Hinata was on the verge of tears. Sakura decided to end the silence. Guys, I need your help. I want to make Naruto's last month here as good as it can be. Ino raised an eyebrow and looked at Sakura. No offense, forehead girl, but since when did you care about Naruto? I always thought you hated him. Sakura frowned and looked at the ground. I never hated Naruto. To be honest, his constant asking me out made me feel pretty, and all his encouragement actually made me believe I could become a real ninja. This might sound kinda selfish, but I want Naruto to remember me doing something other than hitting him. Ino looked at her old friend and rival and smiled. All right, if it's that important to you, we'll help you. First off, who do we have bringing this Mei girl over here? When I asked Lady Tsunade, she said Jiraiya was going to get her. Sakura didn't get a chance to finish as Kurenai cut her off. What? Lady Tsunade sent that pervert to go get her? No way. Me and one of the girls will go see her and make sure Jiraiya didn't try anything on her, Kurenai yelled. She hated perverts, and while she respected Jiraiya, He was definitely a pervert, and was not to be trusted around a woman as far as she was concerned. Hinata, would you like to come along? Hinata quickly nodded. She wanted to meet the person who was stealing her Naruto. If she couldn't be the one to make him happy, she sure as hell would see to it Mei did. Mizukage or not. The others went to get everything else ready. Mei would be there in about 20 to 30 minutes, which wasn't much time, and they all had a few things they wanted to get ready for Naruto and his soon-to-be bride. What the fuck, that little shit is marrying that hot piece of ass. Damn, some people get all the fucking luck. Hidan, the immortal of the Akatsuki, whined. The 10 members of the Akatsuki were gathered to discuss the status of the incaptured tailed beasts. Wow, 5 curse words in one sentence, might be a new record for you. Deidara, the art-crazed explosives expert, laughed. Actually, Hidan's record is 8 swear words in one sentence, said a man who was wearing an orange mask. Deidara scowled. Toby, get out of here, you're not even an official member. But Toby hasn't gotten a cookie, Toby whined. Konan, the blue-haired second in command of the Akatsuki, reached in her cloak and handed him a cookie. Here you go, Toby, now buy a good boy and run off. Awesome, thanks Konan-chan, Toby reapplied, running out of the room. Man, I felt bad for whoever gets him as a partner, Deidara muttered. With his new relationship to the Mizukage, it would be best to wait to go after him. I trust you all know your new assignments. The leader of the Akatsuki, Noah's Pain, told them. They all nodded. All right, head out, you know what to do. Sorry about them sticking you with the pervert, Kurunai told the Mizukage. They had gotten to her about 5 minutes ago. They were set to reach the leaf in about 10 minutes. It's okay, he actually wasn't too bad, for the most part anyway, Mei responded with a smile. She had ended up slapping Jiraiya once, but that was the worst of it. Hinata, who had been silent up to this point, finally got the courage to speak. You're going to make Naruto happy, aren't you? She asked quickly. Mei was surprised at the question. Of course, why do you ask? Hinata looked down. He's very important to Emmy. She told her. She was starting to lose control of her stutter. Mei smiled, starting to understand how she felt about the boy. That's good. How about you tell me all about him on the rest of the way? There. Hinata gave a small smile. She was more than happy to talk about Naruto. Mei listened happily, learning more about her soon-to-be husband. Naruto stood nervously at the gate. Mei was due to arrive at any moment, and several of his friends went out to grab him something. Ino had gotten him different clothes, as she refused for Naruto to meet Mei wearing so much orange. It was a simple long-sleeve black shirt, his Chunin vest, and black pants. Ino also sent Shoji and Shikamaru to get flowers from her parents' shop. Anko had came over when she heard about Naruto's marriage. She had come to like boy after the Chunin exams, and gave him a black trench coat with the Uzumaki swirl on the back. Finally, Kiba gave him the fang of a past Inuzuka dog, a sign of major respect and a way to show everyone in the mist he was backed by the Inuzuka clan. It was connected to a small chain around his neck. He was visibly sweating. Uruka put a hand on his shoulder and whispered to him, Naruto. Relax, we're all right behind you. She's gonna love you just like we do. It'll go great. Naruto took a deep breath and looked out to see Mei walking up towards the gate. Sorry, but he won't meet Mei till next time. I promise to update soon. Please leave any comments in the reviews, and thank you for reading. Chapter 3. Man, you guys rock. I can't believe my story is getting this much attention. I can't thank you guys enough. You really are awesome. Please enjoy Chapter 3 of Politics in the Mist. Naruto was speechless as he looked at his soon-to-be wife. She was incredibly beautiful, truly breathtaking, perfect curves, auburn hair, amazing green eyes, and a walk that just screamed intimacy. Wow, just, wow, he stuttered. Mei smiled, happy to see him completely under her spell already. Thanks, you're pretty cute yourself. She wasn't kidding. The whisker marks were very exotic, and he had a very muscular frame for someone his age. Naruto shook his head and brought himself out of his stupor and brought up the flowers. Sorry, these are for you. It's very nice to meet you. This is gonna sound kinda stupid, but how do I greet you? Do we shake hands, hug, what? I'm not really used to this kinda thing. Mei brought the flowers to her face and smelled them. They had a fantastic aroma. She gave a small laugh at Naruto's question. I think a hug would be the best choice. A handshake is far too formal. Naruto smiled and walked up to the woman, who quickly enveloped him in a hug, pressing his face in her cleavage for added effect. The blonde blushed heavily and his friends laughed behind him. Anko was the first to speak. Wow Gaki, if your face got any redder you'd match the Mizukage's hair. By the way, is that colored, or do the curtains match the drapes? Everyone's jaw hit the floor. Only Anko would ask the Mizukage a question like that. Mei just smirked. Sorry, that's for me to know, and Naruto to find out. Naruto nearly passed out after hearing that. Anko just laughed. I think you and I will get along just fine. All of Naruto's friends began to ask questions of their own, but only Sasuke's managed to get through. You know you're marrying the dead last of the academy, don't you? Sasuke. Kakashi snapped. Mei just smirked. Funny, it seems he's wearing a Chunin vest and you're not. Seems like you've been surpassed by my soon-to-be husband if you ask me. Kiba fell on the ground laughing. Dude, she so just told you. Hot and funny. Lucky you, ha Naruto. They were all about to try and start asking questions again, but they were cut off by Naruto. Look, I know you guys want to get to know Mei, but I really need to take her to see the old lady, and I'd like to at least try to get to know her a bit on the way, so did you guys mind? They all got the idea and nodded. Naruto looked back at Mei and offered her his arm. Shall we head out? Naruto asked. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, for teaching me how to be polite towards a woman, Naruto thought. Mei smiled and took his arm and they began to walk to the Hokage's office. Naruto decided to get the biggest question on his mind taken care of first. So you know about the fox already? Mei nodded. Do you? Ya know, are you? Mei stopped him with her hand. Naruto, I don't hate you, heck I've just met you. If anything I already have a great impression of you. After all you had that many people cared enough to support you with all this. Naruto smiled. Talk about a feeling a weight left ease of your shoulder. Oh yeah, pervy sage didn't try anything on you did he? Mei shook her head. No, he was actually pretty nice, even gave me some scrolls for you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why'd he give them to you? Just because you have a scroll doesn't mean you can use it. We have to have someone who knows something about that element, sealing, or one of the toads for the toad scrolls, to teach how to understand what's inside. I'm the only one who can get those scrolls into the mist and find you teachers without them confiscating the scrolls. By the way, Jiraiya mentioned something about your father, but I had heard you were an orphan. Care to explain? Mei asked him. Naruto nodded. We're almost to the Homage's office. We should probably wait till we get there before I explain it. Reluctantly, Mei agreed. As much as her curiosity was piqued, she supposed she could wait a bit longer. Sasuke was busy at the training grounds, destroying trees with fireballs and grumbling to himself. He was beyond angry. How dare that damn woman imply he was weak? Did she know who he was? It was insulting being looked down on like that, let alone around the others. He continued to grumble when Kakashi walked up to him. Care to explain what that whole thing back there was all about? Kakashi asked in his usual nonchalant tone. Sasuke scoffed. Humph. I was just giving her the facts. She's marrying the dead last, isn't she? Kakashi didn't look up from his icha. That's funny, didn't he save your life twice during the Chunin exam? Sasuke scowled. So what if he did? Who cares? He just abandoned us the moment he got any good. All if the sudden he gets all these friends and now he's just leaving. You said it yourself. He's lower than trash now. Forget him. Who needs him? I don't need anyone. Sasuke screamed. Kakashi looked up from his book. He's not trash, Sasuke. He didn't choose to leave. He's doing it for the village. Wait a minute, this is about you, isn't it? You don't want to admit you're gonna miss him. No, I'm not. He's just gotten too big of a head, Sasuke snapped. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke, why do you think it's not okay to miss him? Naruto told me you were only he felt he could relate to growing up, and something tells me you feel the same. He's been your rival for years now. You saved his life in the wave, and he saved your from Gaara. What, did seeing Itachi again just magically turn back to pain in the ass we met on the first day? Shut up. You want me to say it? Fine. I'm gonna miss Naruto. Are you happy now? Sasuke screamed. Yup, that all I needed. See ya later, Kakashi said looking back down at his book. Sasuke just stood there dumbfounded. Bastard tricked me, he muttered. Tsunade had the Uchiha on her mind as well. She was in the middle reading all of the classified documents she needed to be filled in on now that she was Hokage, and she had just began to read up on some of the secrets of the Uchiha clan. And she was shocked as she began to read the file on the massacre. She was snapped out of her reading when someone knocked on her door. she put the scroll away and yelled, "Come in." Naruto walked in, his arm hooked with Mei's. "Hey Bachan, how's it going?" Mei looked shocked. "You call the legendary Sannin, pervy sage, and Bachan? You must have a death wish." Tsunade had a tick mark on her forehead. "I believe he does." Naruto gave his classic foxy grin and scratched the back of his head. "How else would you know it was me? Anyway, I brought Mei here to fill her in on everything she doesn't know yet. We should probably start with my dad, she's pretty curious about that." Mei nodded. "Yes, I really would like to know what's going on with the Naruto's father." Tsunade's face got serious. "You can't repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, it would put you, Naruto, and many others in danger." Mei couldn't possibly have been more curious. "All right, will you please just tell me already?" Naruto looked at Mei. "My father was the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze." Mei was immediately silent, completely shocked. "Wow, well that would explain why you were chosen to contain the Kyuubi, and I'm guessing Iwa is who you don't want to find out." Naruto spoke up once again. "What about the Akatsuki? How much do you know about them?" "Only what was in the scroll Jiraiya gave me," Mei told him. Tsunade frowned. "Almost forgot about them. That reminds me, Naruto, we need to get you training again. The old perv told he wanted you to start with wind scrolls that he gave Mei, so I'm going to have Asuma start training you with wind chakra." "Makes sense. When do we start?" he asked. "In about a week. We wanted to give you a little time to rest. Also Asuma want to track down a chakra blade strong enough to contain demon chakra. He was planning on teaching you some wind style Kinjutsu." Tsunade replied. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Chakra blade, is that like the one that Kisame guy used?" Mei decided to ensure that one. "Yes, but they don't usually look like that. Samahata is unique. They usually just look like normal metal. You can only tell the difference when you channel chakra in it." "Is Kisame the only mist ninja you've ever met?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I meet one, the other swordsman, Zabuza, and his apprentice Haku. She had some kind of ice bloodline." "You met Zabuza, is he still alive?" Mei asked. "No, they're both dead, too bad. Once they stopped trying to kill us they were kinda nice," Naruto told her. "We marked their graves with his sword." Mei smiled. "Problem solved, Tsunade-san. I can send someone to revive the blade and Naruto can use that. It's a chakra blade, and a blade that will made can definitely contain the Kyuubi's chakra." Naruto raised an eyebrow again. "You really think I'm worthy to wield one of the 7-grade blades? I'm not even sure I could lift it?" Mei laughed. "Trust me, Naruto-kun. I'm sure you'll be able to use it quite well." Naruto blushed at the new suffix. "Thanks, Mei-chan." Tsunade nodded. "Sounds good. Well, get everything ready. You just keep yourself in shape." "Also, Naruto-kun, I've got something to teach you as well," Mei told him. "What's that?" he asked. "Well, Naruto-kun, I think I'm pretty safe in guessing you're a virgin, and I am too. I think we should get used to being intimate with one another before the honeymoon. We won't be going all the way until the wedding night, but I will be teaching you few fun things leading up to that," said Mei. Naruto had a small trickle of blood coming for his nose. He nodded with a very big blush on his face, causing Mei to laugh. She could tell this was gonna be fun. Mei and Naruto returned from the tower to find that everyone of Naruto's had waited so that they could properly meet her. They all questioned the young Mizukage. Ino asked how she kept herself looking so good. Kiba asked if she was a dog or cat person. Lee asked how bright her flames of youth were, and plenty of other questions. Asuma's question was the first one that was actually relevant. "So, what is it that makes you cage level?" Mei smirked. She was hoping someone would ask that. "I've got 2 bloodlines, lava release and boil release, both of which I mastered." Everyone looked in awe. To have mastered 2 bloodlines was quite impressive. Sakura spoke up next. "No offense, but doesn't that mean you've peaked?" Mei smirked. "You'd think, but no, I've mastered everything known about my bloodlines, but that doesn't mean I can't expand on them." Naruto looked at the clock and then back at his friends. "This has been fun and all, but we need to go to the new apartment Bachan set up for us for the month." They all nodded and waved goodbye. "I can't believe C looks that good without dieting," Ino whined. "I'm just glad she's a dog person," said Kiba. The new apartment was nice, not extravagant but nice. Naruto changed into an orange pair of shorts and black shirt. He decided to ask Mei about the sleeping arrangements. She was changing in the bathroom. "Mei, who's gonna sleep where tonight?" Mei walked out and Naruto's jaw hit the floor. She was wearing a blue nightgown showing off plenty of her figure, mainly her long legs and ample chest. "We're going to sleep in the same bed, silly," she said with a smile. Naruto blushed but nodded and went to lay down in the master bedroom. Mei laid down next to him and laughed. "Don't you like sleeping next to me?" "Of course I do, it's just, look, I've never even kissed a girl, so this is kinda new to me," Naruto told her. Mei gave a playful pout. "Oh no. Well, don't you worry, I'll give you plenty of affection, you'll get used to it real fast," she said, planting a kiss on his cheek and lying down on her pillow. Naruto was shocked, but smiled soon. This marriage thing was starting to have its perks. Chapter 4. Before I start this chapter, do you guys have any names for some people in the mist? Most of them will have to be OC, since we don't see many of them. The only one I've got so far is Zawabo, and I just like the sound of that. Anyway, let's get started. The next week went by pretty fast for Naruto. He had been keeping in shape by training with Guy, which was ridiculously hard, but did give him a chance to have him help refine his taijutsu, so it all worked out. He continued to talk with Mei, getting closer with her every day. They discovered they had a very similar past, her with the bloodline purge, and him with the Kyuubi being sealed inside of him. Mei continued to embarrass Naruto when they slept in the same bed, cuddling with him and giving him kisses on the cheek, but Naruto didn't really mind all that much. Actually, he really enjoyed it. Sakura had done her best to be a better friend to Naruto. She even came to visit him and Mei in their apartment. Sasuke had admitted to himself that he was going to miss his rival, but he still refused to admit it to Naruto, though he did make a better effort to be a little nicer to the blonde. He now asked for spares rather than order them, and he had actually congratulated Naruto and Mei on their so-to-be wedding. The week was one of the best Naruto could remember. The day came that Naruto was set to start learning with Asuma, and Mei was currently on her way to Team Guy's training ground to give him Kabikirabocho, his new swords once wielded by Zabuza. It was still early when the blade came, so Mei knew Naruto would be training with Guy. She decided to surprise him and bring him the sword herself. Naruto was panting heavily when she arrived. "Oh, hey, Mei-chan, what are you doing here?" he panted. Mei smiled. "The Kabikirabocho came. I thought I would bring it to you. You start your elemental training today, so you'll probably need it." She unselled the massive blade and handed to Naruto. "Be careful, you may be strong but you can't properly lift the blade until you channel chakra into it, and you shouldn't do that till Asuma shows you how." Naruto looked at it wide-eyed. It was just as amazing as he remembered it. He could barely lift it, but something felt right about having it in his hands. "Amazing," he murmured. Tenten, who had also been training with Guy, looked at Blade like a child looks at a new toy. "Oh my gosh, the Kabikirabocho, it's amazing. I can't believe I'm really seeing it in person." She continued to stare at the blade, then at the person holding it and blushed. She had a thing for weapons, which didn't go unnoticed by Mei. "Naruto, we should head out. We have just enough time to get there, and Miss Tenten, if you would stop eyeing his sword, please," she muttered. Tenten blushed and nodded. Naruto looked a little confused, but followed. As they were walking he asked, "What's up, Mei-chan? We had plenty of time." Naruto didn't get to finish as Mei slammed her lips into his. Naruto's eyes rolled into the back of his head at his first kiss. When she stopped he slowing got his thoughts to come back to him. "Not that I'm complaining, but what was that about?" Mei blushed lightly. "Naruto-kun, I'm a rather jealous person, and seeing that little weapon girl eyeing you up, I just felt the need to remind you who you're marrying." Naruto was confused again. "Mei-chan, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. You're really nice, and funny too. Also, I may not be experienced, but you're definitely a good kisser. Why would I do anything to make you mad? You're awesome." Mei smiled widely. "Good, I'm glad you think so." She leaned forward and smiled seductively. "It had been a good kiss. If you really feel that way, we have about 15 minutes before we have to see Asuma. That leaves 10 minutes all to ourselves. Shall we enjoy them?" Naruto smiled and nodded. Mei immediately leaned in and they picked up where they left off. When Mei slipped her in her tongue, he nearly passed out. Asuma looked up to see Naruto running his way. He was about 5 minutes late and Asuma didn't need to wonder why. Asuma smirked. "Naruto, you have a little of Mei's lipstick on your cheek." Naruto turned the cooler of a tomato and wiped it off. "Oh sorry, can we just get started, and maybe not mention this to anyone?" Asuma laughed. "I would think you'd be proud of that, but I guess you're just a shy kid. Fine, I won't tell anyone. I see you brought the sword." Naruto drew Kabikirabocho and nodded. So what do we do first? First, try channeling chakra into it, as little as you can. I want see how Kabikirabocho handles the Kyuubi's chakra, and it will also show me how much chakra control you have and how long you have before you can fight with your wind chakra properly, Asuma told him. Naruto started channeling chakra into blade, trying to use as little as possible. The blade began glow blue with a slightly red tint. He was trying not to use much chakra, but the blade still shook in his hands. He stopped and Asuma began to speak. Well, at the chakra just fine, but we're going to have to improve your control quite a bit. Luckily with your shadow clones we can cut the time down quite a lot. You'll probably be able to start learning wind jutsu. Naruto was excited at that. Awesome, what do I do first? You take a leaf and try to cut it in half with your wind chakra. Make as many clones as you can and have them all do the same thing. I'll be keeping an eye on you and give you tips. When we're done we'll have you disperse the clones one by one so that you don't pass out from information overload, Asuma told him. Naruto created as many clones as he could and got started. Naruto got back to the apartment and fell down on the bed, exhausted. Mei walked in and laughed. Rough day, Naruto-kun? Naruto sighed. That was most training I've ever done in one day, even when I trained with Parevi Sage for the Chunin exams. You're a wind, right? Naruto nodded. How far have you gotten with the lead cutting exercise? About a third of the way up the leaf. You'd think anyone could teach it, but there's a lot of little trick you have to be a wind user to understand. Asuma-sensei is a really good teacher, Naruto told her. Mei's eyes got a little wide. Wow, in just one day, that's pretty impressive. Naruto smirked at the praise. Well, the shadow clones helped. Once I dispersed them it got a lot easier. I used as many clones as I could. I lost count when I got up to 300, and I was only halfway there. Mei's eyes got very wide at that. You made that many clones. I knew had large chakra reserves, but wow. Naruto laughed loudly. Yeah, between being an Uzumaki and having the Kyuubi's chakra filtered into me, my reserves are pretty big. They make training easier, but chakra control harder, but I learned to use it to my advantage. Mei smiled. You train very hard. Naruto's face got serious. I have to. I've got to protect everyone important to me, including you, and I can't let my dad down. He died believing I would be the one bring peace to the world, and I'm going to. Mei laid down next to him. I know you will, and I'm glad you think of me as important enough to protect. He smiled and they shared a brief kiss. They soon drifted off to sleep, resting to get ready for the next day. Tsunade couldn't believe what she reading, couldn't believe some this insane. The Uchiha massacre was just a cover. A story made up to cover for the Uchiha trying to overthrow the village. Even worse, things hadn't gone as planned. The civilians and children were supposed to live. Itachi hadn't intended on killing them. Someone had interfered and killed everyone. Itachi didn't. Itachi left the village, hoping he would someday be finished by his brother, the one person he could never bring himself to kill, but until that time he was a spy for Jiraiya in the Akatsuki. Itachi couldn't do much without being found out, but something was better than nothing. Tsunade sighed and placed the scroll back in the Hokage library in the vault, next to Naruto's new scrolls. She left feeling rather sick to her stomach. The life of a ninja was a hard thing to bear at times. Naruto woke and smiled at the sight of Mei next to him. He had grown to really enjoy that sight. He gave her gentle kiss on neck to wake her up, which of course she did. Morning, Naruto-kun. Naruto continued to smile. Morning, Mei-chan, how are you? Pretty good. I've been thinking about who I'm going to have as my bridesmaids. Any thought to your groomsmen? Mei asked. Naruto frowned. No, not really. I'm gonna ask Sasuke to be my best man. Doubt he'll accept. Mei nodded. Remember, you have to pick 2 from the leaf and 2 from the mist. You can pick the 2 from the mist when we get there. We won't be married for a month after. Alright. Who are gonna be your 2 from the leaf? Naruto asked. Mei laughed. I thought about Anko, but they'd never let me do that. Still, she'll be fun at the reception. I pick Sakura and Hinata. Oh, and I put Ino in charge of flowers so she doesn't complain. Good. I'm gonna go get a shower and find Sasuke before I have to start training. See you in a bit, Naruto said, getting out of bed. Alright. See you soon. Mei rolled over and fell back asleep. Sasuke was busy training when Naruto walked up. Hey Sasuke, you got minute? I guess. What do need? Sasuke asked. Naruto smiled. His tone wasn't his usual one that said, I'm better than you, Will. I was wondering if you'd maybe be willing to be my best man at the wedding? Sasuke thought about it. Before he would have said no outright, but now, he thought it might not be such a bad idea. He was trying to make an effort not to lose his only real friend. Sure, why not? Naruto was shocked. All right, great, this means a lot to me. Thank you. Sasuke smirked. All right, just don't get all sentimental on me. I gotta go. See soon, Sasuke, Naruto said, and ran off to the other trying grounds. A group of 4 ninjas, all from the hidden sound, watched from a distance. They couldn't help but think things were going to get complicated. A little short. Sorry, I'm a busy guy. Once again, please suggest some names for the Mist Ninja. You guys rock, and thanks for reading. Chapter 5. This chapter is where things start to pick up quite a bit. Also thanks to Generation Zero for a name you'll see coming up. Well, here we go. Naruto had gotten into a bit of a routine for the past few weeks. Train with Guy in the morning, train with Asuma during the day, and see Mei at night. He had just a week left in the leaf, and things were going quite well. He could now complete the leaf-cutting exercise, and could infuse Kabikirabocho with some wind chakra, making it able to cut through nearly anything. Combined with his new refined taijutsu and Asuma's kinjutsu, things were going quite well. He had just woken up and was getting ready to leave. Mei had woken up as well. She had a meeting with Tsunade about Naruto's transfer. So, what are you and Asuma going to be doing today? She asked the blonde. Actually, he just finished teaching 2 wind moves, Great Breakthrough and Slicing Air Palms. I was actually gonna see if I could find Tsunade when you go to see her and get out some of those wind scrolls my parents left me. Naruto replied, with a hint of pride in his voice. Mei was happy to hear that. Her future husband was getting stronger at a rate no one could believe. Great, always happy to spend a little time with you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smirked. Oh, believe me, I know, you want us to wait till the wedding, but if you keep doing the things that you did last night, I won't be able to control myself. Mei laughed. I didn't hear you complaining. Naruto laughed in return. No, I guess you didn't. They walked out of the apartment and started heading towards the Hokage's office. Mei glanced back at Naruto. You're making great progress with your wind style, but unfortunately, the mist isn't much better off when it comes to wind user than leaf is. And we only have one qualified seal expert. Only he would be able to help you with sealing, and a kid your age who's pretty good with wind style who might be able to help you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really, who are they? Our seal expert's name is Mizura Shinsuke. He was actually one of the only non-bloodline users who was willing to help us. If he hasn't figured out a way to seal of Yugaru from his tailed beast chakra, I don't think we could have one, said Mei with an inward look. You mean like the one Orochimaru used on me? Naruto asked. Mei shook her head. No, Orochimaru is considered to be a butcher when sealing, other than his curse mark, which is only any good thanks to using dark chakra. Naruto nodded. And the wind user? Well, he's not actually a wind user, he just can use wind. He actually about your age. He has a bloodline known as Dragon Flame Release, which due to his wind chakra being mixed in with his fire chakra, makes any fire jutsu he uses incredibly powerful. He learned how to separate them to improve his control. His name is Zawabo. Kursuki. Naruto nodded again, and Mei thought back to the first time she had met each of them. Flashback. Mizura. A 13-year-old Mei stood watching the resistance debate with interest. She may have only been 13, but she was at the level of Jonin, so she was allowed to sit in on the meetings. Look, I just don't think we can trust this guy. He might be a spy for Yugaru, one of them said. I don't think so. Yugaru still thinks we're just a bunch of unorganized smaller groups. He hasn't shown any sign that he knows we all work together. We've been very careful about that, another spoke up. Then how did he know that we were all one group? Someone asked. He's the best sealer in the mist. Maybe he's been using sound recording seals, one suggested. Then why wouldn't he tell Yugaru? Why does wanna help us? I bet Yawaru knows and sent him in to spy. Mei was getting stressed from the loudness of the room, and decided to speak up herself. Well, if he was a spy, and he can use recording devices, why Yugaru even bothered to send in a spy? He would just arrest us all now. We need all the help we can get. I say we take the risk. One of the leaders spoke next. Exactly what I was thinking. We could really use a seal expert. If you really want to see if you can trust him, why not just ask him why he's willing to help us? Mei suggested. They all nodded. It was better than nothing. Please send Mizura in. A 15-year-old with medium-length black hair and hazel eyes walked into the room. Now, Misura, please tell us why you're willing to help us when no one else without a bloodline will. Misura paused and began to speak. My father was one of the executioners for the bloodline purge before he died. I went to watch him once when I was younger. I watched a woman beg for her son's life. He was only 4 months old. I watched my father stick a scalpel in his neck. I watched his mother collapse down on the ground. She didn't cry, didn't lash out for revenge, she just laid there broken. They killed her next. She didn't fight at all. When I asked him about it, his response was, she just didn't understand it was for the good of the mist. If that was for the good of the mist, then the mist needs to change. I can't forget that look on her face, watching the life leave her eyes as she watched her son die. I just need to do something, anything to help. Misura was an official member of the resistance within an hour. Flashback, Zawabo. A 12-year-old Mei was walking through the forest on the outskirts of the village when she heard a noise nearby. She looked around until she found the source. A small boy, brown-haired, fair-skinned boy was crying into his arms. Mei sat down next to him and asked him, "Are you okay? Why are you crying?" He looked at her with large green eyes. "I'm a monster." Sniff. "I killed him. I didn't mean to kill him. I swear." Sniff. "What do you mean?" Mei asked. "I went to do a fire jutsu my teacher had showed me. It was supposed to make a little stream thing from my mouth," he said too. "Use just a little and I did, but it went nuts and burned really big and, he buried his face in Mei's shoulder and cried. Mei could easily figure out what happened. He was trying to use flickering flame tongue and he must have had some kind of bloodline that enhanced it before the teacher could figure out what was happening. Mei just let him cry in her shoulder. She didn't mind. The poor boy needed it. He had ended up joining the resistance and learning about his bloodline, which he named Dragon Flame Release, and stayed close with Mei, who he came to view as a big sister. "We're at the tower. See you later, Mei-chan," said Naruto, snapping Mei out of her thoughts. "Oh, all right. See you, Naruto-kun," she replied, and they parted ways. Naruto walked into Tsunade's office and looked around. He found Tsunade in the Hokage's vault reading a scroll and mumbling to herself. "Hey Bachan, you care if I grab some of my scrolls from here?" Tsunade nodded. "Yeah, fine, just leave everything like you found it." "Shouldn't you be leaving for that concile meeting with Mei?" Naruto asked. Tsunade looked up startled. "Damn it, I'll see you later." She hurried from the room and failed to realize she hadn't out the scroll properly on the shelf and it quickly fell. Naruto shook his head and placed it back on the shelf. He glanced at it and got a little confused. It said, Uchiha Massacre S ranked classified. That didn't make sense. Why would there be anything classified about that? What could be secret about that? Naruto shook his head and grabbed the scrolls he needed and left. Maybe he would ask Sasuke about it later. Naruto looked at one of the scrolls he had grabbed. It was his father's and was labeled Wind-Style Cyclone Shuriken, which would make a concentrated shuriken of wind to be thrown that would make a small impact and send waves of slicing wind at the enemy. It looked like it was meant to eventually be combined with the Rasengan. He looked it over again and got to work. Naruto was walking home, having made a little bit of progress on the Cyclone Shuriken, and saw Sasuke walking by, so he flagged him down. "Hey Sasuke," he screamed. Sasuke looked up. "What?" "I know it's kinda none of my business, but would there be a document about the Uchiha Massacre that was classified? I saw one in the Hokage's vault today and I'm kinda curious," Naruto asked. Sasuke frowned. "I don't actually know. That doesn't make any sense. What secrets could there be about that? I gotta know what's in that scroll." "I could sneak you into the vault if you want," Naruto suggested. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "You'd do that for me? Why?" Naruto shrugged. "You're my friend, of course I would. Besides, no one's better at sneaking into the Hokage's office than me." Sasuke nodded. "All right, tonight then. Meet me on the roof of the building next to it at about 9 o'clock, Naruto said, and they parted ways. Naruto got back and informed Mei on the day's events, making her laugh. "Don't you have any respect for Tsunade at all?" Naruto laughed in return. "Nope. So how did the council meeting go?" Mei scowled. "That war hawk Danzo tried to discreetly put in a clause that would allow them to raise any kids we might have here. Luckily Tsunade and I stomped that out." Naruto smiled. "Do you ever think about us having kids?" Mei smiled back. "Of course, I've always wanted kids. What about you?" Naruto thought for a second. I don't know, I never really had a family, so this is all kinda new to me. Mei nodded. It's okay. You've got plenty of time to think about. I'm sure you're gonna warm up to the idea. Why don't you head out? Oh, and if you get caught, you never told me about this. Naruto roared with laughter and headed out to meet Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke stood in the Hokage's vault with the scroll in hand. Sasuke couldn't believe how easily Naruto had gotten them there. Where did you learn how to sneak in here that easily? Naruto laughed. I practically lived here when I was younger, it's gotten pretty easy for me. Sasuke smirked and opened the scroll. They began to read. Sorry about the cliffhanger, but I'll update on Sunday. See you soon and thank you all for reading. Chapter 6. Not much to say here, it's gonna be a long chapter, so please enjoy. Sasuke was shaking. Everything around him was blurry. Nothing seemed real. He could hear Naruto's voice, but it seemed like it was a mile away. Sasuke. 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 Come on man, talk to me. Everything he knew in this world was a lie. He was just trying to get everything straight in his head. Should he still hate Itachi? Could he trust any of the Leaf villagers? Who all knew about this? What in the hell was going on? Why wouldn't they tell me? Why did Itachi have to leave? I would have given anything to have had him stay. He did all of this for me and the Leaf. So why did he have to leave? Why did he make me hate him? Sasuke asked. He want you to have a good life. You would have been like me. The villagers would hate you. They'd view you as the one of the traitors. Itachi needed you to hate him. He wanted you to get strong, kill him, and bring honor back to your clan, Naruto told him. Sasuke had tears in his eyes. I wouldn't have cared if they hated me. If I had Itachi with me, it wouldn't matter. I looked up to him. He was everything I wanted to be, and then the massacre happened. I thought I was all alone. I couldn't trust anyone after what Itachi did. Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. He did this so you could create whatever kind of life you wanted, held back by nothing. Sasuke, don't waste that. I don't know. I always said I would rebuild my clan, but the more I learn about the more impossible that goal seems, Sasuke told him. Naruto frowned. Bullshit. My whole life people have either viewed me as a monster that needed to be locked away or weapon to be used. I'm gonna bring peace to the ninja world. Something that seems impossible, but damn it, I'm gonna do it. Sasuke looked at him. I just need some time to think. Don't tell anyone about this. Just let me try to straighten this out in my head. Naruto nodded. Alright, just don't anything rash, okay? Sasuke just looked at him and left Naruto to worry about his friend. Sasuke was walking home, just trying to figure out what all of this meant, when he heard a rustle in the trees and felt chakra signatures near the treetop. Whoever you are, come out now and won't kill you. 4 people dropped in front of him, a girl with red hair and a bandana, and fat man with brown skin, a 6-armed man, and white-haired man with green lips. They all looked kinda freaking. The one with white hair spoke up. So, you're Lord Orochimaru's next project. Interesting. You don't look like much. I'm Sakin. The red-haired girl is Tayuya. The 6-armed one in Kidomaru. And the fat one is Jirobo. Sasuke scowled. What does that sneak freak want with me? The fuck did you just say? Tayuya swore. Tayuya. Jirobo began. Not one word, fat ass, she snapped. Sakin spoke up again. Enough you two. Now then, Lord Orochimaru is offering you the power you seek to destroy your brother. He can make it so that the curse mark is even more powerful than it is now. All he asks in return is your loyalty, nothing less, nothing more. And if I refuse? Sasuke asked. Kidomaru spoke up next. Then I tie your ass in web and drag you back to be used for experiments. You act like it would be easy to take me down, Sasuke shot back. Sakin sighed. Look, we've made our offer, you think on it, and then, contrary to what my 6-armed friend said, you can come if you please, and we'll leave you alone if you don't want to. We don't want you if you're incooperative, it'll cause more trouble than good. We'll be at the gate at midnight. The 4 of them jumped back into the trees, and Sasuke frowned. It seemed as though all of the major decisions in his life were going to be decided on in one day. Naruto got to the apartment, found Mei sleeping. He walked up to the head and gently shook her awake. Mei groggily looked up and smiled. Hey Naruto-kun, what's up? Let's just say it was very eventful. Mei-chan, can I ask you something important? Naruto asked. Mei looked up. She could tell this was important. Naruto-kun, what is it? It's just, the thing with Sasuke and all these secrets, it's got me wondering. Mei-chan, did you only get close to me for the sake of the mist, or do you really care about me? Naruto looked up at her with hopeful eyes. Mei looked surprised. Naruto-kun, we both know that this got started because of a political marriage, but of course I care about you. I've gotten to know you, and you're a great guy. If I'm being forced to marry someone, I'm glad it's you. Naruto-kun, you don't need to worry, I like you a lot. I don't know if I would call it love yet, but I need you to know that I would never play you like that. Naruto smiled. Thanks Mei-chan, that means a lot. Mei got a seductive smile on her face. Want to have a little fun before bed to ease your mind? Yes please. Naruto said and leaned forward to capture her lips in a kiss. Naruto woke up to the sound of a bird tapping on his window. He looked over to see it was a messenger bird. He opened the window and took the message. Naruto couldn't believe what he read. I sighed. Sasuke was attempting to leave the village. He was on his way to the hidden sound as he read. Naruto was screaming at the top of his lungs. Why would he leave? I thought he had changed. It doesn't make sense. Shikamaru and Naruto had been chosen to lead the retrieval mission. They had Kiba, Neji and Choji with them. Choji spoke up next. Naruto, maybe there's more to this than we think. Look, it doesn't matter. All that matters right now is that we find him, Kiba told them. They all nodded except for Naruto. He just stood there and waited. Until it was time to head out. They had a slight advantage due to that fact they had to complete Sasuke's curse mark, so they had time to catch up. They could still catch him. Naruto could still find out why. They had been traveling non-stop for the past hour. Kiba told them they were gaining on the scent of the sound ninja. Neji activated his Byakugan to look around. I can see one person up ahead. Looks like one of them split from the group. Shikamaru scowled. Damn, we don't have time for this. Choji spike up. You guys keep moving. I'll handle this, you guys go one ahead. You sure? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, you guys keep going, Choji told them. They left and Choji jumped into the clearing. The battle was about to start. They continued on for about 20 minutes, when Neji told them he saw another person out on a branch. We don't have freaking time for this, Naruto yelled. Shikamaru analyzed the situation. We need Kiba to keep us in the scent, and Naruto's definitely the strongest of us. It'd be best to save him just in case we meet someone too strong for us, so that leaves me or Neji. You go on ahead, the team needs your intelligence more than my eyes, Neji told Shikamaru. Shikamaru nodded. All right. Catch up with us when you can. They left as Neji jumped onto a branch near some six-armed man. The man started the fight by shooting webbing at him, Neji could tell. This was gonna be tough. They kept gaming on Sasuke to the point that they were only 15 minutes behind. They were stopped by red-headed girls screaming at them. Hey dumb fucks. I don't know how you got this far and I don't care, you shitheads stop right here. Shikamaru sighed, and made hand seal. Kiba, Naruto, get moving. I just caught in shadow possession, but you don't have much time. What the fuck, when do you do this? Let me go damn it, Tayuya swore. Go already, Shikamaru told them, and they went on their way. Saken was getting nervous. The Leaf Ninja were just a few minutes away from them, and Sasuke couldn't come out for another 10 minutes. He stopped when he looked to see an ill white-haired man up ahead. What the hell are you doing here? I thought you were dead. I will be soon. Give me the boy, I'll go as fast as I can. You hold the others off, he told him. Just as he left, Saken saw the Leaf Ninja closing in. Too late, by the time you get to him it'll be finished, and he'll belong to Lord Orochimaru. Naruto, get moving. I can handle this freak. You need to talk to Sasuke when he wakes up, Kaiba yelled. Naruto jumped into the trees and started running towards the man carrying Sasuke, while Kiba got into battle position. Naruto continued on to find the white-haired man alone next to an empty barrel. Where is he? That is none of your concern. What you need to be worried about is me killing you, the man replied. Naruto got ready to fight when a green-blue entered the scene. It was Lee and he seemed to be drunk. Naruto hiccup. You get going hiccup. I want to soar with this hiccup, guy. Naruto chose not to look a gift horse in the mouth and went after Sasuke, leaving Lee to have his fun. Naruto had reached the Valley of the End to find Sasuke standing in the middle. He looked up at Naruto and motioned for him to come over. Naruto screamed as ran towards him. Sasuke. Naruto reached Sasuke. He was panting slightly. Naruto. Sasuke began. Naruto cut him off. What the hell? I thought you finally understood. I thought you were finally gonna stop obsessing over your brother, but no, why, damn it, why the hell are you leaving? And if you say it's to get strong enough to kill your brother, I'm gonna kick the every living shit out of you? Naruto, I'm going undercover, Sasuke finished. What? Naruto was dumbfounded. Sasuke looked at the ground. Naruto, I still don't know how to feel about the leaf, Itachi, anything really. The only person I feel I can really trust is you, which is why I feel I owe it to you to tell you the truth. Other than Tsunade, you're the only one who know about this. I'm sorry, but I just need to get out of the village for a while, and this seems like the best way to do it. Naruto was still confused. What about your friends who almost died to bring you back? Tsunade has Jonin keeping an eye on all of them. If things get to Sirius, they'll intervene, Sasuke told him. You really need to do this? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded. Yes, I do. Naruto had tears in his eyes. Fine, good luck. I guess I won't be seeing you at the wedding. No, you won't, your good friend Naruto. Thank you for everything. Sasuke had moist eyes as well. Sasuke walked away, leaving Naruto to stand there. Naruto turned around and went back towards the leaf, thinking of his friend the entire time. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office with his friends. Sakura was crying. Shikamaru felt bad about getting friends hurt. Shino wished he could have gone on the mission. Kakashi felt like he had failed his students, and Naruto pretended like he hated himself for not being fast enough. Why did he leave? Sakura sobbed. Ino held her friend. It's okay, forehead girl, he's just confused, that all. Naruto wanted so badly to tell his friend the truth, but he knew he couldn't. I'm sorry, Sakura. Sakura looked up and wiped her eyes. It's not your fault. They were too far gone by the time you found out about it. I'm just so sad. Team 7 is gone. Without you and Sasuke, it's just not Team 7 anymore. Tsunade spoke up next. Sakura and I had already discussed her becoming my apprentice, so I think I'll just make it official now. Kakashi, you just spend your free time training. The Akatsuki is still out there and we're going to need you as strong as we can get you. Kakashi nodded. He didn't really want to train another team anyway. Team 7 had meant too much to him to just move on. Sakura went up to Naruto. Naruto, we've got to stay in touch. Promise to come visit me every time you're in town? Naruto smiled. Of course. Alright everyone, but Naruto, clear the room. I've got to talk to him, said Tsunade. They did as they were told. What do you need? He asked. Tsunade looked at him. I know you're not going to tell anyone about Sasuke going undercover, are you? I know you know, so don't play dumb. I'm not going to tell anyone, Naruto whispered, almost to himself. He left the room and went back to the apartment. The last week of being in the leaf went by quickly. He didn't open up to many people about how he was really feeling. Only Iruka knew just how sad the boy was. It bothered Mei slightly that he wouldn't open up to her about it, but she knew they had only been together a month. She had to give it time. They were going to leave tomorrow. Mei was still worried about Naruto, but she was excited about going back home. She was going to do everything in her power to make it feel like home for Naruto. Wow, that was a long chapter. Thanks to Hoichi for some clan names you'll see in the next chapter, and thank you all for reading. Chapter 7, Lucky Number 7. Naruto finally heads to the mist, and once again thanks to Hoichi for some clan names you'll see in this about this chapter kinda being filler, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Oh, and I've been putting page breaks in this, but it doesn't seem to show it sometimes. Can someone tell me why? Naruto and Mei stood at the gate of the hidden leaf saying their final goodbyes to all of their friends. The three girls of the Rookie 9 were up first. Don't you worry, Mizukage-san. Our flower shop is gonna make your wedding the most beautiful you've ever seen, Ino told her. Sakura smiled. I'm just so happy to be in wedding. I can't believe I'm the Mizukage's bridesmaid. Father was very pleased to hear I was in the wedding. He said it was good for the image of a claw and head. Hinata stuttered. Sakura ran up to Naruto and gave him a hug. I'm not gonna see you for a month until we have the wedding, and only once a month after that when you come from your ambassador duties. You'd better not forget about me. Naruto smirked. Well, you have hit me a lot. I think my memory might be impaired. Sakura shot him a look. Of course I'll remember you, Sakura-chan. Shikamaru sighed. Goodbyes are too troublesome. Kiba laughed. And that is why I was made the new best man instead of you. Shikamaru shrugged. I just wish I could go with Choji and help his family handle the cooking. That sounds much easier than being a groomsman, but my mother wouldn't let me back out. This all so troublesome. Everyone else finished for him. They all broke out in laughter. Iruka gave Naruto a hug and they nodded to each other. They both knew nothing needed to be said there. Jiraiya shook Naruto's hand and told him to keep it up with the toad training, and whispered to him that his parents would be proud. Kakashi offered Naruto one of his books so he could prepare for the wedding night, causing Mei to send him a threatening glance. Tsunade gave him a bone-crushing hug and told him that if he became a pervert like his teacher, she'd smack him, causing Naruto to nod quickly. Guy and his little twin Lee told Naruto not to let his flames of youth burn out, and Neji simply told him to keep defying fate. Anko told him to enjoy his wedding night, and maybe if she got drunk enough she'd join him and his wife, making Naruto blush and Mei roar with laughter. Kakashi pouted and asked why she got to make jokes, which Mei simply responded to by saying she actually thought Anko was funny. The Jonin shook his head and went back to reading his book. Naruto had tears in his as he looked out at all his friends. Thanks guys, for everything. My life wasn't always great, but you guys really made it feel like home. I promise to see you all as soon as I can. I'll never forget you guys, you're all awesome. Mei smiled gently at her soon-to-be husband. Ao just arrived, it's time to head out. She looked out at all of Naruto's friends. Thank all of you for everything you've done for Naruto. I'll make sure you're all an active part of Naruto's life, I promise. Naruto nodded and they began to head out. He took one last look at his old home. He was really going to miss it. They were traveling to the mist when a sudden outburst from Naruto stopped them. Ah, damn it. They looked at him confused. What? Naruto frowned. I forgot to talk to Pervy Sage about adding you on to the Toad summoning contract. Mei looked stunned. Why would you do that? Pervy Sage told me it's common for married couples to add one another to their summoning contracts. It only makes sense to put you on it. You're great with the Toad's three main elements, water, earth, and fire for their oil. It just makes sense. I'm gonna give to our kids anyway. Naruto told her. Mei nodded. It did make sense. She thought about what he had said and smirked. So, you do want us to have kids? Naruto blushed. Well, I thought about it and yeah, I do. I've always wanted to have a family, so why wouldn't that involve kids? I mean, I don't want any right now, but eventually kids sound kinda cool. Mei walked over and kissed him on the cheek. I'm glad you feel that way. Naruto blushed again. I'm gonna summon Gamakichi, just give me a sec. Naruto made a few hand seals and pressed his hand to the ground. A plume of smoke shot up and a small toad appeared. Yo. Oh hey Naruto. Why'd you summon me? Gamakichi asked. I was wondering if it would be possible to add my soon-to-be wife, Mei, to the summoning contract. We're heading to the mist right now so please make it quick. Naruto told him. Gamakichi nodded. Oh yeah, there's a whole thing for that. It's actually pretty easy. I'll tell you all about on the way. They continued to travel and Gamakichi told Naruto how it worked. It was pretty simple really. Once they were married, Naruto would summon the boss toad. There would be a small ceremony promising loyalty to Naruto and the toads, and Mei would sign her name if Gamabunta felt she was worthy. Since she was a cage, Naruto was pretty sure Gamabunta would feel she was worthy. They had finally reached the gates of the hidden mist. Naruto could see several faces very happy to see Mei return to the village. Naruto could see two women, one with brown long hair who must have been about 18, and thin woman who looked like a much prettier Kisame, with light blue skin, dark blue lips and hair which was a little short who looked about 15. The one with blue hair was first to speak. So you're Mei's new boy toy. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Just kidding cutie. I'm Hairi Hoshigaki, it's nice to meet you. Hoshigaki, are you related to that guy who tried to kill me? Naruto asked. Hairi gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, sorry about Kisame, he wasn't always like that. After he was forced to kill 4 of the 7 swordsmen he kinda lost faith in the mist. I'll never forgive those bastards from the Akatsuki who took advantage of him when he was vulnerable like that, she finished angrily. The other girl nodded. My father was one of the swordsmen Yagaru forced Kisame to kill. He was Fubuki Shikazan. I hated Hari at first, but once we got to know each other we agreed it was Yagaru's fault. Although I guess now we know it's the Akatsuki's fault. They really seem to have an interest in the 7 swordsmen. I'm Rituji by the way. Wow, you guys knew some of the 7 swordsmen, that's amazing. I actually wield Zabuza's old sword, Naruto said, showing them the blade. They both sat eyes at it in awe. It was really quite amazing. Just the craftsmanship alone was sight to behold. Mei decided to introduce the two further. Hari here has a very powerful affinity for water, and Rituji use hair-based jutsu like her father, although it's not a bloodline. They're my other two bridesmaids and two very close friends of mine. You should really get to know them better if you can. Naruto smiled. We have to go see the council, right? Let's just have them go with us and we can talk on the way, Naruto said, offering the two his arms. Both Hairi and Rituji smiled and accepted. Wow, Mei, cute and polite, you bagged a good one. Mei laughed and shook her head. Admittedly, she was slightly bothered she didn't get an arm to be guided with. They reached the Mizukage's building after a nice wall in which Naruto learned a lot his new friends. He learned about Mei meeting them after breaking up an argument between the two when they were younger, about how over the next 3 years the two would slowly become good friends, and they even managed to sneak in a threat towards Naruto about if he ever hurt Mei. It was an interesting walk for sure. They entered the council's chambers and took their seats. Naruto was right next to Mei at the center of the council table with the rest of them surrounding her. Mei stood up and announced the meeting had officially began, and they all went right to the topic on everyone's mind, Naruto Uzumaki. I must say, first and foremost, that having this boy here presents a major risk, one councilman began. Mei stopped him there. Alright, let me stop this before it starts. Naruto may be a risk, but he'd be a risk we had to protect even if I didn't marry him. If we're allied with the Leaf, then we're going to have to defend either way. Well, maybe we should have chosen different allies, another councilman suggested. All the other villages have Jinchuriku's as well, at least we were smart enough to choose the strongest village, Mei responded. Another councilman was about to speak, but was cut off by Mei. It's not up for discussion, this is final. Does anyone have anything real to discuss? They all grew quiet, no one really had anything to say. One councilman finally said, perhaps we should just discuss the wedding. They spent the rest of the time discussing how the wedding would go and who all would be invited. It was rather boring, but better than the political discussions. The meeting ended late and they were both exhausted. Neither of them could wait to get home and get some rest. Naruto had never seen the Mizukage's estates either, and he was very eager to see his new home. They continued walking until Mei stopped them at a large 3-story house. Well, here we are. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Wow, we live here. Mei nodded. Yup. Come on, I'll show you around. They took tour of the large mansion, 15 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a massive dining hall, even a hot spring for bathing. It was really amazing. They reached the master bedroom and Mei went to get change, leaving Naruto to look around. It had a very large bed, with a beautiful bed frame. Just about everything in the room was beautiful. It was really a sight to see. Mei walked back out in her usual sleeping attire and Naruto got changed as well. It had been a long day, and Naruto was going to have to find Mizura and Zawabo tomorrow to help with his sealing and wind chakra. Naruto sighed. He never really took a break anymore. He would have to change that when he got married. Mei could sense what he was thinking and cuddle up to him. Look at it this way, at least you aren't like me and have to do paperwork all day long. At least training is fun. Naruto laughed. With the way they all talked about paperwork, maybe bringing peace to the ninja world was gonna be easier than be Hokage ever would have been. Chapter 8, the last chapter before the wedding. Woohoo! I thought about making more, but I just hate to make filler, so after this the wedding will commence, and as for doing 2 chapters in one day, I had free time, which is rare for me, so I figured I would get this out of the to everyone who has been following and favoriting the story, and a major thank you to everyone who has been reviewing the story and giving me feedback on what I need to work on. Please enjoy Chapter 8. Naruto awoke to his first day in the mist to a messenger knocking on the door. Mei had awoken before him, so she answered it. It was a messenger Nin, informing them that the council want to see just how powerful Naruto was. Mei sighed. She had been expecting this. Sorry Naruto-kun. I know you were hoping to go and find Zawabo and Mizura right away, but they won't stop until you show them what you can do. Come to think of it, I don't think I fully know what you can do. Naruto gave his classic foxy grin. Well then, come by and watch with the council. After all, you need to know how freaking awesome your husband is. Mei laughed. Alright then, you get dressed and let's get going. Those old pricks don't like to be kept waiting. Naruto reached the council room. Kabikirabocho strapped on his back and his soon-to-be wife by his side. Alright. I heard you guys wanted to see just what I can do, so let's get out to the training grounds so I don't blow the roof of this place. One of the councilmen sneered, "You seem pretty cocky, short stack." Naruto shot him a grin. "Wait, do you hold off on calling me cocky until you see what I can do." They all nodded and went down to the training grounds. "I've got people to go see, so let's make this quick," Naruto said, and made about a dozen shadow clones. They all started to mutter about large chakra reserves, and Naruto just kept smirking. "You guys haven't seen anything yet." The clones began to go through hand signs. One used Great Breakthrough, another slicing A palms. Cyclone Shuriken was done by one of them, and two of them helped Naruto perform a Rasengan, while another used a wind-enhanced Kabikirabocho to slice through several logs. The council was stunned at the pure display of power. This kid was definitely Chunin material. Hell, he might have been Jonin material. Impressive. "We understand you can summon the legendary boss Toad. May we see it?" Naruto shook his head. "Hell no, if I called him for something like this, he'd kill me." The council nodded. "Fine, we're satisfied with your display and rank, you are dismissed." Mei walked over with a large smile on her face. "Very impressive, you'll be a Jonin in no time if you keep this up." Naruto shot her another foxy grin. "Well, I need to be strong if I'm marrying the Mizukage." Mei leaned over and gave him a small peck on the lips. "I suppose you do. Mizura is on a mission, but he should be back later today. Go and find Zawabo for now, he's at a training ground just east of here." Naruto nodded. "All right, see you later." Naruto went east until he found a burned training ground. He felt safe to assume Zawabo was here. He found him practicing a fire jutsu on one of the trees. He looked about 14. He stopped when he saw Naruto coming. "Hey there, can I help you with something?" he asked cheerfully. Naruto smiled at him. "I'm Naruto, and I was wondering if I could get some help with my wind jutsu. I know you're not much better than me with it, but it's still nice to have someone to bounce ideas off of." Zawabo looked up in realization. "Oh, you're Mei's soon-to-be husband. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm Zawabo, but I guess you already knew that. I'd be happy to help you in any way I can. Mei's a close friend of mine." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, Mei mentioned that, which reminds me, will you be in the wedding as one of the groomsmen? She made some of my friends bridesmaids. It only makes sense to make some of hers groomsmen." Zawabo smiled brightly. "Of course, it'd be my pleasure. Who all else is gonna be in the wedding?" Naruto thought for a second. "You wouldn't know any of my friends. The only ones you would know is Rituji and Hairi." Zawabo went wide-eyed. "Hairi's gonna be in the wedding. Sweet. Maybe I'll get to walk down with her." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Do you have crush on her?" Zawabo blushed. "So what if I do? You aren't one of those assholes who make fun of her for her skin, are you?" Naruto raised his hands in defense. No, I just thought maybe you could ask her to be your date for the wedding." Zawabo looked at the ground. "Nah, I don't think she likes me like that." "Have you ever asked her out?" Naruto asked. "Well, no," Zawabo responded. "Then how do you know? Maybe she likes you back," Naruto suggested. Zawabo thought about it for a second. "I don't know, maybe. Why don't we just move on to jutsu?" Naruto pulled out one of his scrolls and they got to work. Naruto and Zawabo had made a decent amount of progress on his jutsus. Zawabo really knew about the theoretical part of wind style. Naruto had just gotten word that Mizura had returned, and he went to go and find him. Naruto saw him leaving the Mizukage's building and went up to talk to him. "Hey Mizura." Mizura looked up. "Yes, may I help you?" Naruto went to shake his hand. "Hi, I'm Naruto. I'm guessing Mei told you about me. I was wondering if you could help me in learning about sealing." Mizura smiled. "Naruto. Yes, Mei did tell me about you. I would be happy to teach you about sealing. It'll be nice to have another sealer in the mist other than myself." Naruto was a little off-put by how stoic and calm yet pleasant the man seemed, kinda like a happy Neji, which didn't seem wrong, but decided not to worry about and just go with the flow. "Great, I was reading something about gravity seals, and I was thinking that those would be perfect. I saw a friend of mine use something like them and the results were fantastic." Mizura nodded. "Yes, they are quite useful for building one's speed, strength and stamina, and once they are removed your body becomes even faster, but please do not tell anyone that I can do this. For you, and I would advise not to advertise your sealing skills either. Once people learn you know how to seal, they'll never leave you alone in asking for favor involving it." Naruto understood what he meant, and they started to go into the art of sealing. Naruto decided to ask Mizura quickly. "Oh, and before I forget, I know it would mean a lot to Mei if you were in the wedding. She invited 2 of my friends to be bridesmaids, so I thought I would invite you to be a groomsman. Mizura nodded with a smile. Of course, it would be my honor. Naruto got home and fell back onto the giant mattress in the master bedroom. It had really been a long day, much longer than he would have liked. He had a feeling the next few weeks were going to be like this. Mei looked at Naruto and shook her head. Looks like both of us had a busy day. Did you track down Mizura and Zawabo? Yeah, we got a start on what we would be working on. We should have the gravity seal ready by the day after tomorrow. And I've got a good start on a couple new wind jutsus, he told her. Oh, and I asked Mizura and Zawabo to be my other 2 groomsmen. I hope that's okay. Mei smiled brightly. No, that's great, you really did that. Thank you, this is really important to me. Naruto just nodded. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry if I seem out of it, I'm just really tired. Alright, I'm pretty tired myself. I'm gonna go get change. See you in just a sec, Mei responded. It didn't take long for Naruto to fall asleep, it really had been a long day. The next 3 weeks passed incredibly quickly. The gravity seals were helping out with Naruto's physical strength. He learned 2 new wind jutsu, drill wind fist and great air repulsion. The progress he was making was extremely impressive. He had made a lot of new friends in the mist. Once the village got to know Naruto, they really came to like him. Mei continued with classic political bullcrap, although after Naruto's display, they stopped really being concerned with him. The 2 of them had grown very close over the past few weeks. They still hadn't said I love you, but considering they had only been together 2 months, they were doing quite well. The wedding was just a week away, and everyone in the mist was very excited. Things like this didn't happen often, and was gonna be one hell of a party. Naruto woke up and walked to look out the window, was now only 2 days away from the wedding, something he still couldn't believe. He saw Mei had woke up too, and walked up to her. How are you feeling? Mei smiled. Good, you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head, a little nervous but excited. Mei leaned up and kissed him. I know, so am I. Naruto looked at her and smirked. My friend will be arriving today. I can't wait to see them again. Naruto told her and walked out the door to go meet them. It was kinda nice to know people had come just to see him. All of Naruto's friends arrived at the gate, smiles on their faces. This was gonna be a fun weekend, they could tell. Naruto ran up to meet them. Hey guys, what up? They all smiled, and as he ran up, it was really good to see him again. Naruto, how've you been? I hope the mist has been treating you well, Tsunade told him. Of course Bachin, I am marrying Mizukage for Pete's sake. Come on, I know good restaurant where we can catch up. Naruto responded. They all nodded and followed him. He got to hear all of Naruto's new stories about his new life in the mist. Naruto had good time hearing about Sakura's new training, Ino's planning of the flowers, Kiba helping with the Inuzuka dogs, everything. Naruto loved being with his friends again, and Mei came and joined them shortly, and things got even more fun once Hairi and Rituji came and hung out with Anko. The night was great, and it made Naruto even more excited for the wedding. Get ready for a wedding next chapter. I'll update soon, and thanks for reading. Chapter 9. Alright, time for a wedding. Here's hoping it's pretty good. Oh, and also, I'm working on ideas for my next fanfic, and I was thinking something a little darker. So what if Naruto is lost during the mission in the wave and is tricked by Orochimaru into joining him? Things get even more complicated when Kyuubi Kurama tells him that he'll give him his power so that he can take over the hidden sound. Sound interesting? Tell me in the reviews? Anyway, on with the wedding. Naruto looked around the room. Kiba, Shikamaru, Zawabo, and Mizura all wore elegant black kimono like the one his was wearing. He was silently in the groom's room, waiting for his big with his soon-to-be wife. In just an hour he would be married. Mei would be his wife. That still blew Naruto's mind. Kiba walked up and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You ready, man? Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, I think I am. It's kinda strange, but I really like Mei. I think we're actually gonna be really happy together. Pretty lucky for an arranged marriage. Troublesome as you can be, you tend to get pretty lucky. I guess this is no exception, Shikamaru told him. Naruto laughed. He did seem to always find to make best out of any situation. Zawabo came up and slapped him on the back. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks to you I actually got a date with Hairi. Naruto shook his head. All I did was tell you to ask her out, it wasn't that hard. He has a point, Zawabo. The signs were right there, Mizura told him. Zawabo pouted while the rest of them laughed. They wondered if the bridesmaids' room was like this. Sakura, Hinata, Hairi, and Rituji sat patiently waiting for Mei to come out in her dress. The anticipation was killing them, but they knew something like this took time. Mei finally walked out and everyone's jaw dropped. She looked amazing. She wore an elegant white dress that hugged her body, showed just enough cleavage so that it was attractive without being trashy. A simple white veil covered her face, and no straps so that it showed her shoulders. "So how'd I look?" she asked. "You look great, you're gonna knock Naruto out," Sakura told her. "Wow Mei, you look fantastic," said Hairi and Rituji. "Yes, you look very nice, Naruto will be very happy," Hinata said, proud that she had kept control of her stutter, something she intended to do until the wedding was over. She had been working on confidence since Naruto left. She was happy to say she was making great progress. Mei sighed with a small smile. "This is really it, isn't it? I'm getting married today?" She still couldn't believe she was getting married today. She kept saying it over and over in her mind. It was just amazing to her. Mei knew when she became Mizukage she would likely have to be politically married, but she honestly never expected to actually like her husband. She thought she was going to get some uptight jackass who felt it was nothing more than a job to marry her. She never thought he would actually put forth some effort in this relationship. Naruto had really surprised her. She honestly wasn't sure if she could have gotten anyone better. She was really starting to feel this whole thing could work out. The time had finally arrived. Naruto stood at the altar, waiting for his soon-to-be wife to walk down the aisle. He took a deep breath. It was kinda overwhelming, all of this happening at once, but he knew he could do this. For Mei and his friends, he would do anything. The music played and the doors opened to sight that took Naruto's breath away. Mei stood there, looking absolutely amazing. Ow! The man she had come to view as a father, walked her down and she gave him small kiss on the cheek. Ao smiled and gave her hug, and she walked up to meet Naruto. Tsunade, who was performing the ceremony, began to speak. "We're here today to join these two nations and two hearts in marriage. Both of these individuals, who I'm proud to call my friend, exemplify the very thing their villages stand for. Naruto represents the undying and unsurrendering spirit of the leaf, and Mei represents the diversity and ability to survive the mist has become known for. If you would both please read your vows." Naruto pulled his out of his pocket and took another deep breath. "Mei, when this all first started I was terrified. I always put on a mask when I'm scared, and when I first met it was no exception. Yet, in no time at all, you showed me I could trust you with who I really was. We have a very similar past, we both know about being held back, but refusing to give up on our dreams. You made me feel like I really had someone I could talk to, someone who really knew what I'd gone through. I really feel like there's someone just like me out there. I can honestly say with all my heart, I love you Mei Terumi." Mei had small tear in her eye. It was the first time either of them had said it. She wiped the tear from her eye and began to speak. "Naruto, when I found out I would be married to some person I didn't know, I became sure that I would someone I could never love. Life had never seemed to be kind to me, but then I met you, and you were amazing. You're kind, sweet, strong, everything I'd ever wanted in a man. You were always honest with me. You really came to trust me and it made me feel like I could trust you. We were so similar, so much alike. I really felt like you understood me. I'm glad I was forced into marriage, because if I wasn't I never would have met you. I love you too Naruto Uzumaki." Tsunade smiled and finished the ceremony. "I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride." They kissed and everyone cheered. "I now present for the very first time, Mr. and Mrs. Naruto Uzumaki." The reception was fantastic. Amazing food, dancing, everything you could ever imagine. Ino had went a little insane with the flowers. Blue and orange roses were everywhere, but it still looked very nice. Kiba danced with Hinata. Zawabo with Hairi. Enko even got Kakashi to dance. Naruto and Mei danced the night away. They were both so happy they had really found someone special, someone to spend the rest of their life with. Mei stepped outside for a moment to get a breath of fresh air. The night had been great so far, but very overwhelming. Well, little Mei, how have you been?" a figure in the shadows asked. Mei didn't even jump. "Fine Kisame, it is my wedding night after all." The blue-skinned swordsman stepped out. "You do know what he contains, don't you?" Mei scowled. "Yes, and I don't care. He's a great person and the damn fox doesn't change anything." Kisame turned serious. For your sake and my sister's you should stay away from him. We will come after him eventually, and when we do nothing will stop us. Mei sent him a wave of killer intent. You have to get through me first. Kisame chuckled. You always were a wild one, don't say I didn't warn you. Kisame jumped away leaving Mei to stand there. She went back inside to spend more time with her new husband. Naruto held Mei close to him as they danced. He felt like whole world had just melted away for a short while. So really meant everything you said up there, you really love me? Mei put her hand onto his chest. Of course, I couldn't imagine anything better. Naruto smiled. I'm glad, I really want you to be happy. Mei got a seductive smirk on her face. Just wait till tonight, once we get back to the mansion, I'm going to make you very happy. This is gonna be the best weekend of your life. Naruto blushed. Should we head out then? Mei nodded. Oh yes, I think that we should. She grabbed his hand and rushed at the door. They kisses passionately all the way through the hallway to the master bedroom. Once they got there, Mei pushed him on the bed and went into the bathroom. I'm gonna put something a little more comfortable on, be right back. Naruto nodded dumbly and waited. Mei walked out wearing a lace black and blue bra with matching panties. You ready for the real deal? Naruto nodded vigorously and she pounced on him. The room would be filled sounds of passion and moans of pleasure throughout the night. Naruto may have been younger, but he could more than keep up with Mei, and with Mei knowing fun things they could try, it was an incredible night for both of them. So, how'd I do? Naruto panted. Mei was panting as well. Fantastic. Your stamina is amazing. 3 straight times, that's just impressive. Naruto smiled. Soon the two both drift off to sleep. It had been the most stressful and incredible day they had ever had. Naruto stood with his new wife seeing his friends off at the gate. Bye guys, I'll see you in about a month. They all smiled and nodded. Jiraiya walked up to Mei, but she cut him off before he could speak. You'd better not ask what I think you're about to ask. Jiraiya looked surprised. What are you talking about? I was just gonna ask if Naruto was gonna have signed the Toad contract. Mei looked relieved. Oh good. Yes he was. Jiraiya smiled. Good, what did you think I was gonna ask? Mei simply waved the question off. Nothing. Kakashi told Naruto to keep up with his training. Sakura told him to come and see her as soon as possible. Kiba asked how his first night with Mei was, earning him a slap on the back of the head, although when Enko asked the same question everyone laughed. They all left and Naruto stood holding Mei's hand. He had a good feeling about the next few years. Awesome. They're finally married. I'm gonna cover the time skip in 3 chapters. I really don't want to drag it out, so I'm just gonna give each of the 3 years 1 chapter. See you guys soon. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. You guys ready? Like I said earlier, these next 3 chapters are gonna cover the years between the time skip, but I won't just be making them filler, so don't worry about being bored. Well, let's stop talking about it, get to it. Naruto spent his first few days of marriage in pure bliss. His wife couldn't seem to keep her hands off him, and Naruto wasn't complaining. The village loved him. They went from being just okay with him to being fantastic to him overnight. Both Naruto and Mei had taken a few days off to relax for their honeymoon, for which they went to a nearby hot spring resort. Mei walking in the couple's spring with nothing but her bikini on and the two of them spending the rest of the day there was a particular highlight. Zawabo and Hairi continued to date, and Mizura even caught the two together one day, but said nothing under threat of death. Of course life started to turn back to normal once they got home, well almost. Mei and Naruto stood in the middle of a large clearing, getting ready to summon Gamabunta. You ready? Naruto asked. Mei nodded nervously, as ready as you can be when you're about to meet a toad the size of mountain. Naruto laughed nervously. I'm sure it'll go fine, just watch for his anger issues. Anger issues? Mei raises an eyebrow. Naruto decided it was better to show her than tell her, so he went through the hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. A large amount of smoke filled the clearing, and a booming voice could be heard. Who the hell summoned me? Oh, it's the Gaki. What do you want, shrimp? I was about to have some sake. Naruto jumped off his head and stood next to Mei. This is my new wife, I wanted her to sign the contract. Gamabunta looked at her. Oh yeah, my boy mentioned something about this. So this her huh? Well, at least she's cute for a human. What good is she in a fight? I have 2 bloodlines, lave and boil release. I'm excellent with earth, water and fire style, Mei told him. Gamabunta nodded. Sound good. and my son told me you're a Kage. I think it's pretty safe to say if you're strong enough, we just have to make sure you're loyal to us and the Gaki. Mei smiled. I can promise you, I would never break either of your trusts. All right. Just have her sign the contract and practice with the toads, you know the drill, said the toad. That's it? You almost killed me, and you just let her join no question, Naruto screamed. Gamabunta shrugged. She's a Kage, you're not, deal with it. He poofed away while Naruto pouted. Mei just smiled and they got to work. The next 3 months were rather uneventful. Naruto went on his visits to the Leaf and saw his friends, learn about how they were coming along and all that. Sakura was still learning medical ninjutsu, Lee was healing from his injuries, Shikamaru continued to hate the work of being a chunin, so on and so forth. Yet, every time he went to the Leaf, he still thought of his old friend Sasuke. From what Tsunade had told him Sasuke was getting them was incredibly valuable, he was doing quite well. Naruto hoped he was finding what he was looking for, and that he would see his old friend again soon. Naruto returned from his 3rd visit with the Leaf to find that his wife had mission for him. He was very happy to hear that, he hadn't gotten a real mission since he got to the mist. Naruto smiled and gave his wife a quick kiss. Great, what have you got for me? You and Zawabo will be going on mission to recover Kiba, she began. Wait, Kiba's in trouble, why am I just finding out about this now? Naruto screamed. Mei laughed, not your friend Kiba, the twin blades Kiba. It's one of the 7 deadly swords, we've tracked down the missing nin who has it and we want you and Zawabo to retrieve it. Naruto nodded, oh okay, who has it? Mei pulled out a bingo book, turned to a certain page, and handed it to Naruto. Raiga Kurasuki, 2nd wielder of Kiba. He's extremely talented with lighting chakra, and has developed his own style that he refers to as lighting funerals. He seems to have developed some kind of sensory powers we can't quite explain. He didn't have them when he was still in the mist, but they've made him much more deadly. Normally we would send some Jonin to do this, but you and Zawabo are Jonin level, and also your wind chakra will make his lighting chakra very vulnerable. It should be a decent challenge, but nothing you can't handle. Alright, I'm gonna head home and get packed. What time do I leave tomorrow? Naruto asked. 6 a.m. Don't be late. Mei got a little smile on her face. I'll be sure to give you a proper send-off when I get home tonight. Naruto nodded happily and headed home to prepare for his mission. Naruto and Zawabo were on their way to a small village just outside the hidden mist. Raiga was supposed to be staying there with some bandits. Supposedly he was leading them into the mist with his knowledge of its defenses, and they would raid as much as they could. One of the mist spies discovered this and told the Mizukage immediately. The mist had been trying to retrieve all the 7 deadly swords for a while now, and with Kisame having Samahata they would need to retrieve as many of the other blades first before they could go for him. I still don't get it, how can someone just develop sensory powers out of bow where? Naruto asked. Zawabo shrugged, I don't know, it does seem kinda impossible. Being a sensor is something you're born with, not something you develop. If we can we should find out how he got them, if it's something we can recreate it would be a major gain for the mist. Naruto nodded, it would be nice to have more sensory ninjas, especially since they're so rare. They reached the hotel they were staying at and went inside. Zawabo paid for one 2-person room that he and Naruto would share. They went up to the room and laid down, they were both tired from all the traveling. Zawabo went to go and turn off the light, we'll get up at about 7 a.m. tomorrow, alright? Naruto yawned, yeah, sure. They both laid down and drift off to sleep, they would have a big day tracking down Raiga tomorrow. Naruto and Zawabo had been looking for Raiga for a couple hours, but hadn't gotten very far. It appeared most of the town was afraid of him, they wouldn't tell them anything. They decided to start asking if anyone had seen any bandits around, which got them much better results. It appeared that, while the town feared Raiga, they hated the bandits and wanted them gone. Raiga would find out if someone turned on them, but bandits weren't very smart, it was perfectly believable that one of them could let something slip. Raiga wouldn't have any proof that they had told anyone anything. They were able to find out that the bandit were staying at an abandoned mine shaft just outside of town. Naruto and Zawabo were currently on their way to the mine shaft and creating a plan to get Kiba. We're going to have to take out the bandits first. I'm going to use great fire incineration inside the mine shaft. That should fry or at least immobilize all the bandits. Raiga won't be so easy, I imagine he's staying somewhere else nearby. but he'll definitely come after us after once we kill his men. Naruto nodded and got in position above the mine shaft. Zawabo made the proper hand signs and shot a massive stream of fire inside. There was some screaming and Zawabo cleared out. Several bandits came running out. They waited till everyone had left and went inside. They found some random pillaged items, and sat down and waited for Raiga to arrive. It had been about 2 hours and Ryaga finally made his way into the cave. He spoke up when he saw Naruto and Zawabo sitting there. "So you're the people who killed my men, and you were even nice enough to stick around. How kind of you." Naruto stood up. "Raiga Kurasuke, by order of the Hidden Mist you were to either give us the Kiba blade and return home for trail, or we kill you on sight and take the swords. Your choice." Raiga laughed. "Oh, I will enjoy this funeral, it will be a truly glorious one. Prepare yourself to die." Raiga reached for his swords and channeled lighting into them. Steam's lighting shot from the blade. Naruto and Zawabo narrowly missed getting hit. The fight quickly left the mine shaft and they continued to attempt to land a hit on Raiga, but failed miserably. Raiga would always manage to dodge it, and he continued to attack Naruto and Zawabo, but he almost always ended up hitting them. Naruto couldn't figure out how he was doing it. He must have been using his sensory powers. It was the only way he could do this. "Zawabo, we've got to figure out how his sensory powers work. If we don't he's gonna fry us," said Naruto. "I know, but what are we supposed to do?" Zawabo yelled back. Naruto looked back at Raiga and noticed he had a very large hump-looking thing on his back. He appeared to mumbling to it. "Hey Zawabo, I think he's mumbling to that thing on his back. See if you can separate him from it." Zawabo nodded. "All right, but how do we hit him? Nothing we've done so far has worked." He was right. If they couldn't hit him, how do they separate them? Naruto realized he only had one option. "I'm gonna activate the Kyuubi's chakra and go all out on this guy. Make sure I don't do too much damage and get him when once they're separated." Zawabo went wide-eyed, but nodded. Naruto started to channel the Kyuubi's chakra and his appearance and demeanor immediately changed. His eyes were now red with black slits, his whisker marks were more prominent, and teeth were sharper. He went full out on Raiga, and after about 10 minutes he was able to slash the whatever it was off his back. Out of the it came a child, maybe about 12 years old. That's when Naruto figured it out. Raiga wasn't the censor. This kid saw that Zawabo had Raiga pinned down. Looks like he wasn't that tough without the kid backing him up. Naruto stopped channeling the Kyuubi's chakra and walked over. They had a lot to figure out. Raiga ended up killing himself to avoid being captured. The kid who was censor wouldn't talk to them. He just cried for a while and left. Both Naruto and Zawabo agreed it was best just to let him go. He wouldn't help them if they forced him to come anyway. They retrieved Kiba and went home. It took them about 2 days to get to the mist. Naruto was thrilled to be home and the council was ecstatic to how the Kiba blades back. Naruto had another ranked mission under his belt, so that was great too. Mei was getting very impressed with her husband. It was an eventual mission to be sure. Chapter 11. Alright. Thank all of you guys for your great reviews, and sorry if the fight Sekni in the last chapter wasn't very good. I'm not great at writing those. Also a major tip of the hat to Jose19 for figuring out something you'll see in this chapter. Nice job, you psychic son of a bitch. You're ahead of me, laughing face. After the little event with Raiga, Naruto's name became a big deal in the village. He even made it into some of the village's bingo books. Some people saw him using the Kyuubi's chakra, and while they didn't know what it was, they knew it was powerful. It earned him the nickname, the Red Mist, because of the color of chakra coming off him when he used it. Tsunade was able to keep it out of the Leaf's bingo book for a while because they were allies. However, that was before he made Jonin when he was 16, and even if they were allies, the Leaf still had to mark all a ranked Jonin for safety purposes. He was going to Leaf for his next visit in just 2 days, and his friends were already going to want to see to congratulate for making Jonin, and they were defiantly going to question him on the red chakra too. Naruto sighed. I guess I finally have to tell them, don't I? Mei smiled gently and kissed her husband. It's gonna be just fine. You know they're still gonna love you just like they did before. Everyone in the mist loves you and all of them know. I'm sure your friends of all people won't care. Mei always had a way of relaxing Naruto even in the scariest situations. Thanks, sweetie. Guess I'll talk to them before I have to go see Danzo. Mei scowled at the name. Why does that old warhawk want to see you? He already tired to sneak in that clause so that he could take our kids. What's he up to now? Naruto shrugged. I don't know, but it'll be fine. Tsunade made sure he can't take them and I trust her. Mei nodded. I know, but I can't help but worry. Speaking of kids, the council's pushing us to start a family. Apparently they want me to have kids before I lose my fertility. Naruto went wide-eyed, but you're 19, we've got plenty of years for that. Mei laughed, which is exactly what I told them. Don't worry Naruto, the only one who's gonna decide it when we have kids is us. Naruto sighed and shook his head, he really hated politics. Naruto woke up 2 mornings later and sighed. Today was the big day. He was going to have to tell all of his friends the truth about the Kyuubi. He had some breakfast, talked with Mei for a little bit, and headed out. He saw Mizura training with Kiba. Mizura was a lightning elemental, and laughed. Naruto would have to Kiba Inuzuka about the Kiba blades when he got to the leaf. He was sure everyone would get a kick out of that. Naruto got to gates of the leaf and took a deep breath. He could already tell it was gonna be a long day. He took no more than 1 step in the leaf when he saw a green blur rushing towards him. Yash, Naruto, I swore to be the first to congratulate you, and by the power of youth I have done it. Well done in becoming a Jonin, my friend, Lee screamed. Naruto winced at the boy's ear-piercing volume. Thanks Lee, but there's no need to yell. Lee, we told you to slow down, Sakura said. Her and the rest of Naruto's friend had been running behind Lee. Hey Naruto, nice job making Jonin. I'd expect nothing less from my student, said Kakashi. Naruto smirked. All you taught me was tree walking. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and laughed. Well yeah, that and teamwork. Kiba spoke up next. You're even in the bingo book, that's awesome man. Naruto laughed. Yeah I guess. Oh yeah, you know that guy the first fought, Raiga? The name of his blades was Kiba. Kiba smirked. Just a name for stuff that's awesome I guess. Or a name for stuff that's useless without its partner, Ino muttered with a giggle. Hey! Kiba yelled. Naruto, I noticed some interesting things in your bingo book entry that I couldn't quite find an explanation for. Care to explain? Shino said, making everyone jump. They didn't even realize he'd arrived. Damn it Gaki, buy a bell or put it around your neck or something, Enko yelled at him. I don't think Naruto needs to explain anything to us, said a nervous Hinata. Naruto shook his head. No, I need to explain this. Let's go get some lunch, I'll explain it there. They all nodded and headed out, very curious. They couldn't believe everything they'd just heard, the Kyuubi being alive and sealed in Naruto, his horrible childhood, all if it. Sakura had tears in her eyes. Sakura, what's wrong? Naruto asked. Sakura began to sob. Everything I did to you when I was younger, all the times I hit you and called you stupid, refused to play with you. And it wasn't even your fault. You weren't stupid or a bad kid, you just never had anyone to teach you. I'm so sorry, I'm a horrible person. She had buried her head in her hands and cried. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. It's okay, you didn't know, none of you did. Shikamaru shook his head. Still, we were pretty bad to you. Naruto smiled. I turned out okay. Everything's good now. The past is in the past. Kakashi I smiled. We're glad you feel that way Naruto. Naruto paid for his meal and got up. Well, I gotta go meet Danzo. I'll see you guys later. He left, leaving the others to question the way they had treated him when they were younger. Naruto arrived at Danzo's office and knocked on the door, which opened with Danzo standing in the door. Naruto-san, please come in. Naruto nodded and entered the room. It wasn't a very fancy place. Kinda boring really. Danzo motioned to a chair and Naruto sat down. Not to be rude, but what's this about? It's not like we know each other or something, so why'd you call me in here? Danzo sat down. His face was emotionless as ever. We have an issue that needs to be discussed, about the Kyuubi. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What about it? Danzo opened a bottle of sake he had on the table and poured himself a drink. You see, back when a young girl known as Kushina Uzumaki, possibly a relative of yours, I was never really able to find much out about her. First came her, she contained the Kyuubi. She was given for us to protect under the condition that when she died we got to keep the Kyuubi, so it more or less became the property of the leaf to do with as we please. When you were married to Mei Terumi, that did not change. We need to discuss what will happen to the Kyuubi in the event of your death. Naruto was skeptical. So why isn't the rest of the council here? Why only you? Danzo took a sip of his drink. The rest of the council is under the impression that the Kyuubi belongs to whoever it is inside of. I am not. I was hoping that you would be willing to cooperate with me when this issue comes to the council. Naruto shook his head, and why on earth would I do that? Danzo smirked. Why, to make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands, of course. Naruto-kun. May I call you that? Naruto shrugged but nodded. When you were first born and the Kyuubi was sealed inside of you, I wanted to have you trained to use its power, to keep out of the village and out of harm's way. However, the third did not see eye to eye with me on this and refused. Naruto-kun, you've gotten very strong, but with the Akatsuki after you, the likelihood is you won't live very long. I'm willing to bet the Mist Council is trying to force to start a family. You must know why that is. It's because they want you to have kids before you die, so they have someone to seal the Kyuubi into. Do you honestly believe a woman like Mei could really love you? You're being used as a pawn, Naruto-kun. Can't you see, duh? He was cut off when Naruto punched him in the face. Fuck you. How dare you say that, you worthless piece of shit? Mei loves me and I love her, so shut the hell up. I should kill you right now, you son of bitch. You can go fuck yourself. Danzo laughed. You're perfect. You're not like the other ninja. You don't fall for my simpler tricks. Most ninja put on the headband and become our property. That's the way it works. The only way to win in this world is to manipulate the weak. The villagers, the third, your teachers, all of them kept you weak so that they could use you. Not me. I'm willing to help you. I won't live forever, Naruto, but if we work together I can live longer, and I can see to it that you become strong enough to survive the Akatsuki and take over root when I'm gone. I'm the one who suggested that you marry Mei. That's right, you got that hot piece of ass because of me. I was trying to find a way to get her bloodlines. I figured I could have you marry her, and then once one of your kids inherits the Kyuubi, I'd just make them come back here and we'd have a new bloodline. But you aren't that foolish, are you? You knew just what I was trying to do. If you help me with the council, you can fuck Mei for a few more years, and once you have kids, bring them to be raised here and help make the leaf stronger, your home stronger. In this world, either you're the weapon or the wielder. Which one are you? Naruto was shaking. You're one sick bastard, you know that. Because you brought Mei into my life, I'll let you live, but if you ever make me an offer like that again, I will kill you. Me, my kids, those other ninja, they aren't weapons, they're living, breathing things. Hell, that's why the tailed beasts hate us. We've never viewed them as anything but weapons or monsters, never just living, breathing things with emotions. You're sick and I'll never be like you. I'm gonna bring peace to the ninja world, and people like you aren't gonna stop me. Naruto walked out of the room and slammed the door, nearly breaking it. Naruto went to bed that night and began to fall into a strange dream. He seemed to be in a sewer. He looked around and saw metal bars in front of him. He realized where he was aside. This couldn't be good. Gaki, we need to have a talk, the Kyuubi roared. Fine. I'm guessing we'll just skip the pleasantries since we know each other's names. Wait, is Kyuubi your name? Naruto asked. Kyuubi looked surprised. No, my name is Kurama. You're actually the first person to ask. How sad is that? Not important. This is about what you said earlier today, about the tailed beasts. You said we hate you because you only see us as weapons or monsters, not people. You're pretty much dead on, so I've thought about it, and since you seem to understand what we want, I'm willing to make you a deal. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's that? You want to bring peace to the world, and I want to guarantee that if you do, you will free me and my brothers and sisters and let live as they please. In exchange, I will give you access to my power and teach you how to use it, and agree that none of use will turn on you once we're free, said the Kurama. Naruto smiled. Wow, talk about one hell of an offer. I'm definitely in. Just how strong is this gonna make me? Kurama shook his head. It's not instant power. I'm going to teach you to use it properly, and even then I'm going to give it to you slowly to keep your mind and body from going insane. Also, I'm still not giving you all of my power because I still don't fully trust you. If and when I do, then you can have full access. Naruto nodded. Sounds good. Anything else? Kurama shook his head again. No. You may leave, just wake up and I'll see you again eventually. Naruto was about to ask him how he would wake up when he jolted upright in his bed, cold sweat on his forehead. He laid back down, laughed. Mei was not gonna believe this. Chapter 12. Finally, the last chapter before I start the Case Cage rescue arc, but don't think this chapter is gonna be filler for even a second. We've got something major happening this chapter, so get ready. Also, I want to thank you guys for all your support. You guys are great. I've got over 4,000 views, for Pete's sake. You guys freaking rock. When Naruto got back from the leaf and told Mei what happened, she nearly went back there herself to melt Danzo. Luckily Naruto was able to talk her down and tell her it all ended up for the best. She went even more wide-eyed when Naruto told her about his talk with Kurama. "You're telling the mighty Kyuubi agreed to work with you and that his name isn't Kyuubi, it's Kurama. You really know how to keep us on our toes, Naruto-kun," she said, trying to process all the information. Naruto laughed. "What can I say? I don't like it when things are boring." Mei laughed and grabbed Naruto's hand. "Come on." Naruto looked confused. "Where to?" Mei smiled. "I'm still pissed about what Danzo said. I'm gonna show just how much you mean to me." Naruto smiled and picked Mei up bridal style and carried her to the bedroom. It was gonna be a good night. The next few months went by without much excitement. The only thing that really happened was Danzo was kicked off the council for trying to go behind their back. Tsunade wanted to go so far as to try him for treason, but she chose not to. She really didn't want deal fallout that would come if she did. Naruto had gotten fantastic with his wind jutsu. He learned nearly all of his father's wind techniques, and he'd learned a fair amount of fire jutsu which worked perfectly with oil released by the toads. Mei was doing quite well with the toads too. She quickly found that her elemental jutsu went fantastically with the toads. She could summon Gamabunta, though it took a large amount of her chakra, and all of the other toads as well. Over the past 2 years she had become much stronger simply by combining her jutsu with theirs. Naruto and Mizura were doing fantastically with sealing. The Uzumaki scrolls were absolutely amazing, and Naruto had a natural talent for sealing that Mizura had never even imagined was possible. Mizura wasn't really teaching him anything at this point. He was just reading the Uzumaki scrolls with him and improving himself. Mizura asked Naruto one day why he was okay with him reading the Uzumaki scrolls, to which Naruto simply told him that he didn't really mind who read the scrolls, as long as it was improving the mist or the leaf. Zawabo was currently helping him in combining the Rasengan with Cyclone Shuriken, but it proved to be rather difficult. Still, they continued to work on it. It's not like it was first time Naruto had something challenging to do. He sure as hell wasn't gonna give up now. Last but not least, Naruto had been training with the Kurama's chakra. It was extreme hard on his body, but thanks to him being an Uzumaki and Kurama's chakra he healed relatively easily. He now had nearly unlimited chakra. All in all things were going great. Another 2 months passed, and it was time for the Mist to host the Chunin exams. Mei's birthday had been about a month ago. Naruto was no 17, and about 2 weeks after her birthday she had started to act a little strange. Naruto couldn't quite put his finger on it, but she was acting differently. She was always in bathroom first thing in the morning. She was getting into strange moods, little things like that. Naruto chose not to look too far into it. He would respect Mei's privacy unless things got too out of hand. He had other things to worry about as it was. He had to go and meet Shikamaru and Sakura to escort them to the Mist for the exams. It took him about 2 hours after leaving the Mist to find them. Sakura was very happy to see Naruto. As always, Naruto-kun, she had added the suffix last year. "How are you doing?" Naruto laughed and gave her a hug. "I'm doing pretty good, how about you?" Sakura hugged him back. "I'm doing great. Tsunade said I should make Jonin in the next few years. I'm almost as good with medical jutsu as Shizune is, but my taijutsu is still a little lax." Shikamaru sighed. "Look, the Mist is 2 hours away, and I'd really like to take a nap. It's too troublesome to keep waiting, so can we keep moving?" Naruto laughed. "All right, let's get moving. So what did I miss in the past month?" Sakura got excited. She loved talking about her friends. Hinata is still dating Kiba. Tenten and Neji are still together too. Ino is dating Choji crazily enough. And Shikamaru here started dating Tamari. Shikamaru growled. "Do I need to bring up you and Lee?" Sakura blushed. "Shut up." Naruto roared with laughter. "Man, you guys are great. Oh Sakura, can I ask you a question about girls?" Sakura raised an eyebrow. "All right. What?" Naruto told her about Mei's strange behavior and you could see the wheels turning in Sakura's head. "But please don't tell her I ask you about it. I don't want her to think I'm prying." Sakura nodded. "Sure, I'll try to ask her about it without being too obvious that I know something." "Thanks Sakura, I really owe you one," said Naruto, and headed off to the Mist. Sakura walked into Mizukage's office, a little curious how to start asking Mei questions without seeming too obvious. Fortunately she didn't have to. "Sakura, just the person I was hoping to see. I was hoping you could run a few tests for me. Would that be okay? Mei asked. Sakura nodded. What kind of tests? Mei pulled out some papers and handed them to Sakura. These ones. Sakura looked them over and nodded. Wow, guess I was right. Naruto said you'd been acting different. He didn't want you to think he was prying, but I don't think that really matters at this point. I've got everything we need in my medical bag, just give me a little bit of time. The tests took about an hour, leaving Mei to wait patiently. Sakura looked at the results and handed them to Mei. Congratulations, how do you feel? Mei took a deep breath, a little scared but really excited, kinda like my wedding night. Can you bring Naruto here? I'm gonna stay here and think about how to tell him. Sakura nodded. When Lady Tsunade gets here I want her to test something. I suspect something, but I don't want to say anything until she tests it. Sakura left the room leaving Mei to look out the window. A simple thought kept running through her head. I'm going to be a mother. Naruto was currently sitting with Shikamaru running the written portion of the exams, something that was always extremely boring. Lucky for them, it was just about over. It was time for the 10th question. Alright people, are all ready for the 10th question? Naruto yelled. They all nodded. Good. Now only 2 people from each team will be moving on. You must choose which one of you will not be moving. On. One person screamed out, what, how the hell are we supposed to do that? Naruto shrugged, not my problem. Pick one of them already, hurry up. If you wish you may all take the test again next year, if that's what you want stand over there by the window. The teams began to talk amongst themselves. About 2/3 of them went and stood by the window. You all refused to send some back? They all nodded. Congratulations, you've all passed the test. Wait, you said if we didn't choose someone we failed, one genin yelled. Naruto smirked. Yes, I lied. Ninjas do that from time to time. In the shinobi world you never leave someone behind unless you absolutely have to. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. You all need one another to succeed. None of you strong enough to pass this on your own yet or even with just one other person. You need everybody. The test ended and the failing genins left the room, with Sakura entering it. Naruto-kun, Mei and I need to see you in her office. Alright, I'll be there in a second, Naruto told her. Naruto gathered all of his necessary belongings and headed out, happy to finally have the written test done and over with. Naruto just sat there, a shocked look on his face. Are you sure? Mei nodded. Yes, we're sure. How do you feel about all this? Naruto looked at the ground and slowly a large smile crept on his face. He ran up, gave Mei a large hug, spinning her around. This is great. We're gonna be parents. Oh man, I can't believe it. When did this happen? Mei laughed, glad to see Naruto was so happy. I think on my birthday, we didn't take the proper precautions when we got to bed that night. Naruto was still smiling. Who cares, we're having a baby for crying out loud. Does Sakura know how far along you are? Sakura finally spoke up. About 4 weeks. When Lady Tsunade gets here at the end of the month for finals I want her to check something bad, just a suspicion. Naruto ran up and gave his wife another hug. Sakura-chan, do you mind? I want to talk with Mei for a while. Sakura nodded. Of course, congratulations you guys. Naruto smiled at Mei. I never really had parents growing up, but I want you to know I'll do everything and anything I can for this baby. Mei smiled. I don't remember much about my parents, and I don't know much about raise a child, but I know we can do this. We're gonna be great parents, Naruto-kun. Naruto held his wife close to him. Yes, we are, Mei-chan. Yes, we are. The month passed by quickly. Mei found herself reading many books on parenting, and Naruto increased his training even more now that he would have a child to protect. The end of the month came and they all waited for Tsunade in the Mizukage's office. Tsunade burst through the door. Alright Gaki. What's all this about? Why did you have to see me right away? Naruto smiled. Sorry Bachan. I just figured you'd want to know you're gonna be a grandma. Tsunade's eyes went wide. Mei-chan's pregnant. Tsunade smiled and gave Naruto a bone-crushing hug. Congratulations. Whatever you need medic-wise you know you always have me, Sakura, and Shizune to back you up. Sakura whispered something in Tsunade's ear and she nodded. Mei, can you come here for a second? Mei walked over and Tsunade put a glow-green hand on her stomach. Yup, you were right Sakura. 2 chakra signatures. You guys are having twins. The next sounded anyone heard was Naruto hitting the ground having fainted. The whole room erupted with laughter and they all went out to celebrate once Naruto woke up. The Chunin exams passed without any trouble and everyone went home. Naruto was terrified at the idea of being a parent, but still he couldn't wait to meet his two children. This was really gonna be something special. Chapter 13 Lucky Chapter 13. Oh wait, that's the opposite. Oh well, no time to worry about that, we've got the Cage rescue arc to strat. This will probably take about 3 chapters, so you guys sit back and enjoy. As always, thank you for your reviews and let's get started. Gaara stood on top of the Cage tower, looking out at Suna. He was made Cage after his father died, and he quickly found the people had not had a high opinion of his father, not that he could blame them. His father was Warmonger who nearly leads Suna to destruction. The village still feared him, but they soon came to respect, and accepted him as a good Cage. He sensed 2 people on the roof with him. He turned around expecting to see Kankuro and Temari, but instead he saw a strange man with a hump and blonde man with one eye. The man with the hump spoke first. So, it looks like another Cage dies at my hands. Suna always was the weakest of the 5 great ninja nations. Gaara scowled. Do not threaten me or insult Suna, it will result in your death if you do. The blonde laughed. Ha, look at that, the kid's got spunk. This one should be fun. Sasori. Gaara's eyes went wide at the name. Everyone in Suna knew about Sasori of the Red Sand, possibly the greatest puppet master to date. He was what Kankuro strived to be. Deidara, why don't we stop chatting and get this over with, Sasori said. Gaara got into a fighting stance and prepared for battle. This wouldn't be an easy fight. Kankuro was walking to the Cage's office to see his brother. He'd been very busy lately and Kankuro planned to drag him out of the office. The ground beneath him began to shake and looked up. He saw one of Gaara's most powerful moves, Great Sand Tsunami. A large explosion erupted and Kankuro rushed to see his brother. He had a bad feeling about this. Deidara had Gaara slung over his back. In his effort to save his village from Deidara's explosive clay, Gaara had left himself open to Sasori's poisons. He was now completely paralyzed. They looked over to see a man with 2 puppets jumping in front of them. Sasori smiled inwardly, eager to see how puppet user would fare. Temari rushed over to Cage's office and saw Kankuro passes out on the roof. Kankuro, are you okay? Where's Gaara? Akatsuki, got poisoned me, Red Sand, he mumbled before he passed out. Temari had tears in her eyes. She fears for both her brothers' lives. Naruto stood in his wife's office attempting to wipe the sleep from his eyes. He wasn't often woke up 5 o'clock in the morning, so he knew it had to be important. What wrong, Mei-chan? Are you okay? Something with the babies? Naruto asked, worried. His wife was now 5 months pregnant, so naturally his was a bit nervous. Mei shook her head. No, we've just gotten word the Cage, your old friend Gaara, has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. Naruto slammed his fist on the desk. What? Well then, what the hell we waiting for? Let's get going. Mei smiled and sighed. Naruto-kun, you know it's not that simple. We're getting a team together for you to go with. We're sending Mizura and Hairi with you. You can leave in an hour. Naruto nodded and turned to leave. Mei grabbed his hand and pulled him into a tight hug and a kiss. Please Naruto-kun, be careful. Naruto smiled gently at his wife. I will, Mei-chan. You and the babies just take it easy. I love you. Mei snuggled into his neck. I love you too. Naruto waited for Mizura and Hairi. It was driving him insane waiting for them. The 2 of them walked up to Naruto. What took you so long? Mizura startled. We're only 5 minutes late. Yeah, what's the big deal? We don't even know what the mission's for yet, said Hairi. Naruto frowned. It's a rescue mission for the Cage, damn it. He's my friend and he's been captured by the Akatsuki. Let's hurry the hell up. Hairi smirked. This is the Akatsuki's doing. Oh, I am so in. I've been waiting for a crack at them for years. Mizura looked down. I apologize, Naruto-san. I had no idea your friend was at risk. Naruto made some hand seals and slammed them on the ground. A large toad appeared. Hello, Naruto-san. What can an ungraceful toad like me do for you? It's good to see Mr. Gomakin. How fast can you get us to Suna? It's extremely important, Naruto asked. Gomakin smiled. I may not be graceful, but I'm extremely fast. I can have us there in less than a day if I go at top speed. Naruto nodded. Alright you guys, jump on, we don't have much time, so let's get moving. The 3 of them jumped on and Gomakin took off. His speed really was quite impressive. Gamaken had them there in about 20 hours. Naruto was quite pleased. Thanks Mr. Gamaken, you're the best. Glad to be of assistance Naruto-san. I must be going now. An ungraceful toad like me needs a lot of training, Gamaken told him and poofed away. Naruto looked at a nearby clock. It was just past 2 a.m. He knew Kakashi, Sakura and Shikamaru were due in about 10 hours. He didn't have time to wait for them. He hated that he had to go check with Temari as it. He rushed to hospital to find her, and found her sitting next to Kankuro with tears in her eyes. How's Kankuro doing? He asked. Not good. How far off is Sakura? She asked desperately. Naruto sighed, about 10 hours, sorry. Temari felt awful. Is there anything any of you can do? Mizura spoke up. I can put a seal on him that will slow down the poison considerably. It should keep him stable till Sakura gets here. Temari smiled. Fantastic, do it quick. He's not doing well. Mizura scratched his chin. It'll take about an hour. Naruto scowled. We can't keep waiting. Gaara's in danger every second he's with the Akatsuki. Temari shook her head. You're gonna wanna wait. They have Sasori of the Red Sand with them, and some other member who's gotta be an S rank too. You can't handle them alone. Naruto thought for a second. I'm low cage level myself, and Hairi is an elite Jonin. If you could send us one more Jonin we could hold them off till the others got there no problem. Me and Kankuro are the strongest Jonin in the village, but with Kankuro poisoned I really think I should stay here, Temari told him. An old woman stepped forward. I'll go. I know more about Sasori than anyone. Hairi raised an eyebrow. No offense, but aren't you a little old to be an active ninja? Naruto shot Hairi and look. Hairi, I expect more from you. The third Hokage was in his mid-80s and the Tsuchikage is pushing 100 and they're two of the strongest ninja to date. Age means nothing in the ninja world. Please, tell us about yourself, miss. The woman laughed. I see this one has a good head on his shoulders. I'm Lady Chiyo, one of Suna's most famous puppet masters. Sasori is my grandson. I taught him about puppet myself after his parents died. He's quite impressive. The only one who may surpass him is Kankuro. You're perfect. Let's get moving. We've wasted far too much time, said Naruto. The other nodded and they left the hospital. Temari sat there silently thanking Naruto for everything he'd done for her. Saving Gaara from the darkness, bringing their family closer, bringing Shikamaru into her life. She owed him a lot, and she doubted she'd ever be able to really pay him back. Naruto, Shio, and Hairi had been traveling for the past 5 hours. They had the advantage of the Akatsuki not knowing they were coming so soon and them having to make sure Gaara stayed alive while they traveled. Naruto kept thinking back to Sasuke's rescue mission. It had some similarities. The big difference was that Gaara's life hung in the balance, while with Sasuke he was going undercover. They had about a day advantage on us. I'm not sure how long it's gonna be before we catch them, said Chiyo. Yeah, I know, we're lucky they left a chakra trail I can track, Hairi said with some pride in her voice. I can't believe you never told us you were a sensory ninja, Naruto complained. Hairi shrugged. I'm not, I just have heightened sense due to my clan. The same way a shark senses blood we sense chakra. Naruto shook his head. Whatever, don't look a gift horse in the mouth I guess. The Leaf Ninja arrived 2 hours earlier than expected. For the first time anyone could remember, Shikamaru refused to slow down even a little. They burst into the hospital. Where's the patient? Sakura panted. She saw Kankuro on a hospital bed and got to work. It was actually relatively easily as the poison hadn't reached much of his body. Shikamaru went over to Temari and held her close. How's it going, you troublesome woman? Temari got a slight smile on her face. A little better, lazy boy. Have they sent anyone after Gaara? He asked. Temari nodded. Naruto and 2 others. Shikamaru sighed in relief. If Naruto's on job we've got nothing to worry about. He never lets his friends down. Kankuro got out of bed and started to get dressed. Good. I want a second shot at Sasori for going after my brother like that. Don't even say I'm not ready to fight. I'm not abandoning my brother. Temari nodded and everyone, which include Temari, Kankuro, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Mizura, headed out. Naruto and others finally got near the Akatsuki after 12 hours of traveling. Their chakra isn't moving. I think they're resting, Hairi told them. They nodded and Chiyo asked, should we engage? We don't know much about the other one. and I don't want to engage Sasori without an antidote for his poisons. Naruto shook his head. I don't want to risk it. We can't let them reach some of their friends. We can't handle that. We need to attack them. Now, Shio and Hairi, you guys handle Sasori. I'll take the blonde. You guys aren't very adaptable, which isn't good against a new opponent. My style is very adaptable. Plus Chio knows about Sasori's style and Hairi can do a little bit of med if you guys get poisoned. They both nodded. They couldn't argue with the boy's logic. Naruto ran at the blonde and the other two ran at Sasori. It was time for big fight. The goal wasn't to win, just to hold off until the other got there. Chio jumped in front of her grandson and he smiled under his armor. Grandmother, it's been a long time. Chio scowled. Sasori, I love you, but I can't let you keep going on like this. I tried so hard not to let the culture of the sand get you, but clear I failed. I'm sorry. Sasori laughed. You always did make me laugh, grandmother, but enough talk, let's begin, he said. He charged at her. Naruto jumped out and stopped the blonde. Put Gaara down and there'll be no trouble. Deidara laughed. No way, kid. I'm the great artist Deidara. My art is explosive. Naruto got into fight stance. Then let's do this, Naruto said and started to make clones. Chapter 14. Time for a fight, and I promise it'll be better than the fight with Ryaga. Thanks for reading, and please review. I really need that feedback. I'm getting worried the story's getting bad because I don't have as many people favoriting. Anyway, enough of my blabbering, let's get this started. Naruto was panting heavily. This guy was tough. Naruto couldn't rest for even a second. If he did, he'd find one Deidara's explosive bugs waiting for him or an explosive bird flying in his direction. What's a matter? Can't handle the genius of my art? Deidara mocked. No, just trying to keep the ugly crap from touching me. By the way, you shouldn't stop to talk to your opponent, Naruto shot back. Deidara was about to ask him what he meant but found himself avoiding a demon wind shuriken. Huh, is that the best you can do? Naruto smirked. No, but this is. The shuriken turned into a clone and kicked Deidara in the face. An old trick of mine. Not bad, huh? Naruto laughed. Deidara reached into his clay pouch. You are so dead. Hairi had never fought a puppet master before, and after watching Lady Chio and Sasori go at it, she was glad she hadn't. She had been trying to hit him with her shark bombs, with it resulting in him slicing it with his tail thing every time. You all right, Lady Chio? You're looking a little tired, she asked. We're just getting started, little girl. You'd better keep up. I can't have you slowing me down. Not against Sasori, Chio replied. Hairi laughed. I knew I liked you. I've got an idea. Would be able to keep his front occupied so I can use something special on his back? Chio nodded. Of course. Sasori was on the other end of the clearing preparing for an attack. I don't know what you're talking about over there, but I promise you it won't work. Chio didn't reply and sent her puppets after Sasori. He wasn't expecting the attack and he narrowly blocked it. Unfortunately for him, he didn't notice the water forming under his puppet until it was too late. Water style. Rising water shark jaws jutsu, Hairi yelled, as the head of shark rose up and crushed the puppet master. They both waited for the dust to clear. When it did, they saw a young boy who looked to be about 16 standing there. Well played, grandmother, very well played indeed. Chio looked shocked. It looks like you haven't aged a day since you left the sand. Sasori smirked. Just keep fighting, grandmother. If you live long enough, you may come to understand how I've stayed so young. The group other ninja were traveling as fast as they possibly could to meet the others, with Kakashi's summons leading the way. If Kakashi had to guess, he'd say they were about 5 hours out. He really didn't like to think about leaving them hung to dry for that long. Do you really think they can handle those two? Sakura asked, fear very apparent in her voice. Kakashi gave her his classic eye smile. You should have more faith in Naruto. He's a good ninja. If anyone can hold those guys off, it's him. Sakura smiled and sped up. She didn't intend to let Naruto get all the glory. For the last 3 hours, Naruto had been avoiding Deidara's various explosives, sent a clone at him at every chance he got. Naruto knew Deidara's only had so much clay, and Naruto had more than enough chakra to outlast him. Naruto sent a clone with a Rasengan at him, which Deidara barely dodged. He reached in his pouch and could feel he was running low on clay. He knew was out of options. It was time to bust out the big guns. You've done pretty good, kid. You've earned the honor of seeing one of my signature pieces, he said as he put some clay in his hands. The C4 dragon. A massive burst of smoke erupted and Deidara was standing on top of a massive white dragon. Naruto scowled and started going through hand seals. You think you're the only one who can summon something big? He slammed his hands on the ground. Another burst of smoke erupted. Damn it Gaki, why the hell did you summon me? Gamabunta yelled. Sorry, but I've got a friend in danger and Clay Dragon to worry about, Naruto replied. Gamabunta sighed. Fine, it's been a while so I won't squish ya, but I want some if the mist special sake for this. Naruto nodded. You'll get it. Now let's do this. Chio couldn't believe the sight before her eyes. The third cage turned into a mere puppet to be used by her grandson. You killed the third cage just so you could turn him into some puppet. Why? Sasori laughed. This isn't just some puppet, it's very special. It's what I like to call a human puppet. It has all the abilities of the user. When they were alive, including the third's bloodline. Chio went wide-eyed. Hyrie, be careful. The third cage had an incredible power known as iron sand. It allowed him to control microscopic shards of iron and take large amounts of them and turn them into virtually any weapon. Knowing Sasori every shard is poisoned too, so avoid being hit, although with the third that may prove too difficult for either of us. Hyrie gasped. Just how strong was this guy? He actually managed to kill a cage and take his body for his own personal use. Sasori just kept laughing. It's been so nice catching up grandmother, but I'm afraid that now that I've brought out my favorite puppet you don't stand a chance. Chio got her puppets ready. This was going to be the most difficult fight of her life. Tamari was moving at an inhuman pace. They were less than 30 minutes from the Akatsuki and she needed to save her little brother. She couldn't believe the others had held out this long but she thanked God that they did. She was so close to having her baby brother back. She wasn't going to give up now. Naruto clung as close as he could to Gamabunta's head, watching things unfold before him. The clay dragon was powerful, but it was no match for the boss toad. It was falling quickly and Deidara could see it. He made a clay clone and jumped to the dragon, grabbing Gaara and planning to make a run for the hideout. Naruto however was not easily fooled. Oh no you don't. He yelled and drew Kabikirabocho. He channeled wind chakra into it and made a large slash. A blast of wind flew out of the blade hit Deidara in the back. Naruto landed in front of Deidara and he scowled. Damn it, that really hurt you prick. Naruto scowled. You tried to kill my friend so forgive me if I don't feel sorry for you. Gamabunta made one final slash at the dragon promptly slicing it in half, destroying the beast. That's all for me Gaki, I'll see you soon to get that sake. He yelled, poofing away. Naruto looked at Deidara and activated Kurama's chakra. I'm done playing games, give me Gaara or I'll kill you right now. Deidara laughed lightly, realizing who the kid was. So you're the Nine Tails huh? No wonder you have so much chakra. Naruto shook his head. I'm just the container. Look I'm done talking, give me Gaara now. Deidara put the boy down and reached in his pouch. I've still got a little fight left in me you damn fox, I ain't giving up that easy. Naruto made 4 clones, one jumped into the trees. Well then you've left me no choice, time to us my new jutsu to finish this fight once and for all. The other 2 clones began to make some kind of sphere in his hand. Deidara scoffed, and you think I'm just gonna stand here? It's gonna take a lot more than 1 clone to hold me down so I hope you didn't send one into the trees just for that. Naruto smiled. I didn't, I sent it to find my friend so he could pin you down. Deidara raised an eyebrow. What are you? Wait why the hell can't I move? Shadow possession success, Shikamaru said from the trees, smiling at his foe's confusion. Naruto's clones finished and Naruto charged at Deidara. You lose, wind style. Rasen Shuriken, he yelled slamming his hand into the other blonde's gut. There was a massive explosion of chakra and when the dust cleared the only thing that remained was a large crater with Naruto standing inside. Nice jutsu, what is that an S rank? Naruto nodded. Yeah something I've been working on. Good thing you showed up, I was having some trouble. Shikamaru shrugged. I have a feeling you would have beat him even if I wasn't here. That guy's was strong. What are you like cage level now? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Low cage level 1 guess. Come on, let's get Gaara to Sakura, he needs some help. Shikamaru nodded and helped the blonde pick him up so they could get moving. It had been a damn good fight. Shikamaru was kinda sad he missed it. Sasori, for the first time in years, was genuinely afraid. He was surrounded by Jonin on all sides. This wasn't good. That was a bad situation even for him. He wasn't sure he could get out of this one. This Mizura person was a major problem. He was conducting electricity through his iron sand. He had nearly fired the cage puppet twice. Sasori used his shot the iron sand at Mizura, manipulating it to cover as much ground as possible. Mizura flipped and slid to avoid the iron sand from all angles. I'm afraid you'll have to do better than that, he told him, shooting more lighting at the iron sand. Sasori wasn't able to avoid it this time. It hit his puppet, causing it crack and twist, eventually shattering. Sasori was extremely irritated. That was my favorite puppet. You'll pay for that. He pulled off his cloak to reveal his whole body was made of wood, with a white piece in his chest. He released over 100 puppets from his back. My grandmother may have taken down entire fortress, but with this attack I took down an entire nation's. Mizura took a look at his body and examined it. I recognize the seal on the white part of his chest. It contains his consciousness. Destroy that and it's over. Sasori scowled. You die first, you damn pest. Sorry, but actually you die first, Kakashi said, appearing out of nowhere and shoving a Chidori in his chest. He had held back when the rest surround him so he could surprise Sasori. Damn you, the Akatsuki will win in the end. You fools are only delaying the inevitable, Sasori said and collapsed. Just as Sasori fell, Naruto and Shikamaru jumped in. Looks like you guys are done too. Nice job, said Shikamaru. Sakura took a look at Gaara. We'd better get back to Suna. His condition is stable for now, but to really fix him we'll need all of my medical supplies. They all nodded and headed off. 2 members of the Akatsuki were dead. As far as they were concerned, it had been a good day. A man in something that looked like a Venus flytrap watched from the distance, and mumbled, Leader Same is not going to like this. Chapter 15. On to Chapter 15, the end of the Cage rescue arc. I hope the fight scene in the last chapter was good. I think it was better than the fight with Raiga. We've got some major developments this chapter, so pay close attention and please review. As always, thanks for reading. They got Gaara back to Suna as fast as they could. Everyone was very eager for this to be over. Once they got back, Sakura had a very easy time healing him. Sasori's poison was designed to paralyze, not kill. She took samples of all the poisons so that she could have cures on hand if she ever needed them again. All in all, it ended for the best. They made out like bandits with everything they recovered. Kankuro was able to retrieve Sasori's puppet body, which he would practice with as it was quite powerful, as well as other puppets of Sasori's to study and learn from along with Lady Chiyo. They were able to get several samples of Deidara's explosive clay lying around the wrecked battlefield, which could be useful if they could identify the elements of the compound and track down where he was getting the material to make it. Last but not least, they had found a very special poison Sasori had that a rare snake venom in it he only could have gotten from one person, Orochimaru. Either Orochimaru still worked with the Akatsuki or Sasori had a spy in his organization. Everyone agreed it had to be the latter, as there was no way the Akatsuki would trust Orochimaru after everything that had went down between them. Sasori had all of his personal notes stored in his puppets, the one thing he really trusted, and once they were able to break the code they were written, they may be able to figure out who. After a lot of straighten things out, they had finally decided it was time to leave. Gaara insisted on seeing them off at the gate. Thank all of you for help. I would be dead now if weren't for all of you. Temari, who was over saying goodbye to Shikamaru, walked over to Naruto and gave him a hug. Thank you for everything you've done for us. We can never repay you. Naruto laughed and scratched the back of his head. It's no big deal. Gaara stepped forward. No, my sister is correct. You've helped bring happiness into our family, something I never thought possible. If there's anything we can ever do for you, please just ask. Naruto nodded and shook his hand. Thank you, that means a lot. They said their finally goodbyes and headed off. Naruto turned to Sakura. Would you mind just heading back with me? Mei's 22 weeks along now and it's time for her checkup. I know we could just wait, but we're able to find out the genders of the babies and I'm really excited. Sakura nodded. Of course, it wouldn't be any trouble at all. Naruto smiled and they continued walking. He was extremely excited about this. The Tsuchikage was aggravated. He didn't know why someone was walking him up from his nap, but he was pissed about it. This better be important or I swear I'm going to bury under a mountain and fall asleep on top of it. The aide smiled nervously. I'm sorry, Lord Tsuchikage, but we all felt you'd want to know Deidara was finally killed. Tsuchikage was surprised. He really though if anyone would kill Deidara it would be him. Really, when did this happen? The aide sighed in relief that Tsuchikage wasn't going to kill him. We got the messenger bird a minute ago. It was sent over as soon as he was killed. He's been dead less than a day. The Tsuchikage nodded. Any idea who killed him? The aide pulled out a leaf bingo book. Yes sir, he's in the bingo book we recovered from the leaf a few weeks ago. The red mist, page 34. The Tsuchikage turned the pages until he found him. He frowned deeply when he saw the picture. Why am I only see this now? The aide was confused. We haven't looked very deeply into it. Is something wrong with it? The Tsuchikage handed him the book. Doesn't this boy look familiar to you? The aide nodded, a little, but we didn't really think much of it. The Tsuchikage sighed. I may be old but it looks like my memory is better than all of yours. He pulled a picture of his desk and handed to the aide. I could never forget that face. The aide looked at the picture and went wide-eyed. You don't mean? The Tsuchikage shook his head. He's a splitting image of the yellow flash. Set up a meeting with the Mizukage. She and I have a lot to discuss. Naruto walked into the Mizukage's mansion with Sakura and looked for Mei-chan. Where are you? I've got Sakura-chan here for your checkup. Mei walked out of the bathroom in just a towel. Just a second sweetie, I'm getting dressed. Naruto nodded. We're gonna find out the intimates of the babies today. Are you excited? Mei walked out in her usual attire and smiled, of course. Although I gotta admit, I'm much more excited to get these two out. I really wanna meet them. Not to mention I've gained 10 pounds thanks to these two, she said rubbing her extended stomach. Naruto kneeled by her stomach and nuzzled it. I think mommy's eager to get you two out. That's okay, so is daddy. Although I think mommy looks great. Mei laughed. Daddy just likes that mommy's boobs got bigger. Naruto shot her a grin. Maybe a little. He gave her a kiss on the cheek. Missed you, Mei-chan. Mei smiled, nuzzled into his neck. Missed you too, Naruto-kun. Although there's one thing we've got to talk about. She gave Naruto a smack on the head. Ow, what was that for? Mei put her hands on her hips. You took on an S-rank missing nin by yourself, that's what. Naruto's sweat dropped. How did you know about that? Mei smirked. Mizura sent a messenger bird to tell me everything happened while you were gone. Naruto sighed. I'm sorry, but Gaara's life was at risk. I had to act fast if I wanted to save him. Mei sighed. I know. That doesn't make it any easier, Naruto-kun. I guess I'm just glad you're okay, she said, pulling him into a hug. Sakura just shook her head. You two lovebirds done yet? I'd really like to get started? Naruto smirked. All right, and while we do you can tell us all about what's going on with you and Lee. Sakura blushed. She really had walked right into the one. It took about 2 hours for the gender tests to process. Mei was getting some paperwork done while she waited. After about an hour one of her secretaries walked in. Lady Mei, we just received a message from the Tsuchikage Onoki. It says that he wants to come and thank Lord Naruto personally for defeating Deidara. Mei raised an eyebrow. It wasn't like the great fence sitter to do something like this. All right. I guess that should be fine. The secretary nodded and left, leaving Mei to try and figure out what Onoki's motives could be. After another hour Sakura finally came back with the test results. Mei and Naruto stood eagerly waiting to hear her results. Well, looks like you guys get the best of both worlds. One boy and one girl, Sakura told them. Mei squealed happily and hugged her husband. Oh, we get one of each. Naruto laughed. Yup. Think of any new names while I was out? No, I couldn't think of a thing, Mei pouted. Naruto smiled. Don't worry. Well, think of a great name for them. Sakura smiled. Well, I gotta get going. I'll see you guys soon. Sakura left the room while the couple continued to chat happily about different names. 2 weeks later the Tsuchikage came for his visit, putting everyone in the village on edge. The Mist and the Rock weren't on great terms, as the Mist had stayed neutral in the last great ninja war and refused to help the Rock, who in turn refused to help the Mist with their revolution. Mei was actually one of the few people who wasn't nervous. Why should she be? She was a Kage after all. The only thing that made her nervous was not knowing Onoki's true motives, as she really doubted that he really just came to thank Naruto. She stood in her with her husband by her side. Naruto leaned over and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, whatever the old prick is trying to pull it won't work. You're way too smart for that. Mei whispered back, Thanks, I just can't figure out why he would want to come and talk to us now, it doesn't really make sense. Naruto was about to respond when the Tsuchikage arrived. Walked over to welcome him. Tsuchikage-san, how are you? Fine, Lady Mei, just fine, Onoki replied. Mei motioned for him to sit down and he did. So, I understand you've come to congratulate my husband on a job well done. Onoki nodded. Yes, I have. Naruto did quite well, especially for someone his age. Naruto shrugged. I had help from my friend Shikamaru. Onoki laughed, humble to boot. I happen to know Shikamaru didn't show up until the very end of the fight. I took the liberty of having some of my ninja look into the fight. It must have been a big one. There was blood and other destroyed objects everywhere. It was quite impressive. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Okay then. That's nice, I guess. Onoki smirked. We even collected some of the blood and found something quite interesting, Mr. Namikaze. Naruto immediately jumped up and stood in front of Mei. I swear if you touch my wife or unborn children. Onoki chuckled. I can understand your reaction, but don't worry, I have no intention of hurting you or telling anyone of my findings, for now. For the time being it's in my benefit and the rocks to keep you alive. Only myself and one my aides know about this. We've lost both of our Jinchurikis. These Akatsuki people are incredibly powerful if they could take down them. You however managed to take out Deidara with little assistance. If the Akatsuki continue like they're, then I want to have a weapon I know can beat them. At the you're learning to control the Kyuubi's chakra, you'll be more than able to handle them, no problem. I can worry about you later. The Akatsuki are a threat now. Naruto was about to respond, but Onoki bit him off. No need to discuss further, I just wanted you to know I'm watching you, so be careful. There are people who hated your father, and I'd hate to think about what would happen to your poor family if someone heard about this. Onoki floated out of the room. Yes, floated, you've seen the show, read the manga, leaving Naruto and Mei to sit there. So someone finally figured it out, Naruto mumbled. Mei was grinding her teeth. He dared to threaten our family like that. I'm gonna melt that little imp. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. As fun as that sounds, you know it would bring more trouble than it's worth. Mei grumbled. Fine, but if he gets anywhere near our kids I'm gonna melt him. She gave him a kiss and they headed off to bed. Neither got much sleep that night. They kept thinking back to conversation with Onoki. Naruto had to get stronger than ever. He couldn't risk someone hurting his family. Naruto got up the next morning and got dressed. He had to head off to the Leaf today and was very happy about it. He was very eager to have mission to get everything off his mind for a little while. Sadly for him, this visit to Leaf would lead something even harder than a conversation with Onoki. It would lead to a visit with old friend, his best friend. Chapter 16 already, man, this going fast. As most of you guessed, it's time for a meeting with Sasuke. We're finally gonna find out what he's been doing while he's been undercover. As always, thanks for reading and please review. Naruto walked to the Hokage's office with a little smile on his face. He'd had a long month and he was eager for some relaxation. However, when he walked into Tsunade's office he could see that wasn't gonna happen. Sakura looked around, almost in a panic. You're sure that's what the scroll said? Tsunade rubbed her temples. Yes, according to Sasori's scroll he was meeting a spy he had in Orochimaru's organization 3 days from now. Sakura slammed her hand on the desk, nearly breaking it. We're gonna go there, aren't we? Tsunade nodded. Of course, you and a few others with you. Sakura turned around to see Naruto standing behind her. Oh, this is perfect. You're gonna go with me, aren't you? Yeah, of course I will, Naruto said dumbly. Sakura hugged him and ran out of the room to prepare. Naruto turned to Tsunade. So what are you gonna do? Tsunade pulled a scroll out of her desk. His last report said that Orochimaru intend on taking his body soon. It might be for the best if we pulled him out now. How is he getting those reports without being caught anyway? Naruto asked. He leaves them various ninja we have posing as local villagers when he and the rest of Orochimaru's men move. Tsunade shrugged. Naruto sat down and thought for a second. Maybe we should keep him in and wait for him to tell us when Orochimaru's about to switch. Then we could storm his hideout and kill him while he's weak. I gotta admit though, I don't like the idea of risking it. Tsunade tapped her hands in thought. I know he's gonna put the two of you in genjutsu when he sees you. He's actually been asking in his reports if we could arrange a meeting between you two. When you see him, tell him his options and ask him what he thinks is best. He's the one taking the risk after all. Naruto nodded. You mind if head to the hotel and get my thoughts straight? I can give my report later? Tsunade nodded and Naruto headed out. He had a lot on his mind. Naruto stared at the ceiling of his room, just wondering what he was supposed to do, supposed to say. What if Sasuke chose to stay undercover so they could kill Orochimaru? Should he tell Sakura what's really going on? What if Orochimaru got Sasuke's body? So many questions and he only had one answer. How the hell should he know? It had been so long since he saw his friend. What the hell would he even say? Hey buddy, hope the pedophile snake hasn't been rapping you the past 3 years. Oh yeah, that'd be a good opening line. Don't be mistaken, Naruto was happy to see his friend again, but he still couldn't help but feel like maybe he'd been wrong to let Sasuke go. No, it was something he needed to do. Naruto knew that. He had gotten so much information at one time. Sasuke just needed time to clear his head, time away from the leaf. Naruto sighed and turned off his light. Maybe he would find some peace in sleep. Naruto repeated everything he had thought through the night. She leaned back in her chair, frowned slightly. I don't know if we should tell Sakura or not. I just don't think she'll have a good reaction to all this. I doubt she would keep cover when facing him as well. She just doesn't do well with fighting while she's emotional. It's why I haven't made her Jonin yet. Naruto shook his head. She has a right to know. I think she'll handle it just fine. If anything, she'll try even harder because she wants to keep Sasuke safe. There's no way she would blow his cover if she thought it would hurt him. Tsunade thought about it for a second. Maybe, but you don't think she'll be angry he told you and didn't tell her? Naruto scratched his chin. To be honest, I don't why he only told me and you. Well, I understand him telling you. I just don't get why he told me. Tsunade looked surprised. Naruto, Sasuke trusted you more than anyone. In fact, I think you may have been the only one he trusted. You were the one person who was able to really understand what he was feeling. He felt he owed it to you to tell you the truth. There's no way he could have even entertained the thought of you hating him. Naruto got a small smile on his face. Maybe, but that isn't really the point. The point is I think Sakura can handle it. You've been training her, you've seen how much she's grown. Tsunade sighed. I guess you're right. I need to have a little more faith in my student. She opened the door to yell out to Shizune. Can you get Sakura in here please? We need to have talk with her. It took about half an hour to explain everything to Sakura, after which she simply sat there dumbfounded. He's undercover. Tsunade nodded. And he only told you so he could bring back info. She nodded again. And he told Naruto because he felt he was the only one he could truly trust. Tsunade nodded as she finished. I know you might be mad, Naruto began. Sakura cut him off. I know why he trusted you, Naruto-kun. He considered you his only friend. I also know why he didn't trust me. When he left, I was just some little fangirl who had no idea who he really was. I don't feel the same way about him that I used to Naruto-kun. I've got Lee-kun now. I'm not in love with him anymore. He's just a comrade I want to. She returned to the leaf. Naruto and Tsunade were very impressed. This definitely wasn't the fangirl that they knew 3 years ago. Naruto smiled at his old friend. Things were changing all right, mostly for the better. Mei sat down in her chair thinking of her husband and of names for their future children. She had just gotten word from a messenger bird that Naruto was on a mission to go after Sasuke. Of course her husband had told her the truth about Sasuke years ago. He just her completely. Not to mention she was allied with the Leaf. It only made sense she would know about a spy they had in Orochimaru's operations. Maybe Kushina, after Naruto's mother, Mei said to herself. She shook her head. No, we're trying to avoid people knowing about Naruto's parents, not draw attention to it. She really wanted to honor Uzumaki's in some way. They were a forgotten clan even though they had been one of the founders of the ninja world. She thought more about the other members of the Uzumaki clan. She remembered that the first Hokage had married an Uzumaki. Yes, that was right, Mito Uzumaki, the one who had brought the whirlpool and the leaf together. Mito Uzumaki, she liked that name, she liked it a lot. She leaned out the door to talk to her assistant. What do you think of Mito for the girl? Her assailant thought for a second then nodded. Yeah, I like it, Mito Uzumaki. Has a nice ring to it. Mei smiled and went back into her office. Mito Uzumaki, she couldn't wait to tell Naruto. She sent a messenger bird out right away. It would most likely reach him just before he left. Mei was quite eager to hear his response. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office next to Tsunade and Sakura thinking about the mission when his thoughts were broken by a bird tapping on the window. He opened the window and took the note the bird was carrying and read it out loud. Mito Uzumaki for a girl, yes or no? It does sound nice. Tsunade spoke up, that was my grandmother's name, she was the first's wife. Sakura smiled, it's perfect, you can name her after an Uzumaki just like you guys wanted to. Tsunade nodded with her own smile, I have to agree with Sakura. Naruto was grinning ear to ear and got out a piece of paper, he wrote on it, I love it, it's the perfect name for our daughter. He sent the bird out and kept smiling, he just needed a name for his son now. That still sounded kinda strange to him, his son. He didn't have to keep thinking about it though, he had a mission to start, and it was time to go see his new time. Naruto and Sakura went to the gate to meet their new teammates. They saw a middle-aged man dressed in basic ninja cloths with brown, and a pale boy with black hair. They weren't much to look at, but in the ninja world that meant nothing. Naruto walked up to greet them, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the leader of this mission, and this is Sakura our medic nin, it's nice to meet you too. Would you mind telling me your levels and skills before we head out? The middle-aged man spoke first, I'm known as Yamato, and I specialize in wood-based jutsu, thanks to experiments I underwent because of Orochimaru. I'm not nearly as good as the first Hokage, but I am a Jonin. I'm considered one of the strongest Jonin in village, along with Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma. Naruto nodded, sounds good, what about you? He asked pointing at the other one. The pale one looked up from something he was painting, I am known as Sai, I specialize in ink-based jutsu. I'm about Jonin level, although I'm not very good with social interaction, I tend to give people nicknames to make them easier to remember. He looked at Yamato, Friendly Forest, then to Sakura, Cherry Blossom, then finally at Naruto, Maelstrom. Naruto chuckled, a little obvious, but I suppose that's the point. I think I've been given a pretty good team for this mission. Do you all have what you need? Everyone nodded, good then let's head out. Sasuke sat in his room thinking to himself about how he would see Naruto tomorrow. He had learned a lot in the last 3 years, he was easily elite Jonin level, likely higher, and had managed to get a good amount of information on Orochimaru back to Leaf. Even more he learned a lot about himself, and who he really was. He was eager to see his friend again, he had wanted to see him for a while now, the two of them had a lot to discuss. Chapter 17 Time for the big meeting between Naruto and Sasuke. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. You guys are the reason I like to update so frequently. I hope you guys like it, thanks for reading and please review. The traveling was rather boring, no one really talked to one another. They all had something on their mind, Naruto on what he was supposed to say to Sasuke, Sakura on making sure she didn't blow Sasuke's cover, Yamato on seeing the man who put him through, and Sai on why these two were going through great lengths for their friend. None of them even realized just how silent they were being, all they could think about was the mission. They were getting close to the bridge they were supposed to meet Sasori's spy on, not really knowing what to expect. This was a person who managed to trick Orochimaru, the king of all traitors, it had to be someone special. When they reached the bridge Naruto raised his hand up for them too. Wait, he wanted to see the spy before the spy saw them. The spy walked onto the bridge and no one could believe it, Naruto jumped out, Kabuto, I never thought in a million years you'd be betraying Orochimaru. I'm starting to wonder if anyone can trust you. Do you even know who the hell you're working for anymore? Kabuto smirked, I work for myself, I believe in sticking with the winning team. As for Sasori I was actually double-crossing him as well. I was sent here to lead him into a trap to kill him, he's no longer of any use to us. Although I would guess he's dead, given that you're here instead of him. Naruto scowled, I'm guessing this trap is going to be sprung on us now isn't it? Kabuto chuckled, smart kid, if you're really smart you'll turn back now while I'm feeling generous. Naruto looked Kabuto in the eye and smiled, this was trap set for Sasori, not us. We killed Sasori and his partner. I think we can handle whatever you've got planned for us. Kabuto laughed, if that's what you want then fine. I'm going to enjoy dissecting you, I've never gotten to look inside a Jinchuriku before. Sakura stepped forward, you guys go on ahead, I'll handle him. Naruto shook his head, no way, you can't expect me to leave you alone with this guy he's at least an elite Jonin, besides we don't even know where to go. Sakura nodded, true, but he's a medic nin like me, I know how he fights. I may be Chunin but I'm a Jonin level fighter. I can handle this until you guys get Sasuke. Naruto I know the Kyuubi can lead you to Sasuke. Naruto hesitate. You sure? Kurama says he's pretty far away? Sakura didn't answer, she just got into fighting position. Naruto motioned for the others to keep moving. He knew Sakura could at least hold her own in a fight and they needed to find Sasuke. How much farther, Kurama? Naruto asked. They had been moving for about 10 minutes. About 15 miles, it should take you about 8 minutes at top speed, Kurama replied. Naruto yelled to the others, let's pick it up, we can't leave Sakura alone with Kabuto for too long and we're not far from Sasuke. It wasn't long before they reached a clearing and Kurama told them to stop. What is it? They're directly below us, there must be an entrance nearby. Kurama told them. Kurama says they're right under us. Anyone have an idea where the sentences are we bursting in? Naruto asked them. Yamato spoke up, I can use my wood style to dig under the ground and bust in ceiling. Do it, said Naruto. Yamato placed his hands on the ground and it began to shake. Before they knew it, the ground crumpled and they did their best to land gracefully. They looked around and saw a massive stone snake. I think we're in the right place. Kukuku, I would say so. How have you been, little fox? I haven't seen you since the day Kabuto and I fought against you and my teammates. I must say I'm a little confused how you got here. Unless I'm mistaken, Kabuto was supposed to killing Sasori today. So how on earth did that lead to you getting into my lair? Asked the dirty snake Orochimaru, who was now standing on top of the stone snake. Naruto looked up at him and scowled. We killed Sasori and found out he was meeting Kabuto today. Sakura's keeping him busy while we find Sasuke. Orochimaru threw his head back in laughter. You think that little joke of medic can handle Kabuto? Or that the three of you can even compare to me and Sasuke? Truly you are fools. Just as he finished, the very boy they were looking for walked into the room. So the Dobi's here? You can handle the other two, but leave him to me. Orochimaru smiled. As you wish, it will be nice to catch up with Tenzo. Oh wait, you go by Yamato now, don't you? Well, it doesn't matter what your name is, only that I get to kill you. Sasuke looked at Naruto and activated his Sharingan, placing his friend in Genjutsu. It was finally time to talk to his old friend again. Sakura was giving Kabuto everything she had and it looked like it wasn't enough. She had never seen a medic this powerful, except for Tsunade, of course. She was panting heavily, which caused Kabuto to laugh. You should have listened to your friend, you're nowhere near my level. Sakura scowled. You're right, I'm not as strong as you are, but that doesn't matter. I can handle you for a little while longer. Kabuto laughed again. You think they can defeat Lord Orochimaru? You're wrong, he's one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. They don't stand a chance. Sakura smiled. Maybe, but they don't need to beat him. They just need to hold him off until Naruto gets to Sasuke. And Naruto never fails. Not once since I've met him. Or did you forget about him shoving a Rasengan in your stomach after just a week of training? Kabuto's eyes darkened. Oh, I remember, and he might never fail, but you do. I can't wait to see how he reacts to finding out his little crush from all those years ago dead. I think I'll even send him your head in a box. Won't that just be priceless? Sakura balled her fists and charged at him. She wasn't going to need to be saved this time. Naruto and Sasuke stood inside what looked like a sewer, a large cage behind them. Why did you bring us here? Naruto asked. Sasuke shrugged. I wanted to meet the furball I've been hearing so much about from Orochimaru. The eyes of Kurama came into view. Oh, you did not just call me a furball? Naruto raised his hand to stop him. Not the time, Kurama. Kurama growled. Damn Uchihas, you guys never have any respect for me. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. So I'm not the first Uchiha you met? Kurama laughed. Please. I had to deal with Madara Uchiha taking control of my body. Hell, that's how this whole mess got started. Naruto looked confused. Wait, Madara was the one who made you attack the leaf. You never told me that. Kurama shrugged. Never came up. He made me fight the first Hokage, and I think he made me fight your father. You think? Naruto asked. Kurama nodded. I think it was him, but I'm not sure. I remember Madara's chakra and it didn't quite match up, but it did feel familiar. I had definitely met the person before. If I had to guess, it's just because he must have been very old at the time and his was likely experimenting on himself to stay older and it changed his chakra, but I can't be sure. It could have been someone else. Naruto shook his head. Whatever, it doesn't matter right now. What's important is me talking to Sasuke. We've gotta catch up and I gotta tell him what Bachan said. He turned to his friend. How have you been? Sasuke gave a small smile. Not bad actually, it was nice to be away from everyone to clear my head for a while. How about you? Naruto smiled back. Good, Mei's 6 months pregnant, I'm gonna be a dad. Sasuke laughed. You as a dad? Never pictured that before, so what did Tsunade want? Naruto repeated everything he and Tsunade had talked about 2 days ago. So, what do you want to do? Sasuke didn't need to think about it. I'm gonna stay and kill the bastard, and after that, I need to see Itachi. Naruto sighed. Don't tell me you're still obsessed with killing him? No I don't, I just need to see him, said Sasuke. Orochimaru's spies said that he's dying and I need to see him before he does. I finally get it. I understand why he did it. It wasn't just about saving me, he needed to escape, to get out of there. His entire life was planned out for him before he was even born, unlike me. When I became a spy I nearly got to a point where I didn't know who I was. That's what must have hurt him the most when he lived in the Leaf. He didn't know who he was. He was always told who he was, he never got to decide it. He wanted me to have a choice, and he knew that could never happen if he stayed after killing them. I would just be another one of the Uchiha traitors. That's why we become shinobi, so that we can protect people so that they can decide who they are, so that they don't become pawns of the rest of the world. It still doesn't all make sense to me, but I think I'm starting to understand him. Naruto thought about it for a second and nodded. I think I know what you're saying. Alright, I'll tell Bachin. Sasuke smiled. It was good to see you. Then he released the genjutsu. Sai and Yamato were having a lot of trouble with Orochimaru. They could barely even dent the guy. They knew they could never beat him, not at this rate. That's when they heard Naruto yelling, "Let's get out of here. You two can't take Orochimaru, and even if I beat Sasuke I'll never be able to deal with him without you guys." They nodded. Yamato made a large wood wall and they made their escape. Orochimaru stood there smiling, completely unaware of what had really happened. Sakura was on her last leg, she couldn't take any more. Kabuto charged at her again, ready to kill, when he was suddenly attacked by a dozen shadow clones. He dealt with them to find Naruto grabbing Sakura and running off into the trees, much to his disappointment. Sakura whispered in Naruto's ear, "So he chose to stay and kill the snake?" Naruto nodded. "Alright. I guess I still need you to save me, huh?" Naruto laughed. "You did great, Sakura-chan, really great." They got back to the Leaf and reported to Tsunade. She declared the mission a success, much to Yamato's and Sai's confusion, but she just waved them off and told them to go home. "Oh, and Sakura, before you go, I've been thinking. You've done a great job and you held your own against Kabuto, an extremely powerful ninja. You kept control of your emotions like a true ninja, so I've decided it's finally time. Congratulations, John and Haruno," she told her student. Sakura went wide-eyed. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade, I'll do you proud." Tsunade smiled. "I know you will, and Naruto, I'm guessing you're going straight home." Naruto nodded. "I'll see you later, guys. Congratulations, Sakura-chan." He left the room to gather his things. He had a lot to fill his wife in on. Chapter 18. Time for some more interaction with the Akatsuki. Thanks to all of you who reviewed. You guys are awesome. Also thanks for getting me nearly 7,000 views on this story. You guys really are the best. Anywho, let's stop with sentimental bullcrap and get on with the story. Thanks for reading and please review. Mei had become very impressed with her husband over the past month. She was now almost 7 months pregnant, and Naruto had insisted that she stay off her feet as much as possible. She still had her Mizukage duties, but Naruto made sure that was all she did. He cooked for her, cleaned for her, gave her a foot rub when her feet swelled up, anything she wanted or needed he did. Anytime he wasn't busy helping her or doing missions, he was training. Over the past 2 months Naruto had been learning how to use the fire chakra he got from Kurama, and how to combine it with his wind actually was having very good results. Although his wind style was much stronger, he was about a Chunin level fire user. He still trained with Kabikirabocho and was getting to be an exceptional swordsman. The day Mei hit 7 months pregnant was also the day Naruto was scheduled to head to the Leaf with Rituji, though he didn't know why she was going. "Are you sure you're gonna be okay?" Naruto asked nervously. Mei laughed at her husband and shook her head. "Of course, sweetie, you've got nothing to worry about." Naruto sighed. "Don't be on your feet too much, okay?" Mei kept giggly at her husband's antics. "Would you just go already? Rituji's waiting by the gate." Naruto sighed again and headed off to meet Rituji. Still a little nervous about leaving his wife alone for too long, he found Rituji waiting patiently by the gate, a worried look on her face. "Naruto-kun, how are you? Reading to head out to the leaf?" she asked half-hearted. Naruto was confused at the usually happy and bubbly Rituji's attitude. "Okay, what's wrong? You never act like this. Do you not want to go to the leaf or something?" Rituji frowned. "They didn't tell you? I'm to be married to the Aburame clan heir Shino. I am the last of my clan, and don't have a bloodline either. The treaty stated that we need to send the leaf one of our ninjas in around 3 years' time. That would be me. I know you and Lady Mei get along so well, but I just can't imagine myself being so lucky." Naruto tried to be sympathetic. "Come on, Shino's a good guy. I am sure you two will hit it off." Rituji just looked at the ground. "I met him at the wedding. He's quiet and has no personality. It was like talking to wall. His response were always yes or no. How can I be with a guy like that?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. He was an Aburame at a wedding. Of course he showed no emotion. That what they're taught to do at social events. Just try to bring his personality out. He's gotta have one. If anyone can do it, it's you. Rituji looked up. "You really mean that?" Naruto gave her a foxy grin. "Of course, just give Shino a chance. He's a good guy who loves his friends." Rituji smiled and nodded. They left the gates and headed for the leaf. They reached the leaf to find Shino waiting for them along with the rest of Team 8. "Hey guys, how've you been?" yelled an excited Naruto. Kiba gave him a toothy grin. "Oh, pretty good. Been getting to spend plenty of alone time with Hinata, so that's nice." Hinata blushed heavily. "Kiba." Kurenai gave a small smack on the back of the head. "Not the way to act when we're meeting Shino's future wife." Rituji laughed. "It's all right. I'm Rituji Suikazan. It's a pleasure to meet all properly. We didn't really speak much during the wedding. I think we should all go out for a drink and talk some. What do you think?" "Shino-kun?" she asked, trying the suffix out. Shino nodded. "Sounds pleasant. I know a good place. Please follow me, Rituji-chan." Rituji breathed a sigh of relief. He got her to call her Chan. That was a start. They went to a small restaurant owned by the Aburame clan. The hostess clearly knew Shino. He whispered something to her and she nodded, heading down a flight of stairs. They sat down at one of the table. "My family owns this establishment. My clan makes a special kind of wine made from honey we collect from special bees we've bred. Using a special process of fermentation we observed from rare bugs in the water country, it makes a truly amazing flavor." Rituji gaped. "That's quite impressive, but would bugs need to ferment something?" Shino grabbed the bottle the waitress brought. "They use it as a numbing agent on animals when they bite so that they are not noticed." He poured some for everyone but Kurenai, causing Naruto to get confused. "Do you not drink?" Kurenai smiled and put a hand on her stomach. "Actually, I'm in the same boat as your wife. I can't drink and Asuma's even stopped smoking around me." Naruto congratulated her and took a sip of the wine. "Wow, this stuff is great. The Aburame clan really knows its stuff. Thanks for the wine, but I've got to go report to the Hokage. See you guys later." He leaned to Shino as he left. "Rituji's very nervous. Just do your best to make her feel comfortable, show a little emotion." Shino nodded and Naruto headed to meet Tsunade. Naruto entered Tsunade's office to find her in a battle with the greatest enemy of Kage, paperwork. That was one of the few reasons Naruto was very glad he wasn't going to be a Kage. "Hey Bachan, how are you?" A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. "Not the time to be calling me that, Gaki." Naruto could tell she wasn't kidding and decided to change the subject. "So Kurenai is having a baby. Do you know the intimate yet?" Tsunade's didn't look up from her paperwork. "It's a girl, tested her yesterday. The gender and name of the baby has never been told, but since Kishimoto has stated he was thinking it was going to be a girl, I'm making it a girl." Naruto thoughts drifted to his own children. They still didn't have a name for the boy yet. Just as he was about to fill Tsunade in on Mei And Tsunade burst through the door. "Lady Tsunade, Asuma, Shikamaru, and some other ninjas are being attacked at the gate. We think it's Akatsuki." Naruto jumped up. "Take me there, now." They ran out of the room while Tsunade got out her seat to tell Shizune to gather some reinforcements. Naruto followed the Chunin until they reached the gate. They were engaging a man with gray hair and a scythe, and a man with mask over his face with green eyes. Naruto recognized the two from Sasori's notes immediately. "Guys, back up, If Hidan hits you even once and gets your blood, it's over. You can't kill him. He went through a chakra tainting ritual when he was younger that made him immortal. Lucky though, it means he can't use chakra-only taijutsu. The one with the mask is Kakuzu. He's a bounty hunter with 5 hearts. We've got to kill him gives times before he'll stay dead. He a ninjutsu master and he had a massive amount of ranged attacks, so stay sharp. Hidan was pissed. Who the fuck is this shithead and how the fuck does he know every fucking thing we can do? I didn't tell anyone about my damn powers. Did you fuck up, Kakuzu? Cause I will kick your damn ass all the way across the fucking Leaf Village. Oh, 9 swears in 1 sentence. It's a new record. Go Hidan. A man who had appeared out of nowhere yelled. He was wearing an orange mask. Kakuzu growled. Why did they send this idiot along? Toby is just being a good boy. Don't be such a grumpy old man, Kakazu. You should have fun like Toby. We can eat cookies, play games, Toby ranted. Hidan was seriously pissed off now. Toby, either help us or shut the fuck up already. Naruto was confused. He'd never heard of this Toby person from Jiraiya or Sasori's notes. Who was this guy, a new recruit? Naruto was shook out of his thoughts by Shikamaru grumbling, so we're facing 2 people who are almost immortal, troublesome. We need to keep our distance from Hidan while avoiding Kakuzu's long-distance attack. Great, just great. I think I have a move that could take out Kakazu, but avoiding his attacks while making sure I lost absolutely no blood is nearly impossible. Naruto told them. Asuma scowled. This isn't good. They complement each other perfectly. It's an almost impenetrable defense. We have to separate them. Shikamaru nodded. Easier said than done. If I can capture Hidan in my shadow possession, I can lead him away from here while some more close combat guys help Naruto take care of Kakazu. Naruto liked the sound of that. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. Shikamaru gave one of his rare smiles. Already did. Shikamaru burst in smoke to relieve one of the Chunin had used a henge of home while the real Shikamaru snuck to a better area. Hidan was already caught. Naruto grinned. Hell yeah, let's get wild. Naruto, Asuma and another Chunin charged at Kakuzu while Hidan ran in the other direction, or so they thought. Hidan appeared out of nowhere making a slash at Naruto. We were under a genjutsu, but who cast it and when? How did none of us notice? Naruto wondered all too late. The blade came down and blood scattered across the grassy plain. I'm an evil little writer. Don't worry, I'll update soon. See you guys later. Chapter 19. Time to finish the cliffhanger. I've got a ton of people following the story and I couldn't be happier. Thank you all for your great support. There's 10 to 15 chapters left in the story depending on how long certain things take. Thanks a ton for reviewing, and let's get started. Naruto had his eyes closed, prepared for the worst, but the blow never came. He looked up to see Asuma with the scythe being held back by this trench knives. The scythe had made a cut into Asuma's hand. Some blood trickled down onto his hands. Asuma laughed. You'd think that you guys would know a man who spends every free moment with the Leaf's top genjutsu user would be able to sense one. Hidan looked him in the eye. He was grinning ear to ear. Quickly as he could, he sped over to his partner, laughing like a madman. You're going to be perfect for my ritual. It's time for you to die. Naruto was screaming. Everyone get Hidan. If we let him start the ritual, there's almost no way to stop it. Kakuzu released some wire from his body and it began to shoot fire at the shinobi, forcing them to lick blood of his scythe. His whole body turned black and white. It's over, you pricks. Time for Beardy Boy to die. He raised the sharp end of his scythe to his chest and plunged it in, still laughing. Asuma toppled over in pain and blood came out of his mouth. Naruto couldn't believe it. Asuma-sensei. The remaining members of the Ino Shika Cho formation were running through the forest, desperately trying to reach their sensei and teammate. Choji could be surprising fast when he wanted to be. And Ino was pretty fast to begin with. They weren't sure what to expect with them fighting 2 members of the Akatsuki, but they knew it couldn't be good. Once they reached the gate they found Shikamaru knelt over Asuma and Naruto screaming at the cloaked men. Asuma-sensei, Ino and Choji yelled. Naruto was going ballistic. You bastards, he was gonna be father. Kakuzu snorted. He's a ninja, you little gaki. His life was fair game, just like all shinobi. In this world every person is disposable. I learned that in the waterfall. I was banished for being unable to kill the first Hokage, an impossible task. They didn't care if he was the strongest shinobi in the world at the time. If I couldn't kill him, I was useless. I took what I could and left, never returning. The only way to be successful in this world is to gain as much as you can as fast as you can. This friend of yours is worth money. I'm not gonna be held back just because he has some kid on the way. He's expendable, just like everyone else in this world. Naruto was shaking. Expendable? You think everyone in the world is expendable? The only people I see here who are expendable are you and your friend. The world will be much better off without people like you. While he was screaming, the Ino Shikacho were busy having their last words with their sensei. No, not now, not yet, Ino cried. Shikamaru still wasn't speaking, so Choji went next. I'm sorry, if we had just come sooner, hadn't left you alone maybe. Asuma stopped him. No, it's okay. You can't blame anyone but the Akatsuki, he said with all the strength he had. You guys, help with the baby. Shikamaru finally snapped out of it. I promise you, no harm will ever come to your daughter. You're the coolest adult I know. I'm sure she'll be pretty cool too. Ino held Choji's hand. Asuma-sensei, we're gonna tell you tomorrow. We're getting married. Asuma smiled. That's great. I'm really happy for you. Now we just need to get Shikamaru to. He would never finish that sentence. His eyes closed once and for all. Shikamaru stood up and saw that Kakashi had arrived. You and Naruto handle Kakuzu. We'll handle Hidan. Kakashi nodded. All right, be careful. I don't want to add 2 names to the memorial stone. Shikamaru stood up and looked at Hidan, who was still recovering from stabbing himself in the chest. He picked up one of Asuma's trench knives and threw at him, landing in his shadow. Hidan laughed. Work on your aim, dipshit. Shikamaru didn't even flinch. That's a chakra blade. I've been practicing with them. I don't need to be near you to pin you down with my shadow possession. Hidan tried to move, unsuccessfully. Damn you. Naruto and Kakashi had already forced Kakuzu away from his partner. Shikamaru had no trouble finishing the rest of his plan. I know where all the traps are around the gate. I designed half of them. All I have to do now is lead you to the right one to make sure never have a chance to perform your ritual again. Hidan's eye twitched. You fool, I'll do whatever I have to escape. I'm an immortal, a follower of Jashin. You can't stop me. Shikamaru walked up to him and captured him in his shadow, leading him to a group of trees nearby. I don't care about how you became immortal. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is you're killing my friends, and I sure as hell can't stand for that. Hidan suddenly found himself falling down into a hole with metal rods at the bottom. Choji used his expansion jutsu and prepared to bury him. Asuma-sensei had something you never will, the will of fire. An undying need to protect everyone around you. Without that, immortal or not, you'll never be able to beat us. Choji made a massive stomp with his foot, burying the man for eternity. Shikamaru headed back. He need to get his sensei back to the leaf. Naruto and Kakashi were busy with Kakuzu, who was giving them all they could handle. Give it up. I've got 5 hearts in my body. I'm over 100 years old. I've got more experience than the 2 of you combined. You don't stand a chance. Naruto had already activated Kurama's chakra. He was extremely pissed off. He made 2 clones who started to make a sphere in his hand. You wanna bet? Kakuzu laughed. You think you can actually hit me? I'm faster and smarter than you are. You're a joke to me. Naruto finished and raised the Rasen Shuriken above his head. Fuck you, and threw it at Kakuzu. Kakashi's eyes widened. He threw it. It hit Kakuzu dead center, leaving nothing left. Naruto was holding his arm, screaming, son of a bitch, what happened? Kurama was yelling in his head, you broke your arm, you idiot. Your body can't stand that kind of force yet. If you want to pull that little stunt again, you'd better finish sage training or the Jinchuriku cloak. You're lucky to be alive. Naruto sighed and leaned back on a rock. No matter how strong he got, people still were getting hurt because of him. He had to get stronger. He couldn't keep letting people die for him. Kurenai collapsed on her hand and knees. No, please, it's a mistake. It has to be a mistake. Shikamaru put hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, this is my fault. They walked straight through my traps. Naruto walked up. No, if it's anyone's fault, it's mine. Kurenai-sensei, I knew exactly how they fought and I still failed completely. You have every right to hate me. He didn't have to take the blow for me. He could be here to rise. Kurenai gave him a small smack. Naruto, none of this is anyone's fault but Hidan's. Asuma wouldn't have been the man I loves if he hasn't been willing to take that hit for you. His undying loyalty to his friends is what won me over. Ever since he trained you in wind chakra, he spoke highly of you, almost as highly as he spoke of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. You're going to be a father too, Naruto. I can't imagine you of all people letting something like this turn you into a depressed little shell of a man. Naruto looked down. I know that, but it's hard to keep acting like it's okay that people are dying for me. Kakashi walked up to Naruto. Naruto, your father died believing you'd be the one to bring peace to the world, the one who could change everything. Naruto got wide-eyed. No one but a select few knew his father was. Kakashi was just blabbing it around people who had no idea. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi didn't stop. He trusted you with the most powerful weapon we have, the Kyuubi. He trusted you with everything. He and Asuma didn't die just for you. They died for all the good you're going to do while you're here. Don't let them die for nothing. Shikamaru was working it out in his head. Your father, Minato Namikaze, the man who sealed the Kyuubi in you, that's what he meant when he said he trusted you with our most powerful weapon. Naruto was terrified. Please don't tell anyone about this, if some of my father's enemies find out. Shikamaru didn't need him to finish. You're the son of one of the most powerful ninjas ever, troublesome. Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. Naruto sighed in relief. Then he looked at Kurenai. Would it be okay if I named my son Asuma? He saved my life, it's the least I can do. Kurenai wiped the tears from her eyes and hugged Naruto. Of course, thank you. Naruto got gone a few days later and told Mei everything. She smiled and hugged her husband, Asuma Uzumaki. It sounded wonderful. Naruto held her close. Thanks. Think just in 2 months, we'll have a little pair of people who'll be stealing your boobs from me. Mei nearly passed out from all her laughter. She regained her composure and continued to speak with her husband. How was Rituji doing with Shino? Naruto smiled. She was a little more optimistic when I left. I think they'll be okay. Mei nodded. They're only getting 1 month before the wedding. I'll be going with to the Leaf next time you head there. Naruto wasn't sure about that, but you'll be 8 months pregnant. Do you have to go? Mei kissed her husband's cheek. Don't you worry about me, Naruto. I'll be just fine. Naruto still wasn't sure, but Mei was giving him one of her let's head to the bedroom looks, so he chose to just let it be and go with his wife. She had been much more eager since she got pregnant, and Naruto wasn't complaining. He knew his wife would be fine even if she did go with him to the Leaf. She was a strong woman, and he had complete faith in her. He still worried, but he had faith in her. Chapter 20, Chapter 19. Time for another wedding. Luckily, this one won't be as important to write, so not as much pressure. This chapter will also have Sasuke finishing off Orochimaru, so thank God for that. I'm also glad I have a chapter that has some interaction with Naruto and Mei. I've been lacking a bit on that lately, and something special for the end of the chapter. Anyway, thanks for reading, and as always, please review. Naruto had been having a surprisingly busy month. He had been training with Kurama, attempting to use the Jinchuriku cloak. He'd been having little success to his extreme frustration. Kurama kept telling him he had to have inner peace before he could truly use it. That answer confused him quite a bit. He was perfectly at peace with everything, right? Naruto also had things he needed to do for his undercover friend. Naruto and Mizura had created a seal that would activate when Orochimaru tried to take Sasuke's body. It was an addition to the curse mark that would kill Orochimaru by siphoning his chakra into Sasuke's, causing the opposite effect that he was going for. It was based off Naruto's seal and integrate Orochimaru's chakra slowly into Sasuke's, keeping it from hurting or corrupting. Sasuke would be able to use almost any jutsu Orochimaru could, an extremely impressive feat. Mizura visited a small village Sasuke was in and placed it on him after they finished it. They couldn't risk Naruto doing and being recognized. Last but not least, Naruto had been very busy with Mei. He catered to her every whim, and that wasn't easy considering her mind-boggling cravings. She actually asked for chocolate ramen. Naruto had to have someone make it especially for her just so he could get it too. They were scheduled to leave today, much to Naruto's fear. Mei-chan, are you sure about this? You're 8 months along now? This just doesn't seem like a good idea. Mei sighed at her husband. She had this conversation for the past month. Naruto, I've told you, I'm fine. I know you're worried about me, but I can handle this. We have friends getting married and I'm not going to miss it. Naruto walked over and held her close. I know, I'm just worried. I love you, and if anything ever happened to you I don't know what I'd do. Naruto-kun, I'm a cage, not some girl you have to protect. You and I are equal in strength, don't forget that, she scolded. Naruto could see she wasn't going to drop this. Alright. Just promise me that you're not going to overdo it. She kissed her husband. I always am. Sasuke stood outside Orochimaru's door preparing himself. He knew exactly why Orochimaru had called him there. It was time for him to switch bodies. Sasuke was going to kill him, absorb his body, and go find his brother. It's what he needed to do. It's what these last 3 years had been leading to. It was time. The ceremony had been very extravagant. Shino was from a major clan after all. Rituji had looked beautiful in her dress, and Shino looked surprisingly normal without his hood on. It had been lovely afternoon, but they all knew the fun was going to be at the reception. The Aburame clan provided some of its legendary wine and Akamichi clan made the food. It was all fantastic, really something amazing. Shino and Rituji went around to thank everyone, and soon they found Naruto and Mei. Mizukage-sama, it is an honor to have you at our wedding, Shino said in his usually monotone. Mei laughed slightly at how political he sounded. Mizura is one of my closest friends, it's no trouble at all. Shino nodded and turned to Naruto. Could I speak to you at the bar for a moment? Naruto picked up his wine. Sure, be right back, sweetie. Rituji took Naruto's seat next to Mei. Hey, how've you been? Mei smiled at her old friend. Great, what about you? How's Shino been treating you? Rituji took a sip of her drink. Surprisingly, he's actually pretty nice. I can't say I love him yet, but he's a good guy. I can definitely marry him at least. Mei put her hand on her lap. I hope you can be as happy as Naruto-kun and I are. Shino and Naruto stood at the bar. Zawabo and Hairi are getting married in the mist. Who's all getting married here now? Shino thought for a second. Ino and Choji, Shikamaru and Tamari, Hinata and Kiba, and Neji and Tenten. Lee, who was standing nearby, heard every word. Yash, my cherry blossom, we must not be left behind. Sakura-chan, will you be my youthful bride? Sakura was shocked. Lee-kun, are you sure about this? He picked up Sakura and spun her around. Of course, my sweet, I love you. Sakura was a little dizzy and laughing. Alright, I'll marry you, now please put me down. Shino pointed towards them. You can also add them to the list. Naruto was pretty impressed with all his friends pairing off. Things were really changing, so what did you want to talk to me about? Shino shuffled awkwardly. We have to seal the marriage tonight. I find myself rather nervous. I was hoping you might be able to say something that could calm my nerves. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What are you nervous about? Shino wasn't really sure how to put it. I'm not sure if I can show the emotion required for such an act. My father married a distant cousin in the clan, so this wasn't an issue for him. But me. Naruto stopped him. Shino, do you care about Rituji? Shino didn't hesitate, of course. And you say you can't show her the proper emotion you want to? Naruto asked. Shino sighed. More or less, yes. Naruto out a hand on his shoulder. We'll then use tonight as a way to show her how much you care about her. Actions speak louder than words, so don't just think of it as intimate. It's called making love for a reason. Shino looked at Naruto. When did you get so intelligent? Will marriage? Naruto looked over to his wife. I don't know if I'm intelligent in marriage, but I've learned quite a bit in the past 3.5 years, that's for sure. Orochimaru stood over an unconscious Sasuke laughing. You got your power, now I take my price. He bit into Sasuke's curse mark and Orochimaru's body began to twist and shake. Soon it felt limp, leaving a creature that appeared to be a giant white snake made up of little white snakes. It began to merge into his body until there was nothing left. Sasuke woke up to find he was in a giant black void standing on something that looked like pink fleshy material. He looked over to see Orochimaru standing behind him. This is my own personal world. I place only I can control. Your body will now be mine. I will finally be able to learn all the secrets of ninjutsu. I will surpass all before me with your eyes. Sasuke smirked. Don't get so overconfident, this seal will be your end. Orochimaru laughed. Please, I made that seal myself. I know exactly what that seal can do. Sasuke was still smirking, and you'd think that you'd notice it had been tampered with. Orochimaru stopped laughing and his gaze turned hard. What are you talking about? Sasuke continued talking. Even worse, a traitor couldn't spot a traitor, that just sad. Realization hit Orochimaru, you've been working with the leaf. The ground began to turn a purple color. This new seal was designed by my friend, it's based of his own. It will integrate your chakra with mine, just like his with the Kyuubi. You're through Orochimaru, you've been brought down like the snake you are. It's over, time for your mark to be taken off this world. Orochimaru began to be submerged by the ground under him. This isn't over, no one can kill me, I'm the immortal Orochimaru. The ground kept swallowing him until only his head was left, not anymore, Sasuke finished. Sasuke's eyes shot open and he looked around the room, only Orochimaru's false body remained, his true form and been completely merged with Sasuke. Kabuto entered the room. Congratulations Lord Orochimaru, your dream is finally going to be a reality. Sasuke didn't respond. In a flash he trusted his blade through Kabuto's heart. Actually, his dream is now dead, just like he is. Kabuto coughed up blood. You betrayed him. Why? Sasuke pulled the sword out and put it to his neck. I was never working for him, he finished and decapitated him. With both of them dead, it was time for a family reunion. It was time for one last visit with his brother. Naruto was having the time of his life. Mei was enjoying herself, she was dancing and laughing. Naruto was starting to wonder why he ever asked her to stay home. The night ended and the two of them walked home pleasantly. It had been a wonderful night. The key word was been, as Naruto suddenly heard a voice from the past, so the demon married a cage, and hot one to boot. This really is fucked up world. Naruto turned around, Mizuki, I thought you were in prison. Mizuki laughed, please, they could never hold me. I think I'm gonna have my way with your wife once I kill you. It will really be the cherry on the top of the sundae. I usually hate rape, but since this girl fucked a demon, I'd say her pussy's fair game. Naruto was doing his best to keep from activating Kurama's chakra. My wife's a cage and I'm cage level, what make you think you can take us? Mizuki smirked, I've been planning this for a while, I even place a few explosive tags in road near your hotel room, which should go off. In 3, 2, Naruto didn't have much time. He moved as quickly as he could and shielded Mei from the blast, using Kurama's chakra to shield them. Mei had some scratches and bruises but nothing major. He turned to Mizuki who didn't have any time to react before Naruto grabbed him and snapped his neck. He heard Mei screaming behind him, Naruto-kun, my water broke. Naruto went witted-eyed, but you're not due for a month. Mei was breathing hard. Stress can cause premature labor, it was the explosion. Naruto grabbed Mei and rushed to the hospital. This wasn't good. He looked down and saw some of Kurama's chakra was seeping into her, but he didn't know why. He turned off Kurama's chakra and kept running. Tsunade was doing everything in her power to help Mei, but a birth this early just wasn't good. Naruto had done well in getting her there quickly, but she wasn't sure it was going to be enough. Sakura was talking to Naruto in the hospital. Naruto-kun, calm down, let me talk. Naruto was screaming, I need to be with my wife. Sakura slapped him, get a grip, you just get in the way. Naruto, I'm not going to lie to you. The baby's chances aren't great, and with the stress on her body neither are Mei's. Naruto stopped screaming and just stood there, you mean, they could? Sakura nodded and then saw a sight she wasn't expecting. Naruto fell to his knees and started crying, no, not them, anyone but them. Not my family, it's my fault, Mizuki was after me, not them. My own family, I killed my own family. Sakura got on her knees and hugged him. Tsunade's the world's finest medic, they're not dead yet. They're your family, Naruto, they can do this. Naruto just kept crying, my own wife, my own kids. Sakura held her friend close, the world hadn't always been kind to him. She prayed just this once everything could go right for him. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Sorry about the cliffhanger, but it felt necessary. You guys ready for epic conclusion? Hope you paid attention last chapter, because it comes into play here. Thanks for all your reviews and enjoy. Oh yeah, and please review. Naruto sat inside the hospital room, holding the hand of his unconscious wife. His kids were being handled by Tsunade and Sakura. They still weren't sure if they would make it, but they said Mei would definitely survive. Naruto felt awful. How would he tell Mei when she woke up that their kids might die? Mei's eyes began to flutter open. It looked like Naruto wouldn't have time to figure that out. Naruto-kun, you're okay. Where are the kids? Naruto was barely able to choke out the words. They're being taken care of by Bachan. They're not sure if they're gonna live. Mei gasped. What? Naruto started to cry again. Mei, I'm sorry, Mei held him to her. Don't apologize, just hold me. Naruto nodded and hugged his wife. It was going to be a long night for the two of them. Tsunade was working like mad to try and help the babies, but it wasn't going great. Their lungs weren't well enough developed to breathe properly, and it wasn't easy to keep them expanding. Tsunade had been work for 5 straight hours. She finally collapsed. She had no more chakra. Sakura was drained too. She waited for the flat line, but it never came. She looked up to see a red cloak around the children. It was keeping them breathing. Tsunade didn't ask questions, just went with it. Get us some soldier pills. I don't know how long this will last, but I can be back up to full strength in an hour. Sakura in about an hour and a half. We've got to use this, people. Let's get going. Mei and Naruto had sat in the room for an hour, neither saying a word. Finally Sakura burst in the room. We did it. We got the lungs expanding properly. They're gonna be just fine. Mei shirked in joy and kissed her husband. Oh, thank God they're okay. Naruto kissed her back. I'm so sorry I put you through this. I'm so glad they're okay. Mei just kept kissing him. It's not your fault. You told me not to go. Naruto stopped and shook his head. No, Mizuki was after me, not you. I couldn't even protect you, but not anymore. I'm going to get stronger. I've got 2 babies and a beautiful wife. I'm not going to risk losing that again. Mei smiled. It's still not your fault, but that doesn't matter. We need to go see our children. Naruto picked her up bridal style. Well, let's go then. Sakura stopped him. Oh no, we have someone bringing them here now. Mei needs her rest. Now for the bad news. Mei, there was too much damage to your body from delivering the babies so suddenly like that. To put it simply, we had to sterilize you to save your life. Mei gasped again. I'm sorry, sweetie. I know you wanted a big family. Naruto stopped her with a kiss. We've got 2 healthy, perfect little babies. I'm the luckiest man alive. Tsunade walked in holding 2 bundles. Gotta say my grandkids are extremely cute. Naruto smiled and took one. Tsunade handed the other to Mei. The boy had Naruto's hairstyle but Mei's red hair. The girl had Mei's hairstyle, but Naruto's color. Mei giggled. They got the right style but the hair colors switched. Naruto smiled at his son. They're beautiful. Tsunade watched the new parents adoring the new babies. Mito for the girl, and Asuma for the boy. We've already got the birth certificates going. Asuma was making small noises in Naruto's arms. Thank you, for everything you've done for us. Tsunade nodded. You're welcome, but it wasn't just me. There was some kind of miracle in there. A red cloak kept their lungs moving long enough to recharge. Red cloak, Naruto thought. Then he remembered when his chakra was seeping into Mei's body. Kurama, he gave some chakra to you so he could save the kids. Mei was shocked. Mito, however, was gurgling in his arms. Naruto-kun, we have to find some way to thank him. Kurama started talking in his, I didn't do it for you, I just didn't want a mopey container. Naruto smiled. We'll find a way to thank him, don't worry. Kurama sighed in his head. Whatever, I guess it's good for me, but I still didn't do for you. Naruto responded to him in his head. Keep telling yourself that. Jiraiya was panting heavily, one of his arms missing. This wasn't good. He entered a fight he couldn't win. His old student Nagato, now known as Pain, was bearing down on him. He had done well at first, but Sage Mode had run out, leaving him defenseless. Pain claimed that he was not one person but 6 separate entities. Jiraiya couldn't attack one without a 6 knowing. He was out of chakra and ideas. It didn't look good for the old toad sage. It's over, Jiraiya-sensei. Your idea of peace has failed. Now it must make way for mine. Pain yelled from above him. Jiraiya scowled. I would have thought you'd know by now. I never give up. A student gets his ninja way from his master, but it appears you didn't learn enough from me. Pain didn't show any emotion, and your new student did? Jiraiya smiled. You can't beat Naruto, no one can. He's going to bring peace to the ninja world because of one simple fact. He never fails once he puts his mind to something. He doesn't let himself fail. I believe he is the student of the prophecy. Pain shook his head, as naive and long-winded as ever, Jiraiya-sensei, but now it is time for your judgment. 6 patches descended on Jiraiya. He charged one last attack in his hand, massive Rasengan. When the dust cleared, only one path was destroyed, and Jiraiya was sinking into the sea. A small green toad jumped out. "Ma, grab what you can so we can bring it to the leaf. Jiraiya boy left me a message for that Naruto kid." Naruto's friends fell in love with Mito and Asuma. Sakura got to hold Mito since she was there first, and Tsunade cuddle with Asuma. It was relatively clear she liked being a grandma. "You're gonna see me in the leaf all the time, and I'm gonna spoil you guys." "Yes I am. I'll get candy and teach you to play cards," she went on in her baby talk. Hinata and Kiba were up next, and Kiba was surprisingly gentle with them. He noticed the looks he was getting. "What? I handle the Inuzuka puppies all the time. I can be gentle when I want to be." Hinata giggled. Mito was in her arms. "You look like you'd make a good father, Kiba-kun." Kiba jumped. "Wait, what?" Tamari was staying with Shikamaru and dragged him to the hospital. She held Asuma and looking at his red hair she said, "You know, with that Naruto's hairstyle and Mei's color, he almost looks a little like Gaara." Shikamaru nodded. "A little, yeah, you know it's troublesome, but they're kinda cute." Tamari smiled. She might get to have kids even with this lazy-ass husband. Kakashi stopped by and saw the kids. He tried to hold Asuma but clearly wasn't very good with children. Enko, however, was having a ball with Mito. "Hey cutie. Look at old Cyclops over there. Can't even hold your brother right. He's a silly old pervert, ain't he?" Rituji and Shino were glad to hear Mei was okay, and had fun holding the kids. Naruto noticed Rituji kept sneaking glances at Shino and blushing. He leaned over to Naruto. "Your advice was quite good. It worked out very well." Slowly but surely everything calmed down and Naruto decided it was time to go visit his nine-tailed friend. He entered his mindscape and went to find the grumpy old fox. Naruto found himself in a familiar sewer with familiar iron bars nearby. "Hey Kurama, I came to thank you for everything you did for my family." Huge red eyes opened behind the bars. "No need to thank me, like I said, I can't have you all mopey." Naruto shook his head. "Come on, you still won't admit we're friends?" Kurama snorted. "Yeah, that'll be the day." Naruto smirked. "I don't care what you say, you care about me. You could have just let my family die and use it to motivate me to let you out for revenge, but you didn't. You could have told me what you did and expected something in return, but you didn't. I found out on my own and you keep telling me you don't need to be thanked. You care about me and my family." Kurama sighed. "I'll admit, I do feel an emotional attachment to you. You're the first container I've actually liked. Besides, if I got out I would just be sealed by the Akatsuki eventually. My best choice is here with you. Someone I actually trust with my power." Naruto looked up. "You trust me?" Kurama nodded. "Well, that least I can do is return the favor." Naruto put an hand on his stomach, and Kurama went wide-eyed. Was actually gonna do it? Was he actually gonna unseal him? Naruto was about to finish when a hand grabbed his. "Whoa now, not so hasty son. We don't want to do that too soon." Naruto looked at the man in front of him in shock. "Dad," Minato smiled. "Hey son, good to see you. How's it going?" Naruto laughed. 17 years and all you've got is, how's it going?" Minato scratched the back of his head. "I was never good with words, but that's not important. What's important is, you're trusting the Kyuubi too soon." Kurama growled from his cage. "I have a name and I know you know it. You sealed my away in your soon. At least call me by my name." Minato nodded. "Fair enough." He turned to Naruto. "I'm not saying don't trust him. I'm just nervous you're doing it too soon. I place myself in the seal so that I would appear if you ever tried to remove it, to help you if it was ever needed." A woman joined the group. "Minato, Naruto, but how? I'm not supposed to appear unless Naruto tries to take complete control of the Kyuubi's chakra?" Kurama was getting irritated. "Kurama, my name is Kurama, and I know you know Kushina. I was sealed in you for 23 years, so call me by my name, damn it." And he didn't try to take control, I was giving him control. We're partners and friends. Minato couldn't believe it. "You did it, you actually got the Kyuubi to work with you." Kushina shook her head. "Son, you surpassed me in a big way." Naruto laughed. "What can I say, I'm awesome." They spent the next hour telling each other stories from their lives until Minato finally said, "We're going to fade soon, Naruto. Any last questions?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, why is everyone, including you, so willing to die for me? Why am I so special?" Minato ruffled his son's hair. "Because they see what you can do. They know there's something special about you. They're dying because They believe in you, just like I do. Naruto chuckled slightly. Wow, alright then, no more moping or saying it's my fault. They're not gonna die for no reason. I'll get strong enough to protect everyone. I'm gonna make sure no one else has to die for me. Minato was about to respond, but he began to fade away. Kushina got some last word to her son. I love you, sweetie. You can do this. You're going to be the greatest ninja the world's ever known. They faded away and Naruto turned to Kurama and grabbed the seal on his cage. You ready? The fox nodded. Then let's do this. He pulled of the seal and immediately felt his body go crazy. He screamed, not out of pain. To be honest, he didn't know why he was screaming. His eyes shot open and he looked around to see he was still in the hospital with his wife sleeping and his children in their cribs. Did it work? He asked himself. Yeah, it worked, a voice in his head responded. He leaned back and laughed. What a hell of day. Chapter 22. Alright. Sorry, I was watching a McConaughey movie last night. Let's do chapter will be a little more focused on Sasuke's meeting with Itachi, but it will also have some of Naruto finding out about Jiraiya and training with Kurama. Let's get this started. Thanks for reading and please review. It took Sasuke some snooping, and the occasional beating of low-life thug, to find out where his brother was. Sasuke could clearly see that Itachi was purposely leaving him of sorts to follow. Itachi wanted to his brother before he died, even if he thought Sasuke still hated him. Sasuke knew his brother loved him. He wouldn't have done all of this if he didn't. He wasn't sure what he would say when he saw his brother again. He wasn't even sure how he would react. Itachi sacrificed everything, even his own humanity, for Sasuke. What was Sasuke supposed to say to him? Thank you. How are you? Why didn't you stay? What? Guess he'd have to wait until he got to the old Uchiha hideout to find out. Naruto cuddled his newborn daughter, doing his best to pay attention to what Tsunade was telling him. Naruto, I don't quite know how to tell you this. Jiraiya went to the rain to take on pain and he lost Naruto. He's dead. Naruto stopped talking to Mito and looked up. What, are you sure? Tsunade and motioned to a small toad in the corner of the room. This is one of the toad sages. He was there when Jiraiya died. He managed to get us some pieces of pain to study, and he said he has a message for you. The green toad hopped over. Just call me Pa. I was Jiraiya boy's teacher in the way of the toads. He spoke very highly of you. Naruto smiled. Glad to hear it. I thought pretty highly of him. Pa smiled. He left you message. Pain intends on going to the mist and taking you personally. He's no slouch, but unlike Jiraiya you have the advantage of knowing how he fights. I'm going to train you in everything we've found out about him. We've only got 2 weeks, so we've gotta make it count. Naruto got a determined look on his face. Kurama's finally working with me. With his power and your knowledge, Pain won't know what hit him. Pa smiled. I like this kid. I think we'll work just fine together. Naruto turned to Tsunade. Can you help Mei with the kids while I train? Tsunade smirked and grabbed Mito. You have to ask? I'm gonna love some time with my grandbabies. Naruto looked at Pa. Let's get training, we're losing time as it is. Sasuke looked around the building he was in. The walls were a light shade of blue to the point they were almost gray. Everything around him was made of some kind of concrete. The Uchiha symbol was everywhere, which made sense considering this was the Uchiha hideout. He walked down the corridor until he reached a large room with a chair at the end. Itachi sat in the chair, a small smile on his face. Little brother, it's good you came. It's time to settle things between us. Sasuke looked up his big brother. Yes, it is. Itachi was still smirking. Have you nurtured your hatred? Has it made you strong enough to surpass me? Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Why don't you find out? Itachi activated his Sharingan and placed Sasuke in a genjutsu. I'm eager to see how you've grown, little brother. Sasuke's demeanor suddenly changed. We're in a genjutsu. Can anyone else see what we're doing inside of it? Itachi scoffed. Please, little brother. You know I'm finest genjutsu master who's ever lived. Of course, no one can see inside. Sasuke faced his brother. In that case I can just tell you. I know the truth, Itachi, about everything. Itachi didn't falter. What do you mean? Sasuke sighed. Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. You saved my life. You gave me chance to make my own path. Itachi finally chose to show some emotion. He looked at the ground. You still chose to betray the leaf. No, I didn't. Itachi looked up. I betrayed Orochimaru. I was undercover. Itachi laughed, willing to give up your reputation for those you care about. Looks like we're similar after all, Sasuke. Sasuke looked at his brother with hard eyes. I wouldn't have cared, if the village hated me. Itachi looked surprised. I would have been happy just to have my brother there with me. I would have rather known about all of it. Itachi, I looked up to you above everyone else. Itachi, the rest of the clan meant nothing to me compared to what you meant to me. I wish you would have just stayed. I wouldn't care if the whole village hated me. That could be a fanfic. I'll have to remember that. Itachi frowned. I realize that now, but it seemed like the best thing to do for you at the time. Sasuke, I didn't kill everyone there that day. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I know. Who killed the rest of them? Itachi's face got very serious. Madara Uchiha, at least that who he said he was. He was certainly as strong as Madara. I could manage to get a single blow on him. He wanted me to join the Akatsuki. I thought that if he was alive I needed to be sure I could stop him for your sake. Sasuke shook his head. I still wished you had stayed in the leaf. We could have gotten stronger together. We could have stopped him together. Itachi stood up. Not anymore. I have less than a week before I die. Even less if I were to get into a fight. Sasuke, you need to kill me and take my eyes. Sasuke couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? Itachi began to show him images of previous Uchiha. Madara was the only person able to keep the Mangekyo Sharingan without going blind. Do you know why? Sasuke shook his head. Because they weren't his eyes. Each Sharingan has one of two genes. You need both to keep from going blind. The only way to get both is to take the eyes of another. I'm dying, Sasuke, and the world is in trouble. I want to put on a good show for Zetsu. Kill me, and then take my eyes and put them in your head. What you do after that is up to you. Maybe take my place as a spy in the Akatsuki. Maybe go back to the leaf. Whatever you wish, just take my eyes before you go. Sasuke had tears in his eyes. All right. You know it's not really fair. We finally make peace with one another and find out the truth, and now you have to die. Itachi sat back down in the chair. Life is rarely fair. Now get ready. It's time for my final act as a spy for the leaf. Naruto was training like mad. They were staying in the leaf until they got done with Naruto's training. They had less than 2 weeks before pain would attack the mist. That left Naruto a week and a half to train with Kurama's chakra and Pa, a day to get back to the mist, and 2 days to evacuate everyone in the village before pain got there. It wasn't as much time as he would have liked, but as was all he was going to get. Kurama was yelling in his head, "Come on, Kit. Your chakra arms are still sluggish and you can barely make a Rasen Shuriken with their help. You've gotten faster, but to beat pain you've gotta be better than this." Naruto was panting. "Give me a break, it's only been 2 days. Pa jumped over. HMPH. You think pain will care? We've only had a week and a half to prepare. Don't complain, train." Naruto nodded and got back to work. He had a family to protect, and if Pain thought he was going to lay even a finger on his family, he had another thing coming. The hideout was destroyed. Itachi laid there dead. Even with Itachi holding back, Sasuke was forced to use Orochimaru's chakra to beat him. Sasuke walked up to his brother and looked down at him. He leaned down and put his hand on his eye. He said this is what he wanted, so it's what Sasuke would do. Reaching inside his brother's eye socket, he pulled out his Sharingan, then did the same with the other eye. He pulled a small container out of Itachi's coat and placed the eyes inside. Exhausted, he finally ran out of strength and fell to the ground. Fading in and out of consciousness, he eventually woke up inside some sort of cave. A man with an orange mask came up to him. "You performed quite well against your brother. Must feel good to have finally killed the man you hated so much." Sasuke wasn't sure who this was, but he was getting a strong vibe from him. "Who are and why did you bring me here?" The man lit a few candles. "I am an old friend of your brother's, and I brought you here to tell you the truth." Sasuke realized who he was talking to and began to get nervous. Madara Uchiha. He chuckled. "Smart boy. So brother told you about me in that genjutsu. What else did he tell you about?" Sasuke decided he would try to cover his tracks. "He told me the truth before he died, about the massacre." Madara nodded. "Good, and how do you feel about that?" Sasuke considered his answer. They just lost Itachi, and they might never be able to get a spy in the Akatsuki again. He knew what he had to do. "I feel betrayed by the leaf. I want the village burned to the ground for all the pain they've caused." Madara grabbed something out of his pocket and threw it at him. "Welcome to the Akatsuki." It was Itachi's ring. now you have 2 of his possessions. Sasuke was confused and soon found Itachi's eyes weren't in his pocket. His eyes, where are my brother's eyes? Madara pointed to a mirror, in your head. I took the liberty of implanting them while you slept. No need to thank me, you're a member now. Sasuke looked in the mirror to find he had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I don't recall agreeing to join you. Madara began to walk away. You said you want to destroy the leaf. I can give you the power to do that. Are you saying no to your own family? Sasuke shook his head. No, it would be an honor to train under you, sir. Madara kept walking. Good, we begin tomorrow. Be ready, I don't tolerate weakness. Naruto and Mei had returned to the mist. Everyone was evacuated and Pain was due to arrive before too much longer. Mei-chan, you and the kids get out of here. We've only got a few hours before he gets here. Mei didn't like, but nodded. Fine, please be safe. I don't want to feel like I'm going to lose my family again. Naruto smiled and kissed her. Please, with you guys as my motivation, he doesn't stand a damn chance. Mei smiled back and grabbed the kids, making her way without to a nearby village until the fight was over. You ready, Pa, Kurama? Pa nodded. You know it, Gaki. Kurama was chuckling in Naruto's head. Let's fuck shit up, kid. Naruto smiled and started to get his head in the game. This was gonna be one hell of a fight. Chapter 23 Time for the big fight. I've been working hard on this one, so hope you enjoy. I watched the Naruto vs Pain fight again for research, and I felt like watching the Naruto vs Pain fight. If you don't like fights, skip this chapter. If you do, sit back and enjoy. Thanks for reading and please review. Naruto was 5 miles from the mist waiting for Pain. He was going to try to avoid this fight from being in the mist to avoid damages. Pa was on his shoulder and he had Gamabunta and Gamaken behind him. He activated his Jinchuriku cloak and got ready. They could sense Pain's chakra coming. This was gonna be big. 5 figures appeared before Naruto. The 6 paths of Pain minus the one destroyed by Jiraiya. So, Jiraiya-sensei really does have a new student. Excellent. I would hate to think that someone like Jiraiya Sensei would just give up. The world wouldn't be worth bring peace to if people were so willing to just laid back and accepted everything. Naruto scowled. So you really were trained by Pervy Sage, and you turned into this. Do you really think this is the kind of peace he wanted? Pain didn't show any emotion. Jiraiya-sensei was a great man, a visionary of sorts, but he was a naive fool just the same. An idealist like him could never manage to bring peace to the world. It takes someone like me, someone who will give up their own humanity. I took enough pain to the point where became something greater, a god of sorts. This is what you need to do if you wish to bring peace to the world. You're strong. I can tell that much. Join me. Help me bring pain to the world. Help me show it the truth. Naruto shook his head. You just don't get it. It's like you never listened to a word Pervy Sage said. He hated to see anyone in pain. That's what made him who he was. He played the fool for everyone so that they could be happy. He took on more pain than any man I've ever known. He lost his student, was turned down by the woman he loved, was betrayed by his best friend, but still his biggest concern was everyone else. If there were more people like that in the world, people who wanted nothing more than to end others' pain, we would have peace in no time. The answer to bringing peace to the world isn't putting through more pain, it's getting people to want to stop other pain. Pain chuckled. A nice dream, but a dream just the same. The thing about dreams, one of the paths, the one with spikes on his head, charged at Naruto. They're meant to be broken. Naruto didn't even flinch. The path was suddenly crushed by a Rasengan. An orange hand that appeared to be pure chakra had come out of his back and destroyed the path before anyone could figure out it even happened. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that if you want to beat me. Pain couldn't help but be impressed. Not bad, you've actually managed to take control of the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto sighed. No, we're partners. He's working with me willingly. If you would actually take the time work with them, you'd be surprised just how much like us they are. One of the paths slammed her hands on the ground, summoning jutsu. A massive dog appeared on the battlefield. Fine, let's see how the fox does against the dog. Gamabunta and Gamaken jumped forward. You go get the girl. This mud will be child's play for us. Naruto rushed forward past the dog. He made another sphere in his hand with the help of the chakra limbs. He lifted it in the air. Rasen Shuriken. It rushed towards the path, one to be intercepted by another and absorbed. Come on, Gaki. You know better than that. If you want to use ninjutsu, you've got to destroy that path first. Naruto scowled. Sorry, I'll have to. He didn't finish as the path he had previously destroyed was now attacking him once more. What the hell? I crushed you. Naruto jumped back and Pa jumped on his shoulder. That fella in the back, the one they're all protecting. He can revive the other paths. If you want to beat these guys, you have to destroy him. Gamabunta yelled over, and make it fast. This dog is getting to be a pain in the ass. Every time you kill it, 2 more of them pop up. Naruto was thinking this was getting ridiculous, but he had a plan at least. He made some clones and threw some smoke bombs down. A Rasen Shuriken flew out of the smoke at path in the back, only to be stopped by the absorbing path. I thought the toad already told you, that won't work. The Rasen Shuriken poofed away, leaving Naruto in its place. No. That way I used a transformation jutsu. He tackled the path. Another Rasen Shuriken threw out of the smoke at the head path. You lose. The path didn't do anything until the last second. He put his hand up, a strange force surrounded him. Almighty push. The Rasen Shuriken faded away, leaving Pa frowning. Damn, the almighty push. Its only weakness is it needs at least 5 seconds to recharge, more if it's a stronger one. Pain clearly wasn't going down easy. Give it up, you're not going to beat us. You may be strong, but you're not on our level. Naruto smirked. Another clone descend from the air, crushing the healing path. Naruto jumped back, using one of his chakra limbs to chase down the path with the spikes in his head. Just as the path though he had escaped, Pa made some hand seals and launched his tongue out, wrapping and crushing the path. As you were saying. Pain's paths regrouped. I'll admit, you've surpassed our sensei, but so have I. We've only just gotten started. Gamabunta and Gamaken were having trouble with the dogs. There were now 7 of them. Gaki, hurry up. This getting insane here. Naruto and Pa started muttering to one another. They began to form a plan in their heads. Pa jumped over to his grandson, and whispered to him, Sounds good, Gramps, let's do this. Naruto grabbed some more smoke bombs and tossed them at the paths. Alright Pa, tossed him. The paths felt something massive hit the ground. The summoning path suddenly found itself completely in the dark. Let's see your little friends help you now. The path was hit by 2 Rasengans, destroying it. Gamabunta spit it out along with Naruto as the smoke cleared. The summoned dogs poofed away. The head path was getting aggravated, although you couldn't actually tell. So you've eliminated 3 of the paths, not bad. Jiraiya sensei could only eliminate 1 of them. Naruto got back into his battle stance. You've only got 2 left, time to finish this. In a flash he made a dozen clone, who launched themselves at absorbing path. He didn't have time to fight all of them off. They destroyed it with their taijutsu, leaving the head path on his own. Pain's head path's eyes darkened. I think it's time we end this. He raised his hand, planetary devastation. Naruto watched as black ball rose into the sky. Naruto suddenly felt the ground under him shake. It broke away and began to go towards the ball, bringing Naruto with it. Gamabunta and Gamaken didn't like this. Sorry Gaki, but we've gotta get out here. Naruto nodded. You get out of here too, Pa. Me and Kurama can handle this. Pa didn't like it, but got poofed away with his grandsons. Naruto decided to ask his 9-tail friend what to do next. You got any ideas, Kurama? Kurama had an idea alright, but he wasn't Naruto would like it. If you went full 9 tails mode, we should be able to break away pretty easy. I can send a tailed beast bomb at him too. After that attack it'll be away before he can use the almighty push again. Naruto thought about for a second. Alright, let's do it. Time to settle this. Kurama was a little surprised he agreed so suddenly, but still got started to prepare for the transformation. The head path felt a surge in chakra and looked up at the Jinchuriku. What's he doing? There was a large eruption of chakra and he could feel the planetary deviations weakening its hold on him. The legendary Kyuubi burst from the jutsu's pull and jumped down at the final path. He began to form a large ball in his mouth and launched it at him. The head path had no way to dodge, he simply took the massive hit. It left about a half-a-mile crater in the ground. The only thing that remained of the 6 paths was some pieces that had flown out of the blast radius during the fight. Naruto shrunk back down to human size and grabbed one of the rods. He could track Pain with this. Sticking the rod in his hand, he could tell Pain was about 13 miles from where they had been fighting. It was time for the final confrontation with the insane frontman of the Akatsuki. Naruto found a large tree that almost looked like it was made of paper. He touched it and found some of it peeled off. Yup, it was paper. Naruto climbed it until he found a small opening in tree. He looked inside and saw two people, a man and a woman. The man was hooked into a strange machine and had red hair. The girl had blue hair and appeared to be the one manipulating the paper. He walked inside. So this is the real Pain. It's good to finally see you in person. The man frowned deeply. So, you're the one who actually managed to defeat 6 of my paths, well 5 of them anyway. You think that means you've won? Please. This won't bring peace to the world, if anything you're holding it back. It's idealistic fools like you that are going to bring the world down in the end. Naruto pulled a book out of his pocket. You didn't always believe that. At one time you believed our sensei was right and that world would find peace. You believed in the words in this book. Pain went wide-eyed. Wait, that book? Naruto kept talking. I believe in this book. I believe that even more important than finding peace is willingness to always believe peace can be obtained. The hero in this book said those words. The hero in this book's name is. Pain fished the sentence. Naruto. Naruto put the book back. You may have lost faith, but I haven't. I chose to walk away. I still hate you, but I forgive you. Pain looked at the boy, shook his head. It appears you've learned much more from sensei than I ever did. Naruto smiled. He was a good teacher, when he wasn't peeping on women baths anyways. Pain laughed. I don't think I still have the power to believe in peace, so I'm going to believe in you instead. I chose to believe you can succeed where I have failed. He raised his hands out of the machine. I'm going to perform one last jutsu. It's a gift for you. The blue-haired girl looked at him. Nagato, if you try anything in your current state. The newly named Nagato shook his head. No, this is for the best. Naruto, I'm giving you a small section of my memories. Strange as that may sound, there is a reason. I'm giving you all of my knowledge on Madara Uchiha and his partner Zetsu. I want you to use it to fight him. He was the only person I've ever met who was stronger than me, until you. Naruto nodded. Thank you. I promise you I will bring peace to this world. Nagato smiled. Yes, you will. He made some hand seals. A small glow formed around his body until it began to surround both him and Naruto. Nagato's hair turned white. You can do this. I believe in you. Naruto Uzumaki. His eyes closed, leaving the blue-haired girl crying. She turned to Naruto. Thank you, for restoring his faith in the end. My name is Konan, and if Nagato trusts you then so do I. Naruto shook her hand. It was my pleasure. Konan, take him with you. Bury him. Remember him for who he was, not who he became. Konan formed some paper around him and Naruto started to walk away. We'll most likely never see each other again. It's more than likely Madara will come after me to tie up loose ends. Naruto nodded. Nagato wasn't kidding. From what he showed he's impossibly strong. I wish I could help you, but I don't think the two of us could beat him alone. Konan shook her head. Don't worry about me. Bring this knowledge back to your friends, prepare yourselves, and kick his ass. Naruto smirked. Count on it. Naruto turned around to go find his wife. It was a good day, but the fight was far from over. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Man, this moving along fast. I think next time I'm gonna give myself more than 1 or 2 days before updates. I'm still having trouble figuring out what story to do next after I finish this one. Please tell me what type of stories you'd like in the reviews. Hint hint, please review. Anyway, on with the 5-Cage Summit arc. Thanks for getting me over 11,000 views and please review. Mei nearly beat Naruto half to death when he returned. It was kinda hard to miss just how dangerous the fight had been, but she was happy that Pain was gone. She was shocked, however, to find out the legendary Madara Uchiha was still alive and planning to put in an endless dream. Mei didn't like the sound of that at all. We're going to have to bring this up at the 5-Cage Summit. We need all the help we can get if we're going after him. Naruto was quite confused at what she was talking about. The what? The babies started to cry and Mei picked up Asuma and Naruto picked up Mito. The 5 cages have decided that since only 3 of the Jinchurikus remain, you, Gaara, and the Raikage's brother, we need to get together and decided what to do. Naruto rocked Mito softly. Alright, you sure this wasn't just some ploy by Bachan to see the kids again? Mei laughed at the little joke. She might be willing to do that, but no, from what you've told me this isn't going to be easy. We all need to work together if we're going to win this. Naruto walked into the kitchen and got some breast milk from the fridge and put it in some warm water. Good point, I watched all of his fights. Nagato, oh sorry, that's Pain's real name, witnessed. The man was never hit once, the attack literally went through him, and he had some kind of teleportation jutsu that rivaled my dad's. Mei walked into the kitchen as well. Would you warm one of those up for me please? As strong as he may be, I think with the power of the 5 Kage and 2 fully powered Jinchurikus we can stop him. Naruto put the milk into bottles and handed one to Mei. Yeah, but we have to figure out how to hit him first. Mei put the bottle in Asuma's mouth. Details. What about that Zetsu guy? What did Pain, oh right, Nagato, know about him? Naruto gave Mito her bottle too. Not much actually. The only thing he knew for sure is that he could phase in and out of objects and that he could make solid clones that can take more than one hit. Mei sighed. That's great, another unknown variable. Naruto kissed his wife on the cheek. Don't worry, between all of us they don't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Sasuke looked around Madara's base. The man clearly didn't have any real emotional attachments. When he looked in all the other Akatsuki members' rooms, he found that most of them kept at least some symbol of their past besides their headband. He had looked around the deceased members' rooms first, not like they could object. In Sasori's he found a small picture of him with his parents as a child before they had died. He even kept the first puppet his parents had helped him make. Deidara had sculptures that he had made while in the rock. According to Zetsu, he always used to say, a true artist knows his past and draws from it. These may not be my best work, but they've made me who I am. Kakuzu had the scrolls that were made by his sensei from the waterfall. His sensei was apparently the only person who didn't abandon him when he was defeated by the first Hokage. He had actually made the vast majority of the waterfall's original water jutsus. Kakuzu took them when he left. In his opinion, they didn't deserve anything made by his sensei, it was too good for them. Hidan, as you might expect, kept things that were slightly more disturbing. He actually preserved the eyes of the last leader of the land of hot water, saying that he didn't need them as he was blind. Admittedly, his wasn't as sentimental as the others, more like creepy. Sasuke had to fight back tears when he found that his brother had kept the bow that they always used to practice with. All those years and all those lies, and he still couldn't let go of it. Kisame didn't really care if Sasuke looked around his room. He said he was barely ever in it anyway. What he found surprised him. It was a picture of him as boy holding a newborn child. On the back it said, "My little guppy, Hyrie." It was relatively clear he still cared for his sister. Zetsu's room was more like a closet. It was so small, and actually encouraged him to go in there. Well, his white half did anyway. The black half growled slightly but didn't object. He couldn't make sense of what he found in there though. It was a bunch picture of just the white half of Zetsu. A person that looked like Zetsu but with a spiral face, and a one-eyed and one-armed boy Sasuke couldn't recognize. Was that Madara? No, Madara had both arms. It couldn't. In a Mangekyo Sharingan, it couldn't be him. Also, where was the black half of Zetsu? When he asked Zetsu about it, he just said that it was his little secret, and that he wasn't gonna tell anybody. Madara's room, however, had nothing of sentimental value. It was completely bare. When he asked to go in there, Madara didn't seem to care at all. He just said that Sasuke wouldn't find anything. He was right too. It was like he was trying to kill all of his emotions. Sasuke was back in his room thinking on all the things he had found. It seemed like no one in the Akatsuki, except for Hidan, had started out as a bad person. They were all people who went through so much pain, saw so much death, that they had lost faith in the world. Madara had found them at their darkest and convinced them his way was the best, that this world was cursed in an endless cycle of hatred and death. All of them thought this perfect dream world was really the best option. Madara entered the room and looked at Sasuke. Prepare yourself. Danzo has insisted on going with Tsunade to the 5 Kage summit. You're going to have your chance to get revenge on him just as you asked. Sasuke nodded. He and Tsunade had discussed this in one of his notes. Danzo would never let the Leaf truly participate on any talks of peace. He would do whatever he could to try and take this as a way for the Leaf to gain power. Every decision Danzo had ever made had ended in death. He would do more damage against Madara than good. He had ordered the pointless death of so many people. It was time for his insanity to finally be put to an end, and Sasuke would be the man to do it. Naruto had bundled Mito and Asuma as tightly as he could. The land of iron was a cold place after. They were an hour away, it wouldn't be much longer now. I'm still not sure we should have brought the kids. Mei stopped for a second to see where they were. Naruto-kun. The safest place for them is here with us. With everything that's going on, I don't want the Akatsuki or any of our other enemies going after them. Besides, Tsunade wants to see them again. Naruto pulled Asuma off the carrier on his back and rocked him. I know they just look cold. The mist is way warmer than this. Look at Asuma's little red nose. Mei shook her head. It's better than them being kidnapped. Naruto laughed and put Asuma back on his back. Good point, Mei-chan. Mei giggled. Yeah, I have my moments. So how do I want to tell the rest of them about Madara? Naruto scratched his chin. That was a good question. Just tell them, I guess. They all knew who he was. It's not that strange that he could still be alive with all the crazy things he did. Mei was thinking the same thing. Sounds good, let's get moving. I don't want anything to wrong with this. Naruto nodded. This was damn important. The fate of the ninja world might hang in the balance. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Danzo were making her way to the Land of Iron for the 5-Cage Summit. They were currently crossing a bridge. Danzo was in the middle of trying to convince Tsunade that they needed to try and make sure they can get as many benefits as possible for when the war was over. Lady Tsunade, I insisted on coming to this for a reason. Once this war is done, everyone will be in a mad scramble to pick up the pieces and gain power, and we need to gain as many of those pieces as possible. Tsunade groaned at having to continue this conversation. The whole point of this war is to top the Akatsuki and try to find some kind of peace from all of this. We let you come because of your experience with Onoki. Don't think that means for even a second the council trusts you again. That wasn't true though. They had more than enough evidence against the man to try him for treason, but he was still well liked in certain civilian factions, so they couldn't outright execute him. Luckily they could have Sasuke finish the old bastard off before he could find a way to make this war even worse. Danzo was insane. The man claimed to do what he did for the Leaf, but he had caused more wars than he ended. This war was going to be hard enough as it is. He got involved, it would be impossible to get anything done. Danzo wasn't backing down. How do fools like you get into the Hokage's office when I never could? Honestly, if the daimyo had just taken my advice all those years ago and chosen your teammate over that fool Namikaze. Tsunade scowled and cut him off. We'd all be dead. Orochimaru was insane just like you are. A new voice entered the conversation, and he'll die by the same hands Orochimaru did. Dasno looked around the bridge and saw young Sasuke. Well, if it isn't the traitor. You must be fool if you're going to take on 3-cage level ninjas. Tsunade and Kakashi walked away from him. 1-cage level ninja actually. He's not a traitor, he's our spy. Danzo Shimura, by order of the Council of the Hidden Leaf and myself, you are hereby charged with treason. Prepare today. Danzo looked down. I see, so the 3 of you kill me and have your false traitor take the fall for it so there's no tension in the village. Tsunade nodded. I don't like doing things like this, but we're on the brink of peace here and I'm not going to let you ruin that. Danzo pulled some weights of his arm and unwrapped it, revealing 10 eyes in a strange wood-like arm. I think it's time I show you just why your teammate would have been a good choice for Hokage. He gave me a power few can comprehend, the Izanagi. It allows the user to alter reality for a short time. The Uchiha didn't use it, as it could only be used every 10 years, and the eye becomes useless during that time, sometimes forever depending on the extent it's used, but seeing as I'm about to die I think that's a chance I'll have to take. The other 3 got ready for a fight. It wasn't going to be easy, but against the 3 of them Danzo didn't stand a chance. Chapter 25. Alright. I didn't watch a McConaughey movie this time, I'm just rooting for him to win for Best Actor. Him or DiCaprio anyway. Guess who I'm rooting for Best Animated Picture? Enough talk of the Oscars, it doesn't have any relevance to this anyway. Also I finally know what story I'm doing next, but you'll have to wait to see what it is. Maybe I'll tell you if I get enough reviews. Hint hint, please review. Thanks for reading and please review. I'm starting to sound repetitive, aren't I? All of the cages had arrived except for Tsunade, which worried Naruto and Mei slightly. Sweetie, do you think Tsunade's okay? She not usually late like this. Naruto looked at the empty seat at the table. I'm sure she's okay. Bachan isn't the type to go down easy, especially with Kakashi-sensei with her. Just as Mei was about to respond, Tsunade and Kakashi entered, looking a little torn up. Sorry we're late everyone, thanks for waiting. Naruto jumped up and ran over to her. Holy crap, what happened? Tsunade went to her chair and took a deep breath. We were attacked by Sasuke, he was after Danzo. Naruto got nervous at the mention of his old friend's name. He was after Danzo? What happened to him? Kakashi sighed. He killed him. To be honest, we didn't really try to save him. Any injuries you see on us is from damage we took from afar. We've been trying to get Danzo for treason for a while now, and if Sasuke wanted to take that old warhawk out, we've got no issue. The other Kages nodded. Danzo was well known for his less than honorable tactics. He wasn't even liked in his own village. When it came to talks of peace, Danzo really wasn't the kind of person you wanted with you. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. I know I shouldn't feel like it, but I'm kinda glad he's gone. The man was a monster. The Raikage stood up. Well, that's all well and good, but I think it's time we get this meeting started. They all sat down and calmed themselves. It wasn't often the 5 Kages all gathered together, but when they did, it was big. This meeting was going to change the world. They all prayed it would change it for the better. Sasuke stood at the meeting ground that Madara had instructed him to go to. Several toads were croaking around him. They loved the pond Sasuke was next to. Madara finally showed up. Danzo is dead. Excellent. He's been a thorn in the Akatsuki's side for too long. Now we can move on to other matters. Speaking of which, you said you could perform all of Orochimaru's jutsus. Do you really mean all of them? Sasuke wasn't sure he liked where this was headed. Yeah, every last one. I made sure to learn them all before I killed him and absorbed his powers. Why do you ask? Madara gave him a half-hearted response. I'm just having Kisame retrieve something for me, but it wouldn't be of much use if you couldn't perform a certain jutsu. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What the hell was he talking about? And that would be. Madara waved him off. Don't ask so many questions, just know that he's swinging by an old base of mine in the mist. I'll talk to you soon. Madara used his teleportation jutsu and left Sasuke standing in the alone by the pond. He sighed. This really something he should be telling Naruto about. Just as he was thinking that, one of the toads by the pond hopped over and nudged his hand. Sasuke was confused until he noticed the symbol for message on the toad's back. He discreetly wrote a note and set it by the toad, who happily grabbed it and hopped out of sight and poofed away. Sasuke was laughing slightly in his head. Naruto was always one step ahead of him. The summit wasn't going perfectly. Most of the nations were able to cooperate with one another. The Rock was the only one who was refusing for an all-out alliance. The only way I would be willing to join this is if someone capable was chosen as the leader of the alliance. We would need to have one person in charge of it, one person who could override everyone if need be. Onoki told them. Mei knew where this was headed, and by one person I'm assuming you mean you? Honestly, Onoki, even when the world's at risk, you still want to make sure the Rock stays in control. Onoki had anticipated this. It was time to call in his trump card. I have the most experience out of any of you. I would be the best choice. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Uzumaki? He stretched out the last word. Naruto didn't look scared. Quite the opposite actually, Namikaze. Onoki couldn't believe it. What did you just say? Naruto looked him in the eye. My last name is Namikaze. I'm not afraid of you, you little floating dwarf. You think I'm going to give you control of the alliance just because you know my real last name? My father enemies are already my enemies at this point. All of your experience is in the old world that's lost in shadow. That world is gone now. We need someone new, and I'm not going to risk my family's chances if you aren't the right person to lead. Mei looked up at her husband. Looks like we can use her real last name now. Mei Namikaze, sounds good. Asuma Namikaze and Mito Namikaze sounds nice too. Tsunade was cuddling Asuma at the moment and looked down at him. Do you like your last name? Oh, I think you do. O was extremely confused. Wait, the yellow flash not only had a son but has grandchildren? Gaara looked hard at Onoki. How on earth will this alliance ever work if we're trying to manipulate each other? Onoki didn't show any regret. I did what I needed to do. Someone capable needs to lead this alliance. Who would you suggest, Whippersnapper? Gaara looked at his old friend. I nominate Naruto Namikaze to be the leader of the Shinobi Alliance. Onoki screamed. He can't be the leader, he's not even a Kage. Tsunade cut in. We never said it had to be a Kage. I second the motion. Mei stood up. I, of course, third the motion. He is my husband after all. A large black man, who had been standing behind A and being slight to this point, spoke up, "Yo, the nine tails ain't gonna fail. The cloud forts the motion ya fool." A looked ready to smack the man. B. What are doing? Why do you just trust this kid out of the blue? B grinned. 8-0 trusts him so I do too. Fool, ya fool. A went wide-eyed. The 8 tails trust him. B nodded. Oh yeah, says he had a little chat with the big old fox. Says that this kid rocks. A had a tick mark on his forehead. Enough rapping. B can I trust this kid or not? B turned serious and nodded. He's the best person to lead us. 8-0 says he's got the same drive in him that his father does. He'll stop at nothing to make sure those he cares about are safe. I thought about it for a second. If you really do have the same fire inside you that your father did, then I do indeed forth the motion. Gaara looked at the remaining cage. Well, Onoki, everyone else trusts him. Are you with us or not? Onoki ground his teeth for a second, then closed his eyes. I pass the motion. Naruto couldn't believe it. You want me to lead the alliance? Tsunade smiled. We'll need some kind of title for him. Gaara thought for a second. Shinkage, Shinobi Shadow for the Shinobi Alliance. Tsunade agreed. All right, well, make up some robes for him. Any preference as to color? Naruto gave his wife the puppy dog eyes. She quickly gave in. All right, go ahead. Naruto jumped in excitement. Orange. Just as they were about to continue, a new voice entered the room. Shinkage, interesting. Too bad it won't matter what you call him. Madara began. Naruto saw Madara and growled. So you're coming in person for once, not just sending one of your pawns to attacks while you stay safe. Madara looked at the soon-to-be Shikage. What can I say? The 5 cages actually working together, that's something even I had to see. Besides, I do come out when it's worth my time. Or have you forgotten the little meeting we had with Hidan and Kakuzu? Naruto was confused, but soon caught on. You son of a bitch. It was you who put that genjutsu on in that fight. It's your fault Asuma-sensei's dead. Madara chuckled. You were the one too weak to protect him, and I don't tolerate the weak. Naruto was getting very tired of his voice. Is that why you're putting everyone in an endless dream, so that you don't have to deal with the weak? Madara was a bit surprised that Naruto knew his plan. So Pain told you my plan. No matter. This world is cursed. There'll never be peace in this world if I don't put it in the infinite Tsukuyomi. I'm trying to make sure the weak don't have to worry about pain anymore. Naruto couldn't believe this nutjob's logic. It will all be a lie. What's the point of endless happiness if you've never felt pain? What makes the good times so go as you know what the bad times feel like? How can you know what love is if you've never felt pain? Your world is just one big lie, it means nothing. Madara shook his head. I don't think I even need to offer you the chance to end this peacefully. I'm declaring this the beginning of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Just remember I was willing to give you a chance to end this without any more pain. Madara teleported away, leaving the 5, now 6, cages alone in the council room. Naruto looked around. Well, no point in just standing here. Everyone head back to your respective villages and tell them what happened. I'm giving you 2 weeks to organize your armies, separate them in strategist, combat ninjas, so on and so forth. When you're done we'll meet here to discuss strategy. Bring your best strategist with you if you can. They all nodded. It wasn't a lot of time to organize an army, but they didn't exactly have much of a choice. They had to be ready. Naruto was about to leave when a small toad poofed on the table and jumped on his shoulder. He handed Naruto a letter and poofed away again. Naruto read the note and turned to his wife. We'd better get back to the mist. Madara sent Kisame after something and I'm not about to let him get any kind of advantage. Mei motioned to the kids, but we've got them with us. Naruto scratched his head. Good point. When we there you hang back and I'll take him head on. Mei didn't like the sound of that, but to be fair he beat Pain all on his own. They headed out of the building while Naruto prepared a battle plan in his head. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, and since I got the most review I've ever gotten in a single chapter, I'll tell what I'm thinking for my next fanfic. What if when Jiraiya had given Naruto the summoning contract when Naruto was 8 and taught him how to use it so that when the academy teacher wouldn't train him the toads could? I think it will be awesome. Enough talk of the possible future, time for the present. Here's chapter 26, thanks for reading and please review. Zawabo and Hairi were rushing to the border of the mist to catch an apparent spy that had been seen near there. Whoever it was was wearing an Akatsuki cloak, so they were most likely involved with them. When came to the Akatsuki, Hairi never missed a chance to go after them, and Zawabo wasn't about to let his wife go after one of them alone. Zawabo really wasn't sure about this. Babe, I don't like this. We're going after an S-ranked criminal we know nothing about. Hari glared at her husband. Look, I love and that's all well and good, but you know how I feel about the Akatsuki. If they're even near the mist, I need to kick their ass out now. Zawabo motioned for her to stop. I can see I can't change your mind, but seeing as how we're going after this guy, shouldn't we have some kind of plan? Just a little something to make sure we don't get ourselves killed. Hairi was about to respond, but she could sense a chakra signature nearby. She looked over to see a man in cloak near the river with some kind of wooden box. Is that coffin? The man made some hand seals and slammed his hand onto the water, causing a shark to appear. He tied the coffin to its tail. You bring this back to Leader-sama. I can sense a pest close to here, so I'm gonna take care of it. I'll catch up later. The shark swam away, the coffin following it. All right, who decided to take on the tailless-tailed beast? Hairi could barely get out the words, Kisame? Kisame was shocked to see his little sister. Guppy, is that you? Hairi gave an involuntary smile at her old nickname. I thought I told you not to call me that, Fishcake. Kisame laughed and looked at his sister. He noticed her hand. Is that wedding ring? Hairi brushed the ring slightly and motioned to her husband. Yeah, this is your brother-in-law. Zawabo wasn't really sure how to react to all this. Wait, this is your big brother. Kisame scoffed. Not a smart one, is he? What's your name, Squirt? Zawabo still had no idea what was going on. Zawabo, I'm sorry, are we fighting him or not? Kisame roared with laughter at that. You two fight me? Oh, that's great, at least he's funny. Hairi wasn't laughing. Kisame, why'd you leave? Was it just the thing with the 7 swordsmen? Was that all it took to set you off? Kisame didn't really know how to answer the question. Well, sorta, there's more to it than that, okay. Hairi had tears in her eyes. Then tell me, I've been waiting more than 10 years for this and I'm not leaving until I get an answer. Kisame looked at the ground and sighed. I was rewarded for killing my own comrades, people who had done nothing wrong. How fucked up is that? Then I met Leader-sama. He said that he could bring the world into permanent dream. A perfect reality for everyone. No more pain, no more suffering, just good times. I wanted that for you. I wanted to make a world where we could see Mom and Dad Aegean, where they weren't killed in the bloodline purge. Hairi shook her head, but I didn't want that. I wanted my big brother. It's not the same, Kisame. If I lived in some perfect from the start, I never would have met Mei, never would have got married to Zawabo. You never would have saved me all those times when we were little. That's what I miss the most, Kisame. You were so brave, so strong. You didn't care what anyone thought, as long as those you cared about were happy. Kisame frowned, and yet I slaughter some of my own friends. Hairi ran up and hugged him, on the Mizukage's orders, who was being controlled by your great leader Sama. Don't you see he's just using you? You were vulnerable and you bought into his lies. Kisame didn't hug her back. I'm not brave, Hairi, I'm a coward. I needed this infinite dream. I needed a place where I wasn't so scared of the Mizukage that I killed my own friends. A place where I was strong enough not run for what I had done. Hairi hugged him closer. You're human, you make mistakes. You can come back to the mist with us, you can make amends. I know Mei and Naruto would let you. Please, Kisame, I want my son too. No, his uncle. Kisame and Zawabo both went wide-eyed. Son. Hairi glanced in Zawabo and blushed. I was gonna tell you today. Kisame thought for a second. All right, for you and my niece or nephew, I'll try. I'm not gonna promise I can do this, but I'll try. Hairi smiled brightly. Oh, I'm so happy, my whole family is gonna be together again. Kisame turned to Zawabo. So brother, tell me about yourself on the way, and why you think you're good enough for my sister. Zawabo didn't like the sound of that. Okay, but first I gotta ask, who was in the coffin? Kisame scratched his chin, something that confused even me. Sasuke looked inside the coffin, unable to make sense of what he was seeing. But how? This isn't, it can't be. Close your mouth or you'll catch a fly, Zetsu joked. The coffin contained something impossible, the body of Madara Uchiha. Wait, if this is Madara, then who have I been working with all this time? Who's the guy behind the mask? Black Zetsu growled, that is none of your concern. You said you could use all of Orochimaru's jutsus, and you're going to use reanimation to revive Madara for us. Sasuke couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wait, we're going to reanimate Madara, why? Zetsu started to sink into the ground. We're going against 5 nations, Madara will be able to even the odds a bit more. Sasuke was ready to scream, we have Madara, that's still only 4 people. How are we gonna defeat 5 nations and 3-tailed beasts? Zetsu was getting irritated. First off, it's only going to be 2-tailed beasts. Gaara can't control his beast. Secondly, he made about 500 clones surround them. I'm a one-man army. I can create as many as 3,000 clones that can take multiple hits. With that and 2 of the most powerful shinobi who ever lived, we have a better chance than you. Realize. Sasuke stopped him just before he sank completely, so what the hell do I call him now? Zetsu shrugged. Just call him Tobi, I guess. Zetsu sank, leaving Sasuke absolutely pissed. Can't anything in my life be simple? Naruto, Mei, and Kisame sat alone in the Mizukage's office. Kisame was trying to convince them he could trust them. You do realize that you've spent most of the past 10 years trying to kill me and the other Jinchuriku's? Kisame tapped his fingers nervously on his chair. I can't make excuses for my actions. After everything I do, all I could do was run, or at least that's how I felt. I was a coward, and for that I'm sorry. All I ask is that you give me another chance. If you don't trust me, that's fine. Keep tabs on me if you want. Naruto thought for a second, then leaned over to his wife. I think he's being honest. Kurama can sense when someone's lying. But the final decision is on you. Mei looked at Kisame. She remembered him when they were still little in the academy. She couldn't have got through it without him. Kisame, because of everything you did for this village when you were still here, and because my husband trusts you, I'll let you stay. However, I'll be keeping tight tabs on you, and I expect intel on the Akatsuki as well. Kisame smiled. Fair enough. Whatever you need, I'll get you. I'm just glad to be back. Some noise came from his back. I think Samahata is too. Naruto looked at him. This guy really wanted to turn over a new leaf. He found that most people wanted to be good if you just gave them the chance. Alright. Anything about the Akatsuki we need to know. Immediately. Kisame suddenly got serious. Yeah, and aren't gonna believe this shit. Naruto looked at him with curious eyes. Alright, what is it? Kisame shook his head. In his old base, I had to retrieve a body that had been preserved years ago. It was the body of Madara. Uchiha. Naruto screamed, that's impossible, we've been fighting Madara this whole time. Kisame nodded, yeah, and he's the one who's been giving me orders this whole time. I have no idea who the hell the man behind that mask really is. I'm not even sure he knows. Naruto was confused. What do you mean? Kisame thought for a second. He doesn't have any personality. All he thinks about what he calls the Moon Eye Plan. Do you know what that is? Naruto nodded and Kisame continued. Good, he's never angry, he's never happy. He cracks the occasional joke, but even those don't have much emotion behind them. It's like he's dead inside. Naruto wrote everything down in a file. Alright, you head out with Hairi. Yo can stay with her until we get everything else all fixed up for you. Kisame stood up and walked to the door. Thanks, he opened it and walked out. Mei leaned back in her chair. So now we're facing 2 impossibly strong ninja and we still don't know what Zetsu can do. Great. Naruto was confused again. What do you mean 2? Mei sighed. Naruto-kun. He must have got Madara so that Sasuke can reanimate him. Naruto hadn't thought of that. Damn, you're right. I think it's time we need to tell Bachan to pull him out of there. The risk is too big and there's not much info left that he could give us. Mei agreed. I'm gonna send a messenger bird to her. Naruto got up and stretched. Alright. Man, being a leader is hard. Why did I want this again? Mei laughed. Because you didn't listen when I told you how hard it was. Don't worry, sweetie. We'll get Sasuke out and with his help we'll stop whoever the hell is behind that mask. Naruto hugged his wife. What has to happen to a person for them to lose faith that much? Mei cuddled into her husband. I don't know and I'm not sure I want to. Come on. Mazur is watching the kids and they're gonna be awake and hungry soon. Naruto let her go and took her hand. A little time with you and the kids, sounds perfect. Chapter 27. Holy crap, this going well. I really want to thank you guys for all your great support with this story. My first real fanfic and it's going awesome and I couldn't be happier. I'm gonna be trying my first lemon this chapter, so here's hoping it's good. Well, enough babbling, thanks for reading and please review. Mei looked out at her ninjas as they prepared for war. She hated sending them into this, but they had no choice. The 6 cages were going to meet in 2 days to talk strategy. Kisame had told them that Zetsu was a one-man army of sorts. He would likely be making somewhere in the range of 3,000 clones to meet their force. Luckily they were set pull Sasuke out before he could be forced to reanimate Madara. It was just Tobi and Zetsu they had to deal with. Mei had to image 5 armies could handle that. Her husband came up and stood next to her. "You almost ready to go? We have to leave in a couple of hours if we're going to make it on time." Mei looked at him and nodded. "Yeah, just thinking that this all seems too easy." Naruto was a little confused. "How so?" Mei had a thoughtful expression on her face. "Just Tobi and Zetsu. It just seems like 5 armies could handle that no problem. There has to be more to this than that." Naruto hadn't thought about that. "Huh, I guess you're right. It's not like Tobi to just attack us head on like that. He usually has some kind of ace up his sleeve. Maybe he was counting on Madara to take us all?" Mei shook her head. "No, I don't think so. He'd be banking everything on Sasuke's ability with Orochimaru's jutsu. Toba's more careful than that." Naruto took a deep breath. "Man, this whole everything is on your shoulder thing kinda sucks." Mei sighed. "Tell me about it. You know, I just realized today, this will be the first time we're gonna be fighting side by side." Naruto smiled brightly at that. "Yeah, I guess it is. Try and keep up," he joked. Mei smacked her husband playfully. "Don't forget Mr. Shinkage, I'm a cage too. I think I could give you a pretty good run for your money." Naruto laughed. "Oh yeah, and when I went into tailed beast mode?" Mei smirked. "I'd summon Gamabunta and we'd melt you." Naruto grinned again. "And if that did work?" Mei had a seductive smile on her face. She walked over to him, pressing her breasts on his chest and brushing her hand on his groin. "Well then I'd just have to distract you, wouldn't I?" Naruto groaned. "This isn't really the time or place for this." Mei bit his ear slightly. "We've got a couple hours. Why don't we head back the mansion and relieve some stress?" Naruto shivered. She really knew how to get him. "All right. The housekeeper was watching kids so that I could come grab you. We just have to send her home and make sure we're not too loud so that we don't wake the kids." Mei grabbed his hand and lead him to the mansion. "I make no promises." Warning. Small lemon. When they reached the master bedroom, Mei shoved Naruto on the bed and jumped on him, leaving rough kisses on his neck. Naruto moaned. "We don't have time for our usual stuff, we gotta make it a little quick today." Mei giggled, and began to take off his shirt. "Oh, don't worry, I'll have you all done in no time." She rubbed her hand on his chest and made her way down to his pants. She unzipped him and started to take them off. "Hey, I'm not gonna be the only one showing skin here, am I?" Naruto pouted playfully. Mei brought her hand to the zipper on the back of her dress and pulled it down slowly. "Of course not, Naruto-kun. We have to be fair after all." The dress fell to the floor while she wore nothing underneath. "You planned this along, didn't you?" Mei smiled and brought his hand to her breast. "Maybe, but I don't think you really mind." He squeezed the beautiful mound and let out a low groan. "No, I don't." She removed his pants and boxers, leaving them both naked. She stroked his member until it was nice and hard. She laid on top of him and positioned him in her sentence. "Well, since it has to be quick, we'll just get right to it then." She lowered herself down, causing them both to moan. "Oh man, Mei-chan." Mei began to rock back and forth on top of him, screaming in pleasure. "Oh god, it's been way too long since we did this." Quickening her pace, she leaned down and whispered in Naruto's ear. "You love this, don't you, when I ride you like this?" Naruto kissed neck and grabbed her breast again. "Hell yes." He brought his lip to her nipple and swirled his tongue around it. "Oh yes, just like that." She kept moving until Naruto felt her tighten around him. They screamed as the climaxed together. Mei fell on her husband's chest. "Amazing as always, Mei-chan." Mito began to cry in the other room. Naruto smiled and got dressed. "I'll handle this one so that you can finish getting the mist ninja ready." Mei grabbed a pair of bra and panties from her dresser and got dressed. That was just the stress reliever she needed. Lemon over. Tobi stood in base. He looked in the mirror. It was rare he didn't his mask on, but he felt he needed a reminder of why he was doing this. The left side of his face disfigured with a Sharingan in it. His right eye had a Rinnegan in it. He always took a little time to help himself remember. "We'll be together in the Tsukuyomi. In there you can be alive again." Zetsu appeared just as Toby was putting his mask on. "Sir, it's Sasuke," he. Toby stopped him. "Betrayed us." "Yes, I know." Zetsu looked shocked. "Wait, how did you?" Toby sighed. "I knew he was traitor the whole time, just as I knew his brother was traitor." Zetsu was completely lost. "Wait, if you knew then why did you?" Toby stopped him again. "Simple. I wanted them to think Madara was my trump card. With Sasuke gone they'll think we're defenseless. But I of course have a plan." Zetsu nodded. "And that would be?" Toby walked over to 6 wooden boxes in the room and opened them. The 6 previous Jinchuriku were inside. "They are my 6 paths, and with their bodies I can control 6 of the tailed beasts. They've only got 3, they won't be expecting something like this. I'll use the beasts to capture the other 3 while I keep the cages busy. You of course will handle the armies. Once I've got the final 3 beasts in my control it will be over." Zetsu smiled. "It was brilliant. Kisame will lead them here. By the way, did you plan that as well?" Toby shrugged. "I had a feeling he'd defect, but if he didn't I had a backup plan." Zetsu continued. "And once they arrive and think that all they have to do is get through me, you spring the tailed beast on them and capture the last 3. It's perfect." Toby started to teleport away. "The world's pain will finally be ended in one final stroke. I've created the perfect plan to finally end this once and for all." He left the base, leaving Zetsu chuckling excitedly about their plan. The 6 cages stood at their new base near the battlefield of what was about to site of the most important war in history. Looked the plan they devised and nodded. "So this is their base. Kisame really gave us some useful info for all of this, didn't he?" Naruto wasn't really paying attention. He was too busy giggling and his daughter in the one of the cribs they had put in the cribs they had provided for them. "Hey there beautiful, how you doing?" A yelled at him. "Hey, come on, you're the shinkage, for Pete's sake, we've got work to do here." Naruto looked up embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head. "Sorry, she was doing the thing with nose again." Mei looked terrified. "I missed it." Aside, "Can we just hurry up?" Onoki laughed. "Come on, I was a father once. You can't always help it." Naruto came up to "It should be simple enough. We've organized the various ninjas so that they can separate the Zetsus from Toby. Once they do that, all we have to do is have the 6 cages and Killer Bee corner him. Even he can't handle all of us. The trick with fighting him is to be relentless. Sooner or later he'll run out of chakra and be able to phase out of objects, or he'll be unable to focus enough so that we can hit him." Tsunade nodded. "Sounds good." A agreed. "Simple enough." Mei looked over the plan. "It still seems a little easy, but it's the best choice." Naruto looked around. "Hey, where's Onoki?" The old man was at the other end of the room, floating above the cribs with Asuma tugging on his mustache. "Oh, do you like this old thing? It took me a while to grow it. You little guys are pretty damn cute." A smack his forehead. "Oh, for crying out loud, come on Onoki." Onoki looked up. "What, I like babies." Naruto smirked. "They're great, alright. Come on. Shizune, could you please watch the kids for a while so we can focus?" Shizune walked over to the crib. "Of course, it would be my pleasure." They all walked out into the other room except for much to Shizune's confusion. "Can I help you with something? Do you need tea, or herbs, or?" She smirked in realization. "You want to see the babies, don't you?" Hesitated. "Maybe." After about 3 hours of talking it over, none of them could see any reason to not go through with the plan. They wouldn't have another chance like this. Naruto looked out the window at all of the ninjas getting ready. Mei walked up to her husband and put a hand on his shoulder. "You okay, sweetie?" Naruto looked conflicted. "Tomorrow I'm going to send hundreds, maybe thousands of people to their deaths. The very fate of the world rests on my shoulder. It's all just so much. How did you deal with being a cage this long?" Mei sighed and kissed her husband. "It's no secret cages don't usually last long. The job's just so hard on you. Every day you have a doubt in your mind. Could I have saved him? Was their death my fault? Who's gonna pay for this in the end? After a while I learned something. I'm going to make mistakes. The only thing I can do is move on and try to do what's best for everyone. If I worry too much I'll kill myself and no one will gain from what I did. I need to stay strong for them, not myself." Naruto held his wife close. "Thanks, sweetie, I needed that." Mei hugged him back. "My pleasure. Tomorrow the greatest battle in ninja history would take place, something that would change everything." They decide they would just enjoy each other's company for a while. Chapter 28. Time for war. Is that sounded a little too cheery in my head? This is the start of the 4th grade Shinobi War, so it might be a little boring because I'll be mostly just setting things up for the big battles. Don't worry, I'll still try to be entertaining. I've got a few little things I can pull. Thanks for reading and please review. The 5 great armies had assembled: leaf, sand, mist, cloud, and rock. The stage had been set for the most important battle the world had ever seen. Just over 5,000 shinobi had armed themselves against the last remaining members of the Akatsuki. The 6 cages had each chosen 1 or 2 to go into battle with them. Naruto, who obviously couldn't choose his wife, chose his old teammates. Team 7 was once again reunited. Sasuke and Sakura would fight by his side in battle one last time. Sasuke's innocence had been publicly announced, and supplying enough, most people were glad to have him back. No one was really made about Danzo, and they praised him for killing Orochimaru and Itachi. Sasuke had begged Tsunade to clear his brother's name, but she explained to him that even with him dead it was too big of a risk. Sasuke didn't like it but accepted it. Mei had chosen Kisame and Mizura. Kisame was incredibly strong and Mizura's sealing abilities might come in handy. Originally Zawabo wanted to go, but Hairi said that there was no way in hell that if she couldn't fight he could. She was angry Kisame was fighting as it was. Tsunade had chosen Kakashi and Guy, her 2 most powerful jonin. Kakashi knew more ninjutsu than any person on the planet, and he could analyze jutsu like no one she'd ever seen. Not to mention his relentless training with his Sharingan now allowed him to use it for a much longer period of time than back when he first fought Zabuza. Guy was simply the best taijutsu specialist that had ever lived, something Tsunade hoped would come in handy. Gaara had of course chosen his 2 siblings, Kankuro and Temari. Kankuro had surpassed even Sasori and Lady Chiyo in puppetry, and Temari was powerful wind user and deadly long-range fighter. That, combined with Gaara's perfect defense, made them an incredible team. A had only decided to take B, as he felt anyone else would just get in the way of the 2. Between his lighting armor and B's tailed beast transformation, they still weren't to be underestimated. They weren't known as the Great A-B combo for nothing. Finally, Onoki was taking his granddaughter Kuretsuchi to fight with him. He had tried to talk her out of this, but when Kuretsuchi set her mind to something there was no stopping her. He would allow her to come, but he would also be watching her carefully. He wasn't going to lie, she was a damn ninja. Each of the 5 nations had chosen a leader for their sections of the armies, although the only 2 Naruto recognized were Shikamaru for the leaf and Ao for the mist. They were to lead the army while a special squad tracked down and finished off Zetsu. That team consisted of the leader, Anko, the trackers, Kiba, Hinata, Neji, and Shino. And last but not least, the heavy hitters, Choji, Tenten, Rituji, and Ino. They would reach and kill Zetsu, then, once the Zetsu army finished, they would come and help the cages. The war set to begin in just a few hours when they attacked the Akatsuki base. The fate of the ninja, and the world in general, rested on the fate of what happened today. The first of the units started moving. They headed to the west to force the first round of Zetsu clones near a close-by lake so that water users could finish them. The 6 cages waited for the signal and got moving. Naruto took point. All right everybody, it all comes down to this. Either we win here or we don't win at all. Sasuke shook his head. Thanks for the brilliant speech, Captain Obvious. Naruto got a small smile on his face. Good to have you back, Teme. Sasuke smiled back. Good to be back, Dobi. I was getting irritated. Enough with the reunion, we've got things to do here. Naruto went up to his wife. You ready, sweetie? Mei gave her husband a peck on the cheek. Oh yeah, you just worry about coming out of this alive. Naruto nodded and turned to the others. Everybody else ready? Onoki floated to the point he was at Naruto's high. Please, I've got more fight left in these old bones than you ever had. Tsunade chuckled at the old man's confidence. Yeah, if you can avoid popping them out of place. Everyone laughed while Onoki grumbled. I spoke up. These guys think they can go after my brother. It's time to show these sons of bitches just who they're messing with. Tsunade cracked her knuckle, and trying to bring back the one person who was as strong as my grandfather, that's something we can't let just go unchecked. Mei smirked. If they think they're gonna kill you and put my kids in some endless dream, they've got another thing coming. Naruto was loving their enthusiasm. Alright then, in the words of Kurama, let's fuck shit up. Anko was busy on the other end of the battlefield listening to Shino. Anko-sensei. The Mei insects are sensing the largest concentration of Zetsu's chakra 5 miles north of here. Kiba disagreed, then he sent the most clones there. Akamaru says the oldest scent is 4 miles west of here. Anko groaned. Hyugas, what do you say? Hinata had her Byakugan activated. Kiba-kun was right. The largest amount of clones is about 5 miles from here. Sorry Shino. Neji shook his head. You're right, however 4 miles west of here there isn't any sign of Zetsu. Anko thought for a second. Well, he phases in and out of the ground, could that be it? Neji scratched his chin. Maybe, the only thing is that if we're wrong we lose valuable time. Anko groaned again. Come on, how is one guy this hard to track down? Kiba scratched behind Akamaru's ear. Akamaru's never wrong guys, you know that. Shino sent one of his insects. My bugs travel faster than we do. They can find that area and report back to us with the info in just 15 minutes. Anko sighed. Alright, it's not much but it's what we've got. Get that little creepy crawly moving. Shino sent out his beetle and they stood there patiently, something that wasn't easy in the middle of a war. The 6 cage had been moving for 30 an hour straight. Finally Kisame told them, we've got a big chakra signature coming up. Naruto took a deep breath. Alright, this isn't gonna be easy but we will kick this guy's ass. Onoki couldn't help but laugh. You're a wild one kid, I'm with you all the way. Killer Bee decided it was time for some inspiration. Toby may be powerful, but his expression will be sourful. We gonna kill this prick, his ass we will kick. Let's do this yo. Smacked his brother, stop rapping. Before anyone could respond, they reached a large empty plain, Toby standing in the middle with a white mast instead of his usually orange. So you've arrived, excellent. My plan can finally come full circle. Sasuke scoffed, really, you think you can take on all of us? You're good, but no one's that good. Naruto looked more carefully at him noticing his eye, you stole Nagato's Rinnegan. Toby almost ignored the boy. I'm giving you all the chance to surrender now, to let you bring peace to this world. Let this pain end. Naruto growled, is that what you told Konan when you killed her and stole Nagato's Rinnegan? Toby shook his head, you really want to harp on that don't you? Why? Naruto screamed at him, my friends mean everything to me, so I get pretty pissed off when you start killing and stealing from them. Toby looked off into space, and what would you do if your friends were gone, if you lost everything? How would you react if your whole world came crashing down upon you? Your family and friends dying before your eyes? Would you still be as strong? Naruto looked down. I don't know what I'd do. I don't know what you've been through, but that doesn't mean that I can just let go on with this insanity. Toby began to make some hand seals. Fair enough, but I'm afraid you and your friends don't stand a chance. He slammed his hands on the ground, summoning jutsu. The dust cleared and 6 people appeared in the field. It was the 6 previous Jinchurikus. Looked at them and ground his teeth. And just what do you intend to do with them? Toby motioned them to come forward and them did. They're my 6 paths. I'm going to use these tailed beasts to crush you all like bugs. Naruto wasn't having any of this. You bastard, it isn't enough that you killed them had take their bodies for your personal puppets too? Toby shrugged. They aren't using them. Naruto activated his Jinchuriku cloak, and soon you won't be using yours. Shino's bug finally returned to him. There's definitely some powerful chakra coming from that location. Anko was ready to jump for joy. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Let's go and get this freaky little plant guy. Hinata nodded. Yes, we need to stop him as soon as possible so that we can help Naruto and the others. Anko scratched the back of her head. Oh yeah, that too. Kiba jumped up. Alright, but what are we gonna do? We still have no idea what all this guy can do. Shino nodded. Yes, it will be rather dangerous to fight him with no knowledge of his fighting style. Anko shrugged it off. We've got one of the most varied teams I've ever seen. We may not know how to fight him but our team has more than enough styles to handle it. Neji agreed. Well said Anko-sensei. Shall we get moving? Anko pumped her fist in the air. Hell yeah. Kiba looked to Akamaru. Alright Akamaru, you heard them. Lead the way. Akamaru barked happily and started to head to Zetsu's location. The war was off to a dangerous start. A lot was still uncertain. No one knew for sure what happened and who would live, but it was gonna be hard no matter what way it went. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. I'm running out of clever or relevant things to say here. This one's is gonna be a good old-fashioned fight. We've got the 6 Cages and Company versus Toby and the Tailed Beasts and Anko and rest of squad versus Zetsu. Well, sit back and enjoy. Thanks for reading and please review. Toby watched the 6 Cages battle the Tailed Beasts. He wasn't going to lie, they were doing quite well. Too well actually. He was going to have to do something soon. Naruto hit the 5-tailed horse. I think it a horse, but they never actually say, with a Rasen Shuriken to the side of the face, leaving a circular burn mark on his face. Sasuke fired another of Sashendo arrows, pinning down his tail, while Sakura gave him hard hit to the back with her super strength charge Cherry Blossom Blast. Nearby, Mei was on top of Gamabunta sending massive amount of lava at the 6-tailed slug, causing it to scream rather loudly. Gamabunta gave him a quick slash with his sword, which he dodged only to be hit Kisami's super water shark bomb jutsu. Tsunade was busy handling the 3-tailed turtle. Kakashi called dibs on that one for reasons unknown. Guy had activated the 6th Gate of Joy, and the beast a large punch side, and Tsunade joined in with a heavenly kick of pain to the base of his neck. Kakashi the turtle's eye with the lightning blade. Gaara had the 7-tailed lotus pinned to the ground with his sand. Tamari was sending massive wave of slicer at him. Konkuro and gotten out Salamander and was firing large explosive blast at him from its cannon. Onoki and his granddaughter were having a little trouble with the 4-tailed monkey, but Onoki wasn't going down easily by any stretch of the imagination. He created dozens of stone clones and sent them after the beast while Kuretsuchi attempted to bury him with ash. A and B were doing extremely well against the 2-tailed cat. His lighting armor was nearly impenetrable and his speed was nearly unmatched. Not to mention with B's tailed beast transformation, they were much more than on par with her. Toby sighed, looks like I'm going to have to intervene after all. Zetsu had to admit, he was rather impressed. Not many people would have been able to track him down. It was quite impressive really, he'd have to careful with these ones. The white half found it quite interesting. Oh my, a fight. We haven't really been in a fight for several years. But we promise that we'll make it interesting. Anko started at man. Wait, you and the black half are 2 separate people? The black half spoke up. Oh yes, we're 2 separate entities. I'm the brain while my partner here is the muscles. White Zetsu frowned. Oh come on, I'm a good conversationalist too. Anko made some hand signs. That won't help you against us. Some snakes came out of her sleeves, shadow snake hands. Zetsu didn't move. His Mayflower came up and protect him. Is that the best you've got? If Orochimaru couldn't use that to kill, what makes you think you can? Anko got a tick mark on her forehead. You did not just compare me to him. Kiba was tired of waited. Let's go Akamaru. They jumped on his back and prepared for their signature move, fang over fang. The flying drill hit the Mayflower and drilled through it, but Zetsu was already gone. He popped out of the ground and raised his hands. I think it's time to show you what makes us so special. Zetsu released wood from his hands that charged at the team. Rituji wouldn't believe this. Wait, isn't that the power of your first Hokage? How the hell can he use that? She fired some hair senbon from her hair to try and divert the attack, with little success. Zetsu smiled. What can we say, we're just special. Shino looked at him, launched some beetles at him. That's not much of a response. Zetsu just shot some wood missiles at them. Oh, we don't want to tell you just yet. That would ruin the fun too soon. Hinata studied his chakra network. Guys, he doesn't have a normal chakra system. I don't think he's human. Zetsu frowned. Ah, you spoiled it. We wanted to be the ones to tell them. Anko looked shocked. Wait, then what the fuck are you? Zetsu smirked with pride. An artificial human made from the cells of the first Hokage. The black half of here is the very wool of Madara-sama. Together we make up one of the most powerful people in the ninja world. Anko was terrified. What the hell had they gotten themselves into? The 6 Cages couldn't believe the rate at which the battle switched. Toba's power was like nothing any of them had ever seen. Trying to hit him seemed impossible because every hit just went through him. Even worse, they couldn't fight him and the tailed beast at the same time. He jumped into the air, massive fireball jutsu. Kisame jumped up to meet it. Super Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. They landed on the ground with Kisame panting and Toby laughing. Honestly, do you really think you can take on 6-tailed beasts and me, even with this many people? Naruto jumped back. Mei-chan, could Mizura seal these guys like he did the first time? Mei shook her head. No, he says that it takes time to make each seal, much more time than we have. Naruto growled, this isn't even close to over, you prick. Toby teleported over and punched him in the face. Oh, but it is. You need to beat the tailed beast so that you can focus on me. But to beat the tailed beast you need to be able to focus on them, which I won't let you. It's hopeless. Naruto was running out of idea. He started mumbling to himself. Maybe if we just knew who this guy was, maybe we'd have some idea of how to fight him. Then something occurred to him. Kurama, you said his chakra was familiar. I need you to focus on it long and hard to see if you can remember who this is. Kurama started to try, but quickly stopped. Sorry kid, my sense are off as it is. I could have swore right there that I sensed a complete pair of his Sharingan. Son of bitch, I know who it is. Damn it, how did I miss that? Naruto was excited. Well, who is it? Kurama yelled back to him. I need you to identify him to the others. Scream his name out, try to get his attention. This name won't mean anything to you, but I need you to scream out. Naruto listened carefully, then turned to face the man. Obito Uchiha, take that damn mask off and show yourself. The man stopped in his tracks and turned to face the boy. Kakashi was extremely confused. Naruto, what the hell are you talking about? Obito laughed and removed his mask, revealing his half-crushed face. Strange, your student realized it before you did. It's been a while. Kakashi baka. Kakashi couldn't believe his eyes. Obito, how? Obito looked his old mask and tossed it aside. Do you remember Kakashi? That day on Kanabi Bridge? Do you remember when she died? Kakashi balled his fist. So that's what it is. That's what made you snap. Obito looked at his old teammate with tired eyes. I was an Uchiha, the most powerful clan in the world. Yet the best I could manage was dead last in my class. Can you imagine the scrutiny I faces? I was beaten on the streets of my compound. But Rin was always there. She was always smiling. My perfect angel, the one person who never said cruel word to me. Until Sensei came along, I even came to look at you as friend. Yet in one motion that all came crashing down. I watched you kill her, but your Chidori that my eye helped you complete right through her chest. That was the day I realized the truth, that this world is crushed to be in pain forever. Well, no longer. I will bring peace to this world. I will stop this mindless fighting forever. No one will stop me. Kakashi was shaking. She died for the village, Obito. I know it hurt, but that's the reality of it. If she hadn't impaled herself on my Chidori, the whole village would have paid for it. Obito sighed. Yes, this endless cycle of sacrificing oneself to stop another pain is truly horrible. In my perfect world there would be no need for it. Naruto started to piece it all together. Wait, this guy was your teammate, he was my dad's students. He then realized something else. You killed your own sensei. Obito shook his head. No, the Kyuubi killed him, and you were foolish enough to forgive him. Naruto ground his teeth, but then he got an idea. Kurama, how fast could we get to the leaf and back? Kurama was a little shocked, but thought for a second. Well, about 2 hours if we used the yellow flash. Naruto wasn't sure what he meant, but we haven't perfect using that yet. Kurama could see he was confused. Yes, but we don't need to be precise with it, we just need to be fast. That much we can pull off. Naruto looked at his friends. I've got something I think can end this, but I need you guys to hold down the fort for 2 hours. Can you do that? Kakashi finally shook himself out of it and nodded. Yeah, whatever you need to get it done. Naruto turned around. All right, I'll be back as soon as can. Anko and the others weren't having much better luck with Zetsu, who proved extremely strong. Anko got hit by another wood shot in the leg. Ow, you little bastard. Zetsu went into the ground again and began to speak with his other half. I'm leaving these one to you. I need to go make sure Leader Sama is okay. You finish these guys and then come meet me. White Zetsu nodded. All right, you go have your fun while I have mine. They separate, leaving White Zetsu smirking. Time to finish these guys. I hope the bug boy doesn't taste too funny. Chapter 30. Time to find out what Naruto went to get and if Anko's team can defeat Zetsu. Hard to believe I'm this far already. I have too much free time. Well, now the wrestling season's over, I do anyway. It's getting close to being over, so enjoy it while you can. Thanks for reading and please review. Naruto had more or less put his body on autopilot so that he could have a conversation with his nine-tailed friend. Alright, so how did you know who this Obito guy is? Kurama sighed. He was one of the few humans actually held in some kind of regard. I was impressed by his ability to continue despite the way everything turned out. Poor kid came over too. Your father's a lot house to stay the night. He often couldn't go home because his parents didn't exactly like him. The thing about him be attacked on the streets of Uchiha compound wasn't a lie. No matter what happened, he just kept smiling and saying it would all turn out okay. He still had his sensei and Rin. Your mother adored him, tried to be like family to him. Kid was a lot like you, to be honest. The similarities scared Naruto slightly. Yeah, a lot like me. Was I really that close too? You know, to going insane like that? Kurama was scared to answer. The night Mizuki told you the truth, I'm not going to lie, you were quite close. If Iruka hadn't been there, you would have snapped when Mizuki tried to kill. You most likely would have killed him and did whatever I told you. Naruto couldn't believe it. Wow, I can't believe. If someone hadn't been there for me, I would have been just like him. Kurama nodded. If Iruka and your teammates had died like Rin and your father had, you'd be just as crazy as he is. Naruto was thinking about it hard. He was good guy. If Madara had just let him die as a hero, none of this would have happened. Kurama shrugged. Although Naruto couldn't see it in his head, either you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Naruto shook his head. That's good. Where did you get that from? Kurama scratched his chin. I think it's from an old movie. Naruto just kept moving. This really isn't the time to be quoting old movies. How close are we? Kurama thought for a second. 20 minutes. We're making great time. We should get back a half an hour ahead of schedule. So what are we going there for anyway? Naruto's answer was rather cryptic. We're going to get someone who I think will be able to settle all this. White Zetsu couldn't believe this. What the hell was going on here? It had started very much in his favor. However, soon after Black Zetsu left, they started to get a system going. Tenten had laid mines everywhere, make phasing into the ground extremely dangerous, while Choji and Rituji were taking out his clones left and right. Even if he did find a location without mines, Hinata and Neji were close enough to see him even when he phased into, and Shino kept him from entering trees with his beetles. Anko and Kiba had him on the ropes with their relentless attacks. White Zetsu was getting aggravated. You think this will change anything? We've still got my black half and leader Sama, not to mention we had 6-tailed beasts. Stopping me won't change a thing. Anko smirked. We'll see if you're still saying that when the armies stop dealing with your clones and start kicking the shit out of those tailed beasts. Oh wait, you won't be around to say anything. Soon he found himself pinned down by several snakes Anko had summoned and hidden before the battle. Kiba smirked and moved in for the kill. Time for the final blow. He and Akamaru began spinning in opposite directions, then turned around so they would meet in White Zetsu's location, absolute fang over fang. It hit, destroying every fiber of what was White Zetsu. The clones around them slowly began to disintegrate around them. Anko put her hands on her hips in triumph. Hell yeah. Take that, you freaky little plant thing. Nobody fights the me and my friends and comes out alive. Hinata came up and poked her on the shoulder. Anko-sensei, shouldn't we get moving? Anko grinned. Yes we should. Let's go find those tailed beasts. From kicking one ass to another. Everyone else looked at her in deadpan, but went to go find their cages. They still weren't sure what he was talking about with the tailed beasts, but they didn't really have time to think about it. All they had time to do was go and finish this war. Naruto reached the hidden leaf and found the hero's graveyard. He kept moving until he found the grave he was looking for. Sorry to wake you, but I need some help. Kurama was slightly shocked at his container's plan. Are you sure about this? This isn't like you. Naruto had his clones get to work, don't have a lot of other options. Kurama agreed, but wasn't so sure about his. Do you really think this will work though? Naruto shrugged. You got a better idea? Kurama muttered. Well, no, not really. Naruto's clones were busy digging. Then shut up and let me do this. Kurama sighed in defeat. Fair enough, just make it quick. The cages and company weren't exactly doing well against the tailed beasts and Obito. Granted, they were holding out, but not for much longer. Tsunade was forced to use her ultimate healing jutsu to keep herself alive and wasn't really fighting at this point, just healing the others. Mei had summoned Gomakin to help out as well. Her and the two toads were doing relatively well against the six-tailed slug. Mei had done a lot of damage by channeling her bloodline into Gamabunta and making his massive water just as scalding hot. Also, thanks to Gomakin distracting him and Mei hitting with as much lava as she could manage, they had cut off 3 of its tails. Onoki was probably having the most trouble of the cages, as his jutsu wasn't designed to handle something like a tailed beast, and he was busy worrying about his granddaughter as well. Still, they had managed to do a little damage to the 4-tailed monkey. Guy had teamed up with Sakura and Sasuke to handle the 5-tailed horse, and were doing decently. Sasuke's Susanoo arrows were a godsend for setting up Guy and Sakura to use their strength to beat the crap out of him. A and B were doing the best of the group. Gaara was bringing the 7-tailed Lotsius down to ground level, which was a massive help to Kankuro and Tamari. Thanks to B's tailed beast transformation and his lightning armor, they had actually defeated the 2-tailed cat and moved on to the 3-tailed turtle. Kakashi was doing his best to keep his old teammate at bay. He discovered that their jutsus were linked thanks to them sharing a set of eyes. With the Kutsui he was able to use some ninjutsu to hit him, but even that was a slow process. It wasn't going fantastically, but at least Naruto was due very soon. Obito sent another wave of attacks at his old friend. Come now Kakashi Baka, you must realize the reality of this world, the pain that comes from living in it. After all, you've felt a lot of pain yourself. Doesn't bother you that you're teaching Naruto to use the power that killed our sensei? Kakashi scowled. You killed our sensei, not Naruto. I'm not going to lie, there was part of me that hated Naruto when he was first born. I actually planned on killing him when I was ordered to guard him when he was younger. I was going to get close to him, then kill him, simple. But when I got to know him I saw it. Sensei's eyes, Kushina's heart, even the will of put it simply I was disgusted with myself. Sensei died for him, and I'd gladly do the same. Wow Kakashi sensei, didn't know I meant that much to me. I guess I can let you trying to kill me slide then, Naruto said with a smirk. Kakashi was ecstatic that he was back. Alright, what did you get? He what appeared to be body on his back to Sasuke. I need you to reanimate it, and hurry. Obito wasn't sure who that was they were reviving, but he was sure he didn't like it. He raised his hand, almighty pull. Naruto, Gaara, Killer Bee, and Kakashi were in the area where they were pulled close to Obito along with the 6 other tailed beasts. Naruto managed to get a hold of Sasuke with one of his chakra limbs and pulled him and the body with them. Obito made some hand seals and they were surrounded by some kind of circular wall of red chakra. Naruto put his hand on it, it was scalding hot to the touch. Obito made a few more hand seals and summoned the Geto statue. Obito walked forward. I was waiting for the boy to return so that we could finish this. It's time kill all of you and extract the tailed beasts. The world's pain ends here. Naruto looked at his old friend, Sasuke. You almost done there? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, who the hell is this anyway? Naruto got into battle stance. Don't worry about it. Just get it done. Kakashi put his hand up to stop Naruto. Leave Obito to me. So far I'm the only who can manage to hit him. Obito chuckled. It won't matter. Once I get these 3 extracted it's all over. Sasuke yelled to them. I'm done, let's do this. So who is this already? Obito, is that you? What's going on? How are you alive? How am I alive? Kakashi and Obito couldn't believe what they were seeing. Rin. I know, I'm an asshole. Don't worry, I'll update tomorrow, and as to why he brought Rin back, well you'll see. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, it's almost over now. Sorry about the cliffhanger, but it was a necessary evil. Hard to believe I only started this about 2 or so months ago. It actually got a decent following too. Thank you guys for your awesome support with all this. I really couldn't have done it without you. Well, I could have, it just wouldn't have been any fun. Thanks for reading and please review. The Genin team Minato was once again together, something Kakashi never would have thought could happen. It was nice. Although it would have been better under different circumstances. Wow, Kakashi-kun, look at you. You're all big and grown up, you too Obito. Wow, you've a full Sharingan too, but what's with your other eye? Obito just stammered. You're here. It's really you. Rin-chan, my sweet Rin-chan. Rin laughed. Yeah, but how are you alive? How am I alive? I've been to the afterlife and this isn't it? Naruto smiled. We needed your help. I had Sasuke revive you. Rin looked at him. Wow, you look just like Minato-sensei, are you related? Naruto gave his foxy grin. Yup, I'm his son. Rin nodded. He said they had a son. If I had been thinking I would have came to visit? Naruto was confused. Wait, what do you mean come to visit? Rin giggled. Well, if I know where you are I can come see you. I can't just randomly find someone, but if I have a general area to look in I can come to this plane and watch. I can't talk or change anything. But I can watch. Oh wait, I do remember you. You've been there with Kakashi-kun a few times. Kakashi looked at her with wide eyes. You actually came to see me, even after I was the one who killed you. Rin shook her head. You did what a friend asked of you, nothing more. I'm not angry in the least. I didn't come see you much though. Most of my time was spent trying to find Obito-kun. Obito raised an eyebrow. Looking for me? Rin frowned and nodded. You weren't in paradise, and I know you're too kind to go anywhere else. I kept looking for you here, so did Minato-sensei and Kushina-san. Obito, have you really been the one leading the Akatsuki, doing all of this? Obito looked like he suddenly remembered who he was. Yes, I'm going to end the pain in this world. Everyone will have their personal paradise in their head. No more pain, no more death, no more watching everything you care about burn to ash. Rin gasped. You really believe that? Obito looked down. It's all I've got left. Rin ran up to him. Obito-kun, who did this to you? This isn't you. This is Shell, the boy I fell in love with. Obito looked up. Wait, you mean you? She hugged him. Not until after we became teammates. I started to like you when I saw how kind you were, and the way you never gave up. I saw the bruises, Obito-kun, but you still were always worried about others before yourself. When you saved my life and I thought you were dead is when I really realized it. Obito-kun, what happened to you? Obito didn't hug her back, though he wanted to. Madara happened. He showed a way to end this world's pain. I felt it was necessary. I still think it might be. Rin hugged him tighter. That's the problem, Obito-kun. Obito sighed. I know, you're going to say I'm horrible and that I'm a monster. Rin shook her head again. Not a monster, just not the brightest person around. Obito-kun, you always thought that it was your job to carry the weight of the world for everyone. You only have two hands, Obito-kun. I'm sorry that I wasn't there to help you when you needed it. Obito finally returned the hug. Don't you dare say that. This isn't your fault, it's mine. What the hell have I done? He looked around at the devastation. Good God, what the hell have I done? He collapsed to his knees and Rin held him close. Just let go, Obito-kun. Come to paradise with me and Sensei. Obito laughed, like I'd be welcome there. Rin smacked him. Obito, you were tricked. You know now what you've done is wrong. And that makes it okay. That's going to bring back the thousands of killed? He asked. Rin smiled gently at him. No, but it does give you a chance to make right what you can. Obito nodded and stood up. He put his hands together. I'm sorry, all of you, I'm so sorry. I am going to bring back as many of you as I can. I'm going to try and join Rin. Kakashi was about to ask him what he meant, when a black creature took hold of Obito. Sorry old friend, but if you're going to use that jutsu on anyone it's going to be Madara. Obito struggled to stay in control. Zetsu, what the hell are you doing? Zetsu started to merge with his body. I'm Madara's will. I can't let you just give up on his dream. Naruto was lost. What the hell do you mean, revive Madara? Zetsu forced Obito to smile as their voices synced. The Rinnegan can control life and death. I made sure to have Madara's body nearby so that he could be resorted if needed. Once Obito uses this jutsu, he'll die and Madara will live again. Kakashi went ballistic, but in this state we don't stand a chance against him. Zetsu laughed. Precisely. Obito started to have green glow coming from his Rinnegan, before a coffin appeared from the ground out of some kind of strange monster's mouth. Obito collapsed with Rin. I'm sorry, please stop him, I'm going, with Rin. Sasuke nodded and released the jutsu on Rin. The two died simultaneously. A man walked out of the coffin. So I'm finally back, excellent. Zetsu, tell me the status of the Moon Eye plan. Zetsu bowed to his master. The finally three-tailed beasts are before you. They're tired and ready for extraction. Madara smiled. Fantastic, we'll begin immediately. Mei was watching from the outside of circle. Naruto-kun. They watched as Madara activated his Susanoo. The three Jinchuriku were too tired to fight back. He started with Gaara, slowly pulling out the one tail. Temari cuddled into her husband. No, Shikamaru, this can't be happening. A got nervous for his brother. B, get the hell out of there. It was too late. Madara finished with Gaara and moved on to B. He grabbed the body with little fight. B tried to activate his tailed beast transformation, but he was just too exhausted. The ghetto statue took in the 8 tails, leaving B in critical condition. Madara turned to Naruto, who had almost no chakra from having to retrieve Rin. I understand your mother survived this. I'm eager to see if you do as well. Kakashi and Sasuke jumped up to protect him, but were smacked away by Madara. Naruto struggled, but in the end the 9 tails was extracted as well. All 9-tailed beasts were now in the fully awakened statue. It screamed, much to Madara's joy. He dropped the shield and the other ninja went heal their friends. Madara paid no mind to them. He simply began the process of sealing the 10 tails within him. Tsunade worked tirelessly on Naruto, Sakura on Gaara, and finally Shizune on B. They would most likely survive since they had 3 very capable medics, but they wouldn't be fighting anytime soon. Sakura looked at her Hokage. Lady Tsunade, what are we going to do? Tsunade sighed. I don't know, I really don't know. Inside the statue, the tailed beasts discussed the same things. Most of them had given up a long time ago. Kurama hadn't. You can't be telling me we're just gonna give up like that. We're the great tailed beasts for Pete's sake. The 2 tails sighed. Come now brother, this simply isn't a fight we can win anymore. Kurama growled. Says who? You all may have given up, but I haven't. The 4 tails shook his head. Our sister is right Kurama, there's nothing we can do. Kurama wasn't having it. We can resist, we can fight back. The 5 tails spoke up. That would make it even easier for Madara. He wouldn't be able to absorb as much of our chakra at once, doing less damage to his body. Kurama shouted. Well, there you go. If we give him all of our chakra at once we can kill him. The 1 tails didn't like that, and ourselves at the same time. Kurama nodded. True, but at least then he wouldn't be able to use our power. We'd die once we were absorbed anyway, so what's the difference? I say we give one last fuck you to Madara. The tailed beast thought for a second, then stood up. No way in hell were they just gonna let someone take their power and live. It was time to settle this once and for all. Madara chuckled outside as he began to absorb the beast into his body. Everyone stood watching, completely terrified. Suddenly Madara's laughter stopped, and he began to scream. His body began to convulse and blood came from his mouth. The chakra he was absorbing started coming too fast. My body can't take this. Madara started to howl in pain. Before long his body was glowing a dark color. They all watched as small explosion of chakra erupted from where he stood. In the blink of an eye Madara was gone. Naruto and the others were all now conscious, looked at the crater where Madara and the statue used to be. What, but how? Sorry Kit, but the final blow had to go to me. Naruto was shocked. Kurama, but how, when? Kurama laughed. We sacrificed ourselves to kill Madara. This little message I'm giving you is the last act of my chakra before it fades away. Naruto couldn't believe. Wait, what do you mean? There was no response. Mei looked at Naruto. Is it over? Naruto had tears in his eyes as he hugged his wife. Yeah, it's over. Tune in tomorrow for the epilogue. See you then. Chapter 32, the epilogue. Thanks for sticking with me guys. Hard to believe I got this whole thing done in just a month and a half. I'm glad I had so many people who enjoyed the story. It made writing it all the more fun. Well, for the last time in this fanfic, thanks for reading and please review. The 5 nations had begun cleanup and started to figure out who all was lost. For the most part the war hadn't cost too many lives. No one too close to Naruto or Mei had died. Once the battle was over, everyone met back at the base. Hairi had been watching the kids during the fighting. She said they had been a little fussy, probably because they wanted their mommy and daddy. Mei was happy to have her kids back in her arms. Oh, hello Mito. Did you miss Mama? I think you did. Naruto held Asuma close to him. Hey big guy, we're a little fussy for Hairi? Oh, you shouldn't do that. It's okay though, you can get away with it because you're cute. Sasuke was standing nearby. Mind if I hold one of them? Naruto was a little surprised his friend even wanted to. Okay, sure. He took Asuma in his arms and rocked him. Hi, I'm Uncle Sasuke, how are you? A red-haired girl Naruto hadn't recognized squealed, "Oh, Sasuke-kun's practicing for the baby." Naruto was completely lost. Not to be mean, but who are you?" She ran up by Sasuke. "Karen, this big guy's soon-to-be wife." Naruto went wide-eyed. "Wait, what?" Sasuke gave a nervous smile. "Well, I was getting information on Orochimaru, so I was talking to her because she knew a lot. I was trying to seduce her to get the info out of her and she kind of turned it around on me. One thing lead to another and—" Karen finished with a smirk. "I banged his brains out." Naruto laughed. "Wow, didn't know you had it in you, Teme." Sasuke shrugged. "Well, we started dating while I worked against Orochimaru for like the past 2 years. A month ago she came to me telling me that she was pregnant, so I asked her to marry me. I love her." Karen cuddled into him. "Love you too, sweetie." Asuma began to drool. Some hit Sasuke's wrist and yelled, "Ouch!" Naruto grabbed Asuma so Sasuke wouldn't drop him. "What?" Sasuke held his wrist. His drool, "It's boiling hot." Mei squealed happily, "Oh, Asuma's got boil release." Naruto touched his son's drool. It was indeed hot to the touch, so does that mean Mito has it too, and will he have lava release too? Mei shook her head. "No, me having 2 bloodlines is a genetic miracle. I had to have the perfect genotypes so that now Dominate Alice would throw off one of them and—" They looked her like she was speaking some other language. Mei laughed nervously. "Let's just say it's pretty much impossible for a hard-to-explain reason." Naruto nodded. "So, will Mito have lava release or boil reels?" Mei shrugged. "I don't know, she'll likely have one or the other." Naruto nodded. "All right, guess we'll just wait and see." Mei realized something. "Wait, if you don't have Kurama with you, what does that mean for your strength?" Naruto though for a second. "I'm still mid-cage level 1 think. I'll have mastered the yellow flash in like a month, and I've got Sage mode mastered." Mei looked up surprised. "Wait, when did you do that?" Naruto scratched his chin. "About a week before the big fight, I went to Mount Myoboku to train with Pa. It was pretty easy since I already mastered the Jinchuriku cloak. It was a piece of cake." They all continued to talk for hours. They had a lot to catch up on. On another plane, Obito was trying to figure out things of his own. He opened his eyes to see Rin. "Wait, Rin-chan? But that means this is paradise. I'm actually welcome here?" Rin laughed. "Obito-kun, a man's life isn't truly measured until his final moments. In your final moments you tried to undo everything wrong that you had done. Not to mention when you were doing wrong you were being manipulated." The heard a rumble behind them. "Hiya." Obito turned around to see the 9-tailed beasts behind him. "So you're here too, have they won or lost?" Kurama puffed his jaw out in pride. "Oh, they won. We made sure of that. Madara is dead as a doornail, though I don't think we'll find him here." Obito sighed in relief. "Thank God. So what do we do now? What am I supposed to say to all the people I hurt?" Rin laughed. "Well, hi for starters, and that is that. Thanks for reading and I hope you enjoyed it.